Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually on Zoom. It is Wednesday, November 13th. This afternoon, we have Ms. Jenkins will be seated for Mr. McRae on the first two items. And in addition, I would like to make a motion that we take an item out of order. And I would move that we hear our sole pre-application discussion item first, so that applicant may go their merry way. And do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. I'm going to assume we'll have no objections. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, by voice vote, we have all in favor. And Mr. Cohen, on your penalty for exceeding 20 minutes is that we'll never do this for you again.
That would be quite a thing to put in jeopardy.
Yep. So Mr. Cohen, if you would proceed, this item that we are discussing at this time is the Field Club of Greenwich Incorporated, an application for it's a pre-application review for two paddle courts on an 11-acre property at 276 Lake Avenue in the RA2. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Good evening, and thank you very much for hearing me now. Ms. Albin, it's not paddle, it's padel.
Yes, I was told that yesterday, and I said, I'm sorry, I speak English.
You can't do it, yeah. Well, I do represent the Field Club, and this is a pre-application to permit them, the club, to install two padel courts, which I'll tell you a little bit about padel in a second, within my 20 minutes, and also to do some site work and landscaping that relates to that. Thanks, Pat, for the first image, which is an aerial view of the club. It's 11 plus acres in the RA2 zone on Lake Avenue. It was founded in 1908 and has been functioning since that time. It primarily focuses, as I believe you know, on racket sports, tennis, squash, paddle, and now they would like to put two padel courts in. As a part of the project, we would propose, and it shows, I think, on the next image, Pat, we would propose within that area shown in red, the elimination of an asphalt practice court and to place within that area. And I'll show that to you more precisely with the landscape plan later on. Two padel courts to also install landscaping and to do necessary lighting as well. For those of you who may not know, as I did not, what padel is, let me show you the next slide, which basically shows what a padel court looks like. It looks like a smaller version of a tennis court. It's about 1/3 of the size of a tennis court. It's played usually in doubles, following tennis rules. But the major distinction, I think, with tennis and other racket sports, except squash, is like squash, you may play the ball off of walls. And the walls here are created from tempered glass panels, which are shown in the upper right image. The sport has become very popular in Europe and has, I understand, acquired a following in the United States, but this would be the first of these padel courts within Greenwich. The next image shows the landscape plan that gives you the the details of what's being proposed to do. It's a little hard to see, but under the circle on top of the image is a square shown in red. There you are. Thanks, Pat. And that is the location of the existing asphalt practice court that's going to be removed. To the immediate left of that square is the practice wall against which practice activities takes place. We're planning to install, as you can see, a new landscape plan, and we've reviewed that with our immediate adjacent neighbor, who has approved this, has asked that we leave the wall up until the trees reach their full growth, and of course we're willing to do that. Pat, could you back out again? Right. In addition to the courts, the new Padel courts, which are shown in olive green to the right side of the image, we're proposing to install a dirt cart path shown to the left of the Padel courts, intended to connect a parking area with an existing tennis storage shed. Immediately to the south of that track is an existing Art-Through tennis courts, and to the right of that are 5 grass tennis courts, none of which are going to be modified. There's no work being done except in the area of the new the new Padel courts. To kind of locate where we are a little bit, the property to the immediate south of the Field Club property, as you know, is the former Carmel Academy. It's now owned by Brunswick. To the northeast is a 3-acre parcel of land owned by the Greenwich Land Trust, and with those exceptions, this is a developed residential neighborhood. The proposed installation of the Padel courts is a little further away from the property line than those improvements which currently exist. To address some of the comments that you expressed at yesterday's briefing, we do believe that a drainage exemption will apply in this case, and when we apply with our final application, hopefully we'll get confirmation of that from DPW. We believe the exemption is fairly clear. That 5-year look back is specifically provided in the town drainage manual. We also are going to install lighting. There'll be 1 light at each corner of the new courts. We believe that the lighting will comply with the new lighting regulations, and will provide a plan that shows that. On the green area, which you discussed, I should point out that the green area, although less than is required by current zoning, pre-existed for quite a long time, and was approved at the same level in the commission's decision in 2019, and we're not going to add to that. I should also point out one quirk in the zoning regulations in terms of green area definition. The 5 grass tennis courts must still be excluded from green area, even though they are permeable. Tennis courts generically
I can't resist, Mr. Cohen. We are discussing the definition of green area and of coverage right now.
Oh,
because
good.
we've been discussing it, because we would like to encourage permeable surfaces more. And we're looking at a couple of different things that we've excluded, that we don't give credit for. but again, we need DPW too to look at that. So we are discussing that. We're aware of that, that in a way, people have things that function really in the same way as non-covered area. So,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
so
happy to
absolutely
hear
agree
that.
with you. Yeah,
Okay, great. No, I won't talk about that anymore. We will agree to the same conditions that applied when the commission approved the uh, nearby paddle courts, namely lights out by 10 p.m., no amplified sound, use of the courts by members only. We will also show you that in our final application that we will comply with the zoning the noise regulations. The balls used in this sport are similar in size and appearance to a tennis ball, but they are of lower compression. In other words, they're softer and therefore make less of a bouncing noise when it strikes the surface. Let's see, yeah, the last issue is ARC. We will have to go to ARC for the lighting and the landscaping, and we're hopeful that we will be allowed to go there sooner rather than later in order to try to keep our construction schedule. Because this is a new type of racket installation. Much of the materials that are going to be erected on the site have to be imported from overseas, and to keep that schedule, we would like to try to move forward as quickly as possible with ARC, and we hope you can agree. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
does anybody in the commission have any questions? No, okay.
What?
Okay, well, okay, go ahead.
I raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Cohen, you said that the noise is less than a tennis ball. Is that what you said?
Yes.
How does this compare to platform, paddle, it lists paddle tennis or specifically pickleball? I mean, where is it on that scale?
We don't have pickleball, but we do have paddle, and the paddle courts, technically platform tennis, are shown in the. You see where that white arrow is pointing to?
Yep.
That's almost pointing to the four courts. Yeah, right there.
Well, my question was the noise, not the location.
So,
And
your brother
what's your question?
I'll repeat it. How does this ball and this sport compared in noise levels to paddle ball and pickleball?
I don't know about pickleball. My guess is it's probably because of the ball and the fact that it's a softer ball, it probably compares favorably to paddle.
so I think what we're saying to you is per the comments yesterday, you would have to meet the noise ordinance at the property line. You have to meet the noise ordinance. I see you've got residential not too far, but it should work out. And then the second thing I noticed in the plans was you've got those pole lights. You have to meet the lighting ordinance, I'm sorry, the new lighting regulation. And I think that's where Mr. Yeski was going. The pickleball gets a lot of complaints for how loud it is, and it disturbs neighbors during the summer. So those are the two issues that we had yesterday: illumination and the noise at the property line.
We'll be
I would
mindful
go
of that.
beyond the noise ordinance. I wasn't able to stay on because I work for a living and I can't stay all day. And no, I'm serious. It's
No,
a
I
problem.
believe you. It's just, yes.
Yeah. Well, like Mr. Cohen, I need to make a living. I thought we have a policy that there is no pickleball. Mr. Cohen, you mentioned there is no pickleball on this site, right?
Right.
Good. Okay, I'm happy. The noise ordinance is one level, but the pickleball irritation goes it might meet the ordinance, but it goes way beyond in terms of residential neighborhoods. It travels everywhere and very unacceptable. So just curious. And what's the name of this sport again?
Padel, Padel.
And you hit it with a racket or what?
You hit it with a racket. If you go, Pat, if you go back, there you go. There are the rackets, and it shows you, these
Okay.
images show you
Got it. I
how
got
they
it. I got it.
compare.
Thank you very much. I got it.
Okay, Mr. Wells.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, a couple questions, Mr. Cohen. When you come in for, the next time you come in, if you could provide a copy of the drainage manual or the hydrology report you provided, I guess in 2019, for the last time you came in for an application. And maybe you don't know, but we'll be looking at, what level of peak flow are you targeting in your report? And then a question to Pat, I assume, the manual that was provided was obviously in effect 2019. Have there been any material changes in it through amendments or otherwise over the last 5 years?
There has not, Mr. Wells. There's been no
Okay.
changes to the manual. So, and again, the 5-year, it's not a reset. It's if there has been no site plan or site work that predates the proposal, then they can use the existing conditions from 5 years out. But this is not that. There's been a decision once, so we have a full accounting. This will be supplemental to that. So, yeah, I'm not sure why the 5 years keeps getting brought up, but it's not a clean slate, so to speak, or a restart. It's just an addendum there of the last decision.
Pat, do you
Okay.
mind if I comment on this quickly?
Sure.
Michelle Cronin for the record. So the pre-construction keeps coming up because, or excuse me, the 5-year look back keeps coming up because that's sort of the standard that the engineering division uses to determine what pre-construction status the site was at before you started construction. And so that's why we keep going back to that. So Mr. Wells, to your point, we never did a full drainage report. We've always been coming in as a decrease since 2019. So when you compare the site to 2019, we're still at a decrease in impervious coverage, even with the Padel courts.
Right, but it's not there's a fair accounting, I guess what I was saying, Michelle, is it's not like you're starting at zero. We know what your impervious was from 2019.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's not an unknown number. I think that was what I was trying to say.
Right, so there
Okay.
just won't be any drainage report to provide with our final applications because we haven't done one. We've always just been reducing impervious coverage from 2019.
Okay. How are you going to calculate impervious? Are you going to come back and have a survey and calculate impervious and give us a firm number for the
Yes.
current green area?
Yes, we will.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay. And got that. I think I'm just going to make a comment. Obviously, no changes in the drainage manual. You're within guidelines there, but we're seeing in applications that DPW is pushing people to go beyond the manual and to target peak flow at a 100-year storm. And as we know, a lot of if I could finish, please. If I could finish.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr.
We
Wells.
also
Commissioner
know
Wells.
that over the last 5 years, we got a Drayton now, but we've getting more rainstorm, a lot more flooding in town. So this is of great interest to me, and you are well below our green area target of 78%. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, so you've got that, Michelle, in the green area. Anything else, Mr. Wells?
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Levy has fallen out of the meeting and just came back in, I guess, huh? All right, Mr. Levy, he has his hand up, but I don't think, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this pre-application?
I'm here.
Okay, I know, I don't know, there's another.
I'm just changing devices.
Okay, you need to turn one of them off?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this pre-application at 276 Lake? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, no comments from the public. Okay, so Mr. Cohen and Ms. Cronin, we've actually also been talking to DPW about the whole issue with drainage exemptions and trying to reduce them. And so we really would like you to focus on all of that. And we know the language is not as rewarding as we would like for what is pervious. But at this point, if you would work with what you got, and again, and I have no problem with it going to ARC at this time. Does anybody object to going to ARC before the application is filed? No. Please make sure that ARC focuses on the lights because you've got those pole lights and I believe that the height may not be fully compliant and you need to do the bugs and whatever.
Yes,
Yes,
we
your
will.
regulations are very, very hard to meet.
Okay, that's it. So y'all go have a nice evening now.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you
We
so much.
appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.
All right. Our next application, we now open the regular meeting was already open with that. And so our next application in the regular meeting would be Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works for a municipal improvement. This is to replace the Dorothy Hamill rink within the Eugene Morlott Memorial Park at 0 Western Junior Highway and 1 Sue Mertz Way. This is in the R6 zone. Then in addition, Mr. Basili, we are going to open the public hearing as well now because we will hear the preliminary. The next item is the preliminary site plan and special permit for the same application at replace the Dorothy Hamill rink at Eugene Morlott Park in the R6 zone. And this is 11.53 acres plus 1.79 acres. So Mr. Basili, if you want to do you want to do a sound check?
Oh, of course. Hold on. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, great. All right. So the public hearing is now open. And with that, where is our applicants?
I am not seeing the applicant in the room, Madam Chair. So, Langen,
All right.
um,
Are we hearing from, well,
Is it Mr. Romano who is the representative?
it
yeah.
should be.
All right. So I'm tell you what I'm going to do. Mr. Camillo is in the meeting and he was a public speaker. He wants to speak on behalf of the application. So I am going to promote Mr. Camillo, surprise him, and I'm going to let Mr. Camillo talk about the application while, quick as a bunny, Mr. Leroux, you find the applicant.
Working on it. Thank you.
Mr. Camillo. He is rejoining. Fred, if you would unmute
Oh,
and
yeah.
there you go. Okay.
Thank you. I was waiting for it to zoom me in. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Camillo, as you may have heard, Luigi isn't here yet. So they haven't started presenting. And since you were going to speak, why don't you go ahead and give your public comments first?
Sure. Thank you all, Madam Chair and Commission members and the public that's listening. As you all know, the Dorothy Hamill skating rink opened in 1972. It was just a slab of ice and boards. My aunt used to take me there every Wednesday, and little by little, we saw over the years it was added on piecemeal. Unfortunately, because of that, it was never really, excuse me, up to the standards. And if you go around Fairfield County, it was embarrassing to see teams coming into Greenwich and then Greenwich teams going to these other facilities and seeing where they played. On top of all that, the building is now at the end of its useful life. We're looking at this thing not lasting much longer. We've been been warned about this for a couple of years now. So this is not just a couple month effort. It's not a couple year effort. This is a several decade effort. Thousands and thousands of people have responded to this in town. Users, residents who just like to go there and watch games, very supportive of this. And this has been vetted over and over and over again. And finally, we've got it to this point where we would flip it to where South Straza Field is, and also take care of that, because that in 2005, I was part of a group who founded the Greenwich Baseball Foundation and had all these grand plans for a nice field there that we don't have in town, with dugouts and a home run fence and a scoreboard. That will happen here with the flip. We also found it's going to be cheaper to flip this over because of things like the rock that's underneath the skating rink. Also, we always talk about what we can do with our energy footprint. If you kept the rink where it is now, you couldn't even put solar panels there because of the trees. Where it would go in the corner, left field corner, you'll see it's perfect for that. So it really addresses two needs. And the third need is, I've mentioned over and over again, and I think somebody misinterpreted what I said the other night, apparently at the Vets Club, when we did the 9/11, the Veterans Day ceremony. When people, I've been going on that field since I hate to say it, the late 70s, and was on there every weekend for 35 years, umpiring and coaching. People would sit in the stands and they had no idea that there was a memorial grove behind there. Part of this plan when we do this is also to make sure that that is enhanced and that doesn't happen again, and that people know exactly what's in that grove there for the young men that gave their lives for our country, and they're all local boys. And on top of all that, we have one private donor already willing to come forward, waiting for an MI, and then we can release more information. But there's also a couple other people we're talking to who also want to help out with this, in addition to someone who reached out to me about the baseball field, which is a lot cheaper, even though it's going to be a beautiful one. It's nothing, it's not a building. So all that has now fallen into place, and I get calls all the time from people saying, why haven't you guys moved on this? But there's a lot of issues, and you brought up a lot of good questions and a lot of things that you need some answers on. And so they've been, I believe, been provided. And I want to thank Luigi and his team for working diligently on this for a long time. But this is something that's at a critical stage now. If this is not approved and we lose this opportunity, it'll be a long time before this is visited again. And then once the building fails, people are going to say, well, why did the town wait so long? This is long overdue, but we're very happy to have gotten it to this point, and with a lot of help in the wings waiting for to help assist us with this. But I don't want to leave it to a future generation to have to get this done. I think it's on us now to do something that's been talked about for decades. And I want to thank everybody that's been reaching out, and looking forward to hopefully helping assist with a brand new state-of-the-art rink for the Greenwich residents. And I see Luigi's on here, so.
He made it. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Camillo? All right, okay. So Mr. Camillo, you said you didn't want to stay panelist, so I will demote you. If you want to come back and say anything, just raise your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody.
All righty, Mr. Romano, welcome aboard.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
And by the way, we've combined while we were waiting for you, we combined, I assume you're okay with that. We combined the MI and the site plan.
Yeah, I heard everything. We're all square.
Okay.
There was a name issue. I was lost in the shuffle.
Oh, okay. And also what happened, something happened with Zoom yesterday as well. So
Oh, gotcha.
it ran another update. Okay. All right, sir, go ahead.
Excellent. So we're all back here looking at the rink again. We've made a few modifications since our last submission, and I'm just gonna breeze through those briefly. So most of it in alignment. Just want to call out some of the things associated with the POCD and the municipal improvement status. One thing that we've talked about a lot through this project is the Veterans Grove and the adjacent Lion House, other historic structures. We're going to be calling out some of those with some plaques and little informational signage so that people are more aware of them when they're walking through the park. They can be pointed to those and have a better understanding of their significance. Not to pass on the significance of the rink itself as well. You know, the rink itself is named after Dorothy Hamill. It's the road to the driveway that it's off of is Sue Murr's Way. So there's a long history of skating in Greenwich as well, and I think that speaks to the community character and sense of place for the town and the neighborhood. The parking lot has been redone. We've made some minor modifications to move the crossing out of the center. It is now moved to the north where there's a sidewalk that connects the playground and the skating rink all along the Veterans Tree Grove. We've added an additional handicap stall up there and reconfigured the parking so that our traffic count increased some. We are now providing 121 spaces per our traffic study for our peak use. 116 cars were counted parked on site for a big varsity game with additional services being conducted. So we feel that complies with objective 5 and 6 of the POCD and designing the parking field so that it accounts for the peak demand, not necessarily the original call out. The skating facility has been moved to the north, as we're all aware, as Fred so very well put. It has a variety of benefits. One, there's a lower environmental impact from the blasting or potential blasting and grading in the area of the existing rink. There's also the enhanced PV potential because you have a greater southern exposure. I think one of the questions was on the effectiveness of the PV panels with shade, and from my discussions with others, the shading of the PV panels significantly reduces their effectiveness because if you have shade on a certain portion, you can block out some or a group of them. It can range from 30 to 80%. So it depends on where the shade is hitting, but you can get a fairly significant reduction in PV, rendering it much less effective if it's in a shaded area. So moving it to the north where the trees are not going to be affecting it is going to be a huge boon for the effectiveness of that PV installation. We have the impervious areas. I know the size of the rink is a concern, especially regarding green space. The rink itself is being allocated and designed as efficiently as we basically can get it at this point. The only features inside the rink, within the walls of the building, are basically core features that need to be in any rink that's designed. We have 4 locker rooms, which are spelled out so that there's an efficiency in operating the rink, so that the operations can function accordingly. The other features are basically pedestrian traffic, mechanical areas, restrooms, skate sharpening and rental areas, the places for people to sit, to put on, take off skates, and then a little event space. So there's really no room to shrink this any further. Everything in there is based on the operation parameters and code requirements. Of note, some comparables have rinks in the area have dedicated locker rooms for high school teams. Excuse me. This one will not. So that reduces the square footage required. The other reductions in square footage that we were able to achieve were in eliminating a pro shop, which is common in some rinks where you can buy pucks, sticks, tape, gloves, etc., and a full-fledged concession stand. So there's no concession stand in this rink, which reduced the square footage of the building itself. So all that said, if you then look to where the existing rink is today, and you take into account the existing impervious area all around it, you can see that there's a lot of adjacent impervious area that's supporting that rink facility. So even though the facility is getting larger, the amount of green space and impervious area is not that different and pretty much relative to the same. And we have a little exhibit in there for you to see to kind of visualize that a little better. Moving on to the ball field. The ball field is being better oriented to avoid sun glare for the outfielders. The outfield area itself is maintained an enlarged area. So we tried to keep this as big as we could because we know that today it's used for mixed use. It's not just a ball field. It may be used for ball play at some times of the day, but it's also used by neighbors and visitors to the park for passive recreation, you know, go through a frisbee, walk a dog, etc. So we wanted to maximize that. Along the ball field itself, the foul lines are going to be set at 300 actual feet, as opposed to where today the right field line is short. This will allow for enhanced operations use through Parks and Rec. The behind the home plate will receive dugouts, bleachers, a bullpen, warm-up area, swing boxes for the people warming up to go at bat. So it's a very much an enhanced ball field. The tree grove itself, through the iterations of this project moving forward, is now a designated protected area, designated the Byron Veterans Memorial Tree Grove. So that's a pretty good, big win for the very important grove of trees and what they reflect and resemble. The surrounding area is now all interconnected. We added some walking trails. We got some very positive feedback from our survey, which hit about almost 3,000 people. The passive recreation was a huge response to a very common feature and use in that park. So people come out and just walk around. We were able to accommodate some enhanced passive recreation by incorporating some walking trails around the perimeter. With the revision of the site layout by moving the ring to the north and the ball field to the south, we were able to flatten the site and leverage some grading so that the walkway is a lot more accessible as well. Overall, we're reducing 19 trees need to be removed. Most of that is because of the reconfiguration of the parking lot. We are adding in more trees than required to offset some heat island. And
You're at
Let's see.
43 trees in total, 39 plus the 4 being relocated.
correct, yes, we're at 19 removed and 43 proposed, Madam Chair. These trees that we're proposing, including the shrubs, are all native species. We're working closely with the tree warden to discuss size, location, caliper, species, all the above. Some of that ties into pollinator pathway principles and things of that nature. Site development all follows drainage manual specifications. We're leveraging that to enhance the drainage systems all around the area. And then the site lighting is all going to be according to the codes as well. We've added some bicycle racks, enhanced connections to Western Junior and Summers, turf pavers where applicable to further reduce impervious area. And I think overall the greatest achievement we've had here is that even with this larger facility, because of the efficiencies we were able to capture in the reconfiguration of the parking lot and the removal of the subsequent impervious area asphalt around the existing skating rink, we were actually able to increase the amount of green space provided in this plan versus what's there today.
That it? You're stopping?
Sure.
I mean, no, you
Let me have
stopped,
it.
so.
No, yep, that's
Okay,
it.
Mr. Lowe has his hand up.
That's
Mr.
the
Lowe,
summary.
if you would go ahead, and then Ms. Jenkins is following Mr. Lowe.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, I don't know whether you were listening in yesterday at our briefing. I was curious about whether we had an exact number for the incremental increase in the square footage of the building that's associated with the building codes and what you referred to, I believe, as operational requirements. In other words, what do those things, those items, what influence specifically and numerically, quantify them please, in square footage, what do they add to this, to the increase in, how they influence the increase in the overall size of the building?
So I can say that the existing building is 30,946 square feet, almost 31,000. And the proposed building is 40,671 square feet. So there's a deviation of, let's do that quick, plus or minus 10,000 square feet increase in size. A lot of that is just the facility itself and what needs to go along with it, like you were getting at. So you have a certain amount of seating in the building. You need to have a specific number of restrooms to accommodate those people.
I understand that.
Okay.
Let me, maybe you could quantify what others might consider discretionary, if any, items that are forcing this building to be another 9 or 10,000 square feet larger than the existing.
Yeah, so I would say that there's not really any discretionary items included. Everything is pretty much core and required. You have your skating rink at the core of the facility with your bleachers to the north and your locker rooms to the south. Those are all required to spectate and participate on the actual skating. To the east of the building, all the mechanicals are lined up. Those are all core and required in order to provide a rink surface, you know, the ice making equipment, the HVAC, the electrical, the plumbing systems, etc. On the western portion of the building, you have your restrooms, and that kind of completes your square. And you come down the line with the staff offices, skate rental area, sharpening's in the back, but you have your skate rentals in the front, your lounge for people to put on, take off skates, and then an event space, which is used as a multi-purpose room in this case, to also save space.
Okay, thank you. I'll be interested to hear whether others, it seems like other people have, would dispute the notion that these are all of these things are true requirements. I'm not questioning it. I understand. I wanted you to at least take a shot at clarifying it for everybody, that there's a difference. And you have mentioned that that when all is said and done, the amount of impervious surface is unchanged or possibly reduced, and the amount of green space is also increased. Just to confirm that, right?
Yeah, we're increasing our green space, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Ms. Jenkins, if you would go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of take Mr. Lowe's question and turn it a little bit, if you don't mind. You have a significant user population, and there's no question in my mind that there should be a full-service skating rink in Greenwich. So I'm not questioning for a moment that the appeal and the necessity for replacing the existing rink. But I looked at what you call participant numbers in terms of one of the responses to the questions that we asked in August. And you were listing participants as 24,000, and I believe you're actually referring to attendance numbers. I'm assuming we don't have 24,000 individuals who use the facility. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so
excuse me, Joe Siciliano, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Mr. Siciliano, how are you?
Good. How are you this evening?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. So if you look at that chart that we put together, the participants, obviously there's some repeats. There has to be to get that. But
Okay.
So we felt that this was the only way that we could explain it, because I do not know how many of these participants repeat use of the facility. But what we do know is that these are the participants and these are the hours, which are probably more important of ice time that each one of these groups rents from the town or uses. So we figured we'd give you on balance some information that gives you a little bit of view of both of it, but literally you can't take it that there's 24,000 individuals, one-time users, okay? So we tried to do this the best we could to kind of give you an idea of what the scope is of use.
Yeah, and the magnitude is very impressive. And let me kind of now tell you what my question is. I'm in a position. The commission is in a position to have to strike an unusual balance here because of the location of the facility. If this was a full service and space was not an issue, obviously the bigger the better. But in this case, we have a user population, a dedicated an enthusiastic user population versus the overall population of residents in Greenwich. So I need to try to figure out an appropriate balance between providing the absolute best ice rink in that location and balance it against the loss of a park. And again, not questioning the value of the rink, but saying the benefit of this is balanced against loss of public green space. So, for example, when you talk about particular provisions, and maybe this should go back to Mr. Romano, when you talk about particular square footage in the building, I understand that it's desirable to have 4 locker rooms with showers. on the other hand, is it reasonably necessary in order to fully use that facility? And the answer, I think, on that was timing, in terms of if you've got two teams playing and two teams coming, there's a delay involved. So you have 4 locker rooms for the switch over between teams. And my question on that is a timing issue really sufficient to justify the square footage of having 4 locker rooms with showers? And again, I'm asking this as a question because I'm not a skater. And I understand the need for certain facilities here, but they have to be reasonably necessary because you are encroaching on a public space. You are in a park. You're not in a commercial area. And again, some of your comparables, you know, Chelsea Piers doesn't much matter. You know, Chelsea Piers is Chelsea Piers, no matter how many ice rinks it is included. So again, reasonably necessary use of square footage is where I'm really coming out here. You've got showers, you have multiple locker rooms, you have offices, you have seating, and then you have an event space, and you've got offices. If it's reasonably necessary to have that space, is there any way to have a multiple use space, an open space with some flexibility so that you're not unnecessarily taking away portion of the park? Again, the location here makes this a much more difficult balance for me. So again, yes, I know you'd love to have 4 locker rooms. Is it really reasonably necessary to have the square footage of the non-ice surface involved in this project? And I'm not there yet, and anything you'd like to say to convince me would be helpful. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments and questions. So I'm going to try to dribble through them. There were a few in there.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's all good. I'm trying to keep track of them all. So the use of the facility and the layout itself, yes, it is necessary in order to provide a functional operation and an effective operation, one that Parks and Rec can manage well, that Joe can speak to further after I go, is you really need to have those 4 locker rooms in there to make the most time and best use of your ice and achieve the best operation. You mentioned the event space in there separate from the skating. When teams are in there, most other rinks generally have a separate meeting room and a team room versus an event room. So this location, we use them combined into a multi-purpose room where if teams needed to have like a coaches meeting or something like that, they can come in and use that event space while people are out skating. In other rooms, you would have your own space to go, and then people could still have a birthday party, for example. So we tried to combine as many uses as possible in order to shrink our proposed square footage. What were some of the other things? Overall, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the offices, I understand you have staff.
Yes.
But it's not entirely clear to me. Do you need those offices for full-time staff that are on the premises every time the facility's open?
You want to take that one, Joe?
Well, we have a staff at the rink. We have a manager who's there. We need to provide space for him. We have office staff that to provide support to the rink operation, not only in scheduling and providing service to the public. So we need to have some kind of operation where we can have individualized spaces so that all of this can happen. I mean, we're going to run our business from the rink. We're looking at an expanded season. And obviously, you need to have the people on staff on location and to provide them with a minimum amount of space in order to manage the facility. So we're not really asking for more than we need, but there are some minimum requirements here to get the rink in full operation.
Okay, so once you have a new larger rink, you're going to have greater staff requirements in terms of space then?
We have a staffing requirement right now. We need a manager. We need office staff to run the front end office. We need a place for our workers to be. We have a Zamboni operator. We have skate guards. We have ice hockey referees that need to come onto the facility and have a place to change and to gather before an event, before an ice hockey game. We have skating instructors that need to, have a facility to meet in, to organize their groups. and to meet with their clientele of people for some on-land instruction. So we have all of this going on, and we're just looking at these spaces as what would be the minimum requirements we need to provide these opportunities in a new facility.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And to touch back on the locker rooms further, so we spoke about the 4 being the minimum allowed, excluding Chelsea Piers, excluding other ones with this excessive amount of locker rooms and twin rings with two ice sheets itself. The every other rink in Fairfield County has a minimum of 4 locker rooms for that reason. It's so that they can balance the timing, because it does take a long time to put skates on, take skates off, change, etc. And if you only have 1 sheet of ice, so you really need to make effective use of that sheet of ice while you can. And to do that, you really need to have 2 pairs of locker rooms. That's the minimum best practice out there. Most, and again, to compare to more other additional areas, teams like New Canaan and Ridgefield, I believe, practice at Wonderland of Ice, and they when they rent their ice for the season, they actually get a dedicated locker room as part of that lease package. So it's very common for high school teams, which is a bonus for parents and the athletes themselves. They actually get a dedicated locker room for the season where they can store their gear. That saves them from hauling it in and out and needing to carry it back and forth to and from practice and games. So it's very advantageous for them for that. But here we have the minimum down to really cut down that square footage proposed. So I think if you saw this proposal on a different property, you would see a significantly larger facility. The reason you're seeing it as is because we've taken all that into account and listened to the feedback we received from the commission in the many pre-apps and the prelim that we had previous to this, and really tried to pay a sincere focus to the amount of green space that we are taking up. I believe you mentioned it's a loss. I do want to clarify that we are proposing, there is 79.6% green space today on the property. The proposed plan brings that up to 80.4% green space. So we are, with the renovations, increasing the amount of green space provided with this set of plans.
And that's an interesting number because, of course, you've got a larger building, so the green space may be improving, but the size of the building and the park is going to be increasing. So
that's correct.
Again, I'm
Yes.
trying to strike the
And-
balance here between.
And part of that is the parking, and at some point, when everybody's done, we need to come to the parking, but
Yes.
it's the reduction in the number of parking spaces from 137 to 122. Is that it, Ms.
I'm
Jenkins?
done. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So, Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have one question for Mr. Romano and 2 for Mr. Siciliano. Mr. Romano, you mentioned that with the flip, there'd be less blasting and I guess less digging. I understand going to a year-round skating facility, you have to go deeper. You have to have, greater, I guess, ice-making machines. Could you indicate how much deeper you have to go? And again, just give a little more information on why it's better to flip in terms of the blasting and digging or site disturbance up where the current rink is versus where you propose it to be.
Certainly. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wells. So the existing rink facility where it is, if we kept the proposed location where the existing location is, you would be impeding the ground underneath it further, because that ice slab itself has a thicker assembly, like you were saying. Part of that is just because of the way they're built nowadays, more modern technology and assemblies. You have your ice making sheet, you have a layer underneath that with your slab that's embedded in it. You have the coolant pipes that create the ice running through that. You have insulation, then you have reheat to make sure that the ground underneath your rink doesn't freeze. And then, so that creates a thicker assembly. So you picture it like a bigger hamburger. If you have a double stack, shall we say, if you put the ball field in consideration instead of that, you're more at like a single stack, single patty hamburger, because all you have is your depth of topsoil in order to provide a sufficient growing surface, to provide a, good turf grassed area where the grass is soft and grows effectively. It doesn't need to be as thick as this assembly for the skating rink needs to be. So wherever the rink goes, it needs to go deeper. By moving it to the north, we can leverage the site and the grading to pretty much tie in with natural grades. And according to some of the borings we have, we're not expecting to hit any ledge in that area. Where the baseball field then comes back to where the existing rink is today, it has a thinner assembly, so it doesn't need to go as deep. By moving it back, we have less interference with that area, which would mean less of an impact, potential blasting right next to those residents along Sherman Avenue.
Right, and is the ledge higher where the current rink is than it
Yes.
is in where the current, okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. So, two questions for Mr. Siciliano. Could you talk a little bit more about the effect of the sun and the sun glare? And I guess my question is, the ball field is now, let's say, I think it is, the hitters there are looking out towards the southeast. And are they now currently affected by the sun? And then if you move them to where you're proposing, they'll be looking, I guess, towards the southwest or northwest. Yeah, northwest. And how is that an improvement with the sun during the time of year when the ball players are playing?
Okay, yes, I'd be glad to answer that. Well, the orientation of the field currently, at certain times, the sun is right directly into the batter's eyes.
Right.
So that it's not the optimum it depends on the position of the sun, the time of the year, but we have that situation currently. By changing the orientation of the field, it corrects that situation, and the batters, for the most part, will be, won't have direct sunlight into their eyes. And it would be a major improvement for the playability of the field.
Do you also view this as a safety issue? I mean, the batter's got the sun in his eyes and the baseball is coming at him at 90 miles an hour, right?
Well,
not to lead the witness.
It's what we have to deal with at the moment because of the orientation of the field. But in this plan, we can correct that situation and eliminate a big portion of that safety issue that you just mentioned, because the field will be in the proper orientation and to maximize the amount of playability that we can in a safe manner.
Great, thank you. Final question, understand that a lot of the concern is the loss of the passive recreation on the park if we do the flip, and the passive recreation will be out of commission for 2 years. But I guess this is a definitional thing. Do you think skating is a passive recreation?
I can think it can be, depending if you're playing competitive or not.
Well, public skating.
Public
right?
skating is a passive recreation sport.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not
Thank
to
you.
To me, passive recreation sitting on a park bench. Okay, but Joe
Thank you.
doesn't want me at his parks. Okay, Mr. Yeski's next.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for sending over the extra information about what this means to residents of Greenwich. I've heard from a number of them on that we're now calling passive. I call it public skating. We tend to not talk about that, but it's one of those things that people love about the town. On that thought, I was pushing on, and Joe, maybe this is a question for you. I think we got into this 2 times ago. Of all the activities, if there's a crunch on time or something, is there a policy that says Greenwich residents get priority or something like that? I don't know that I don't remember getting an answer to that. Is there something?
I would say that, besides from bringing in out-of-town teams for competitive play.
Yeah, that's different.
Sometimes during competition, we have different mix of people that we look at the people registering for programs, residents that register for programs. We look at team rosters. We look at the high school who we provide service to at all levels, male and female. We look at the privates that we provide service to, that knowing that most of their clientele is coming from either the public school or the private schools. And we understand that it's not 100% foolproof, but a large portion, more than a large portion, are Greenwich residents and attached to a Greenwich organization.
Can you put a number to that? Is it above?
I would, sitting here comfortably, I would say 90% plus.
Okay. Because that was the basic of my question. I want to make sure Greenwich, this is for Greenwich residents. And we've been kind of circling around that, but that answers my question. Plus the data, plus just the extra information that we've been looking at. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's it.
So
Thank you.
actually, we saw in the material that you were going to require the parks pass for the recreational, so that would be residents, right?
Excuse me?
And that you were going to require a parks pass for entry for the recreational skaters, for the, just like the folks that are just going to skate?
I'm not sure where you got that from, but I did not say that.
Okay, I think it was, we saw it in somewhere in the material that referenced the parks pass, and it could be that nobody talked to you, Mr. Siciliano. All right.
No, but we have we check the, the way we check residency is through the rosters. People pay their fee for programs. We know that kids are in school, et cetera. And we do not require a park pass to enter the facility, just like we don't require a park pass to enter Cone Eastern Greenwich Civic Center or Western Greenwich Civic Center. But we do have a way to check the percentage of residents using the facility.
Okie dokie. So, Dennis, was that it? Does anybody?
That was it. I'm satisfied.
All right. So one of the things that comes out in Mr. Siciliano, can you hear me okay? Should I turn up my volume? It looks
I'm
like
good. I'm
okay.
good.
All right. I thought maybe the sound on your computer was off. One of the things that comes out in the traffic report, and that Beta comments as well, since you're taking the rink to 11 months and you're going to have the bigger baseball field, at peak times, you may not have enough parking. If we were to move this to final, we would ask you, I believe we should ask you to revisit whether or not you really do have enough parking for peak. Now, I know what Mr. Siciliano knows how to do is he balances. If he's got a big event in one place, he doesn't do a second event, or he could take a baseball game over to Western Middle. But in the meantime, what comes out in both your consultant's traffic analysis as well as the Beta questions is there really enough parking for peak? And if we're going to do this and we're going to spend $23 million, which was at the outset, let's make sure that what we deliver is enough parking. And let's just revisit that. Okay, let's just make sure, because your traffic analysis indicates that it's going to be short. Okay. Your own analysis. Okay.
May I comment on that, Madam Chair?
Of course.
So I believe with the short, with the 116 from our peak flow is what the peak demand is what you were referencing there. With the renovations to the parking lot, we made some revisions since the initial submission on this preliminary cycle, and the new traffic count is 121. So we were able to capture some additional spaces with some reorganized efficiencies, and we now exceed that peak use case.
Okay, we would ask you to just, when you're coming back for final, that you document that exactly where you are, because all we had was the question from Beta that hasn't been answered from our traffic consultant. And Patrick's going to add some things. So go ahead, Patrick, and then I'll go on.
Yeah, I think it also needs to have a discussion about the ball fields and other activities that may be scheduled in the park, and if they're going to be not non-concurrent or smaller events in the rink versus larger events in the field or whatever. Just an understanding, because it is parking for the park and not just the rink, right?
Yeah. Mr. Siciliano.
So we've done this very successfully in other facilities. Currently, the Cone Eastern Greenwich Civic Center has a field and a new building. We control all the scheduling out of my office, okay? We have a field scheduler and we have a building manager, just like we will be doing at the Cone Eastern Greenwich Civic Center. We'll be coordinating events, parking, field operations, et cetera. And we will be able to control the parking at this location.
So what I'm asking you for is if we were to move it to final, when you come back in with final, you just show us how you're going to do that. Along the same lines, DPW asked you guys, sorry, Luigi, not your DPW, Mike Kiselak DPW was asking if you looked at the traffic at peak times on the surrounding roadways and how it fit with the peak time. So that's another thing to respond to if you were to come back for final. There's been some lack of clarity. I understand that the high school actually does currently practice at Hamel, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just turn up the volume on it. I think the computer, you may have in somewhere in our material, it says Greenwich High School does not practice at Hamel right now, but the Board of Ed, Giorgio, somebody named George, they
He's
do.
he's the AD, yes.
Yeah, they do practice, right? He says they do practice at Hamel.
The high school hockey team?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, somewhere in our material, it says they don't.
No,
they
the high
definitely
school.
do.
Chair, I believe,
school-
I-
The
sorry.
high school men's program and the women's program both use it for practice and for games.
Good, okay, just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Siciliano, at the time that you guys did the Cohen Center, they took out the locker rooms and the showers, and they purposely removed them for what I'm told were security reasons. That's what I found in the. Do you remember why they were purposely removed and what has changed?
Well, what's really changed, or nothing's really changed, in the sense that in that design of that building, having one gymnasium, we have an influx of people coming, going, but here at the rink, I mean, we have an ice sheet, and we need the locker facilities are integral, great part of changing, getting to the rink, changing, getting on the ice, the switch over between ice sessions, and also leaving, because people will want to change, will want to shower before they leave. And we had this conversation earlier. Most of the people that are local, but if we're bringing in out of town teams, or we're trying to attract men's groups or early morning operations, when people would want to use the ice time at 7 o'clock in the morning, they would want to use it and shower and go to work. It's just like going to the Y and working out. And so there's more need for rink showers at the rink and the rink operation than a civic center that has different type of programming.
And to add to that just a little bit, all the restrooms there, those showers, they're all individual, and there is some past history of teams coming into town. Like I believe recently, the high school was interested in playing a game against a team in Rhode Island, and the team in Rhode Island declined the game strictly because there were no showers at the facility.
Good to know. Okay, so it is for away teams from the high school, and it is for adults who may skate early in the morning and during their lunch hour.
And we also have we supply ice time for the female team and teams and at the rink, and obviously the 4 locker rooms would be necessary because we have 2 different utilizations, one from the men's organization, one from the female organization, and we're responsible to provide service, equal service on Title IX. So we want to be sure that we're the facilities are the minimum amount of locker rooms, but we're able to do the turnovers so that all can have equal opportunity to get the service that they need.
Okay, Patrick, did you want to say something?
I'm not finding it right now. I thought, Mr. Romano, in the materials, you noted that the high school doesn't practice there are days of practice elsewhere and not exclusively at the facility.
I had seen that too, but today, I was with the chair of the Board of Ed, and I asked her, and she said they practice at Dorothy Hamel.
Well, they do practice, but again, it was the impression I got was that it wasn't every, if it's 4 days, 3 days a week or something like that. But I guess, Joe, you would know if you're scheduling it. So
Mr. Siciliano.
Well, we have a schedule for the high school, both men's and women's teams, but if you look at the information I provided in the chart, they rent 209 hours of time for the season.
Right.
Obviously, it's just not games. It's practice for both the men's and the women's organizations from the high school.
No, I remember the same comment that Madam Chair had, that there was just that the high school may be renting some ice elsewhere for practice, and that's what I thought. I again, I'm having trouble finding it again, but that's fine. I
Yeah.
understand.
I don't
Now-
recall that.
We
I
can
know
address
Miss-
that or correct it, but the high school, this is their primary practice
Mhm.
and game rink right here.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know if anywhere else that they rent space.
Mr.
Well,
Siciliano.
yeah, obviously,
okay.
if the athletic director isn't renting ice elsewhere, then that's the answer, right?
That's the answer. So, Mr. Siciliano, I've got a question for you, literally from left field. You did an inventory of your playing fields and your needs, I think about 5 years ago.
Yes,
And in that one, you were short as I couldn't find it, but what I remember, what I was reminded of is that you were short rectangular fields as well as the baseball hardball fields. I were you shorter of the baseball of what you're going to on the baseball, or were you shorter of the rectangular fields?
so let me just address that. We were short baseball diamonds in the large field category, okay? And this is a 90-foot base diamond. It addresses at least an additional field that will be more to the standard that we would like, or to have in Greenwich, so that this field is a 90-foot diamond, which we're replacing. We're just flipping it, but this will have 300-foot field lines, and it will be more. Right now, we have on the right field line of the current field, we have 165 feet. This will bring it up to, this new orientation will bring it up to 300 feet. It'll be more playable for more organizations. We'll be able to play Babe Ruth, freshman baseball, JV baseball, which we are currently not able to play at this moment. We selectively pick the teams that can play on this field because of the right field line distance.
Okay. Jumping on to another question, Simsbury is about to redo their field, their ice rink, and they are adding 2 small practice rinks. Was there any consideration of our needing smaller practice rinks? Do you have any reason to want to include that?
Well, because we've been in this conversation about land use, and this would just, right now we are saying, or I am saying that with the proposed rink, the additional ice slab square feet, we will be able to present all the programs that we currently and operate with that one ice sheet. And I was just at the Simsbury rink this weekend. My son lives there, and saw their operations. They're creating an ice skating center. It's a figure skating arena. They're bringing in all kinds of potential hopefuls for the Olympics and other types of events. So it's a different approach. They do less hockey there and more figure skating.
Okay. That they've always had that as an Olympic training facility.
Right.
So, and now they're upgrading it, but I saw the upgrade plans and I just wanted to ask you that question. Mr. Lowe, why don't you go ahead? I'm almost.
I just wanted to be clear about something. On the issue of the showers, they would not be restricted to visiting teams and early morning adult use, I assume, but they would also be available for and utilized by the high school teams and other groups. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yes, they'd be open for use by anyone.
Okay, and getting back, just to re-clarify again, what Ms. Jenkins brought up, referring to a loss of green space. The contention here is that we would not be losing green space. And I just want to, this argument's gone back and forth, and there seems to be the perception on the part of some that we're losing green space, and that is being put forth as a strong argument against the sizing of the building and everything else. But the town maintains that we are not losing overall green space, but we are increasing it. Is that correct, Mr. Romano?
That's accurate, Mr. Lowe. Yes, when you look at the existing site, if you look at everything east of the parking lot, in essence, today you have a ball field with a oversized outfield. and a rink. And that's exactly what it's going to be in the future. The only difference is that it's being switched to leverage some additional benefits like the solar PV and the ADA accessibility of the slopes and the grading, etc. But when you actually look at the ground cover itself, the amount, even if you put it back where it is today and washed away those other benefits, then you would still have the same size footprint building in a different location. So the
Yeah.
green space number doesn't change.
Yeah.
It's not the flip
be-
that effectuates that change. It's just the program and where the modern codes and everything else has come to this point.
Right. Well, it may just be a matter of semantics, but I hear, we're hearing different things from different people, and it would be great if we could kind of put that to rest, however it falls. I mean,
Yeah.
we're losing green space or we're not.
Yeah, there's been a few versions, so it's understandable. Right now, we are increasing green space.
Okay, so that's something just need to be when, if it moves to final, you would just need to be very clear on that. Mr. Lowe, is there anything else?
No, those, right, not for now.
All right, Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, again, not to kick a dead horse here, but the building is increasing in size. So there's we can have the same answer, two different answers here that are consistent. You're increasing the green space, the green area, technically, because you're reducing the parking, but the mass of your building is going to be 10,000 square feet greater than your existing building. So with due respect to Mr. Lowe, I'm not saying, gee, we're losing green area. What you're doing is you're putting a larger building in a park. So to the extent that the green space, open space is being affected differently by a large building. And again, I think Mr. Lowe, you and I are seeing the same thing from a different point of view. Yes, the green area is better, but the open green space of the park is being affected by the increase in the size. So with all due respect, I think we're not disagreeing. We're just looking at different parameters. And I have to look at it in terms of, yes, the building is going to be bigger.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping not to have a different point of view. I'm hoping to just establish the facts of what's going on here. Not introducing opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
And to clarify the reduction of parking, the associated impervious area around the existing rink, that is predominantly going to be eliminated with the more efficient layout of the new one. That's a lot of large walkways, driveways, etc. There's very limited parking when you look around the perimeter of the existing rink. There's only those couple handicap spaces. So it's not like we're eliminating all the parking field in order to accommodate the green space. There's a lot of additional poorly utilized space that is just pavement, large areas of pavement for no purpose that are circling this building just for access because of how it was developed over the time period that it was. That's being better utilized in this new layout.
Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by referring to some comments made by people in Byram that are concerned about this project. I think that the applicant has characterized some of the comments to give them less credence than they deserve. I'm very concerned that there is significant opposition to the project. And I would love to see a project that was a little bit more ambitious and creative, that the community could all buy into. What we're doing is reproducing what's there, and the argument that we're increasing green space isn't amounting to any significant use that beyond what is being used now. What would be of great benefit is to have 2 ball fields. Then I think my understanding from conversations, there would be something that the community could really get behind and say, well, how wonderful. We are taking precious park space, which this end of town has very limited, which is very limited here, and expanding it and making better use of this park. And I would love to see some kind of joining of minds here that creates a better feeling for creating consensus and coming to terms with really truly a great project, instead of just updating the scheme and giving a one particular use, you know, a world-class facility, when the community here is worried that their use may be diminished, and the consequence of it is more traffic as well, and everything that goes along with that. I think that there's much that can be done with the design to create a much more open area and increase the usage, and make everybody happy, which I still hope that you will consider, because it's, you know, this is the opportunity to do that.
Is there something that you wanted Mr. Romano to respond? Is there a question, like what have they looked at, or a specific question, Mr. Levy?
Well, I think that the skating rink could be, you know, is in on the flat, but if it were put on the slope and cut into the bin, if it were a cut and fill situation, you could gain the flat open space for another field, and create a facility that incorporates the parking. And I think that it would be, I think it's important to have more discussion, or at least create some kind of dialogue with the community to understand what their objections are specifically to the project.
So
Okay,
I can touch on
go
that
ahead.
a little bit. We did, I think BNA released a survey. I can't recall when exactly it was. It was a little over a year, at least a year ago, that originally showed something around 80% disapproval with the project, or something to that nature. And that was on the order of magnitude of like 80 people or something like that, which is very local survey for that neighborhood. The town survey that went out also showed a similar percentage of favorability. The vice versa. We had 84% or something like that of people who were proposed with this plan and liked it. With the following some of that, and with the committee meetings and some other meetings that were held, we met with BNA leadership. We've discussed some options. That's where the inclusion of a walking trail came in. based on the public survey and feedback with them. That was something they were very interested in, and we were happy to include in this plan set. Some other vitalizations. I know the veterans group, we didn't touch on this yet today, but the veterans group is interested in having a better setup for the lighting of that flagpole within the grove. With the relocated facility nearby, there's a higher propensity for us to more easily light that permanently. So if there's not using little solar lights that have to go out or be replaced anymore, it could be full-fledged power. There's been several conversations along the way with the community and others to really drive to this, drive the plan to the point where it is at today.
Okay, and on the matter of what Mr. Levy was suggesting, and Nick, you may know the answer to this because you were on the rink committee for a long time. Did anybody look at integrating the parking, either as Mr. Levy is saying, into the building or something like that? Was that explored, cost-wise, et cetera?
Yeah, and I understand this, we don't really get into cost in these, but
No,
there's a
I mean, just,
significant
was it
cost to
explored?
that.
It's the
There was-
cost, yeah, okay.
It was a big cost number, and then there's also concerns, blasting was another big concern we got back from the community. Because the initial thought, there were, at one time, we were discussing putting the rink where it is today and blasting it down to the elevation to meet the roadway so that it would be ADA compliant. And we got a lot of public comments and concerns about the amount of blasting that would entail. So same scenario, if you were to put a large underground parking facility underneath it, for example, you'd be doing a significant amount of blasting right next to those houses.
Mr. Levy?
I don't think that's the only option. There are other ways of designing this, and there are other examples. You don't have to put the parking below. So I think that I would love to see a much more serious analysis of that. And it's about coming up with a design that everybody can be excited about and create a better consensus, because it's just a shame to have the community where you want to do this work not really all be on board. They really do have concerns, and I don't want to diminish them. This is an important part of the process.
Very well understood, Mr. Levy. I would like to add that an additional survey did come out from BNA following some of these revisions on a more recent set of plans. And that one was more of a 60-40 split in favorability. So that the changes that we're making are being well received with some of those members, at least based on the deviation from approval before and after. I'm sure we'll hear tonight from some. I think they're having a survey that's live now. I don't know if it's closed or not yet, but we're certainly in communication with them and trying to make the best of the situation. It is a tight parcel. Yes, it's a tight parcel, and it's challenging. Mm-hmm. But I would say that to me, maybe a 60-40 split will win an election, but we have a community here, and I don't think that we should. I think that you've made some headway, but I think that I would love people to really be excited about this project and not feel like this is an imposition on their neighborhood. Certainly. And I think you've done plenty of good things. I just think that the design could be much more aggressive, far-reaching, and bold, and even create an extra ball field. Yes, and similar to the balance of green space and the balance of rink facility, we're trying to strike that balance between boldness and grounded.
Or tennis courts, or you know, or whatever it is.
But
you know, I don't want to say what the community wants and make those really I don't need to say that. I just think that here you have an opportunity to truly remake this park into something that's spectacular. And yes, you can update the facilities and just put back what's there. But I think you do have the space to do more.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and in the survey, the main comment we got was that walking trail, the passive recreation and all that. So I think that really is a desirable feature from the community. You know, this park is in a nice little pocketed area. There's a lot of residential around it. It does get well used, and I think that really enhances that. Again, from that survey that went out townwide, since this is the only rink in town, it's not like a local field where, you know, we have our park here and this park there, or this field here and this field there. This is the entire town's skating facility, and from the town perspective,
which is part of the tension that's created here.
Yes,
you know,
yes,
and it's unavoidable.
Yes, but it does have a large amount of positive support as well.
Right, but we're looking for to create as much consensus as possible.
Always.
And you've done good things here. I'm just suggesting that you can do more.
Thank you.
Mr. Siciliano.
I just want to say that there's a huge amount of sensitivity here, and that we're with the community, being brought up and born in the Barn Bend town. I understand it, and that that we've met for hundreds of hours, taking input, surveys, etc. We've even gone as far as laying out the building. Myself, Mr. Romano, Mr. Camillo met with the hierarchy of the B&A, Mr. Kantorski, Liz Eckert on site. Mr. Romano laid out the corners of the building. We put it right on the ground for them. And we didn't hear any big opposition. I mean, they represent the Barham neighborhood community. We went to the leadership to try to vet some of these things and give them an opportunity for all of this input. And we didn't find any big resistance, and that they understood the task that was in front of us. I will tell you from and I don't want to regress to the power plant property, but the walking paths at the power plant property are a home run. And that concept of bringing it to this location where there could be some kind of continuous loop, the people could walk there, they can walk off trafficked areas, is going to be a huge hit for the neighborhood and for people in the surrounding areas that would want to drive there and use that type of facility. So we're trying to develop some input here and use some of the ideas that came generated by the community to come up with a successful plan. And we're not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to address every single one of them, but we've made a yeoman's stab at trying to do this. And I think the plan we have in front of us gives everybody something, but it's not going to address all of it.
And in fact, what I remember, Mr. Siciliano, was that we changed the walking paths at the Coscob Park. Mr. Maitland asked you to revise the walking paths, and you agreed. Mr. Maitland brought that walking path, for those of you who use Coscob Park, he brought it to the edge of the water the way it is now. That was Mr. Maitland. And it was a home run.
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Siciliano's concern at the time, as you all know, that's a heavily contaminated site. So he had to address the capping situation. But it has been a home run. And that was, addition of those walking paths was your humble Planning and Zoning Commission, just because I got to give us credit every now and then.
It was a good get. It was a good get. Absolutely.
It was a good, Maitland did a great job with that. Okay. There's a whole bunch of nits that I need to go over with you that if we were to, whenever we vote on this, we would be asking you, but I'm thinking, is this a good time to go to public comment?
Sure.
Okay. And we will start with public comment. Folks from the public, we were going to have a gatekeeper who will tell you when your time is up. The time will be 3 minutes. Please, if someone has made your point already, don't waste your 3 minutes making your point. Make it do a new point. Add something else that you want the commission to think about. First speaker is Bill Drake. And next speaker is John Spang, followed by Rick Lowe. Mr. Drake, go ahead. You're unmuted, Mr. Drake, go ahead. Okay, Mr. Drake?
Can you hear me?
There you go, Mr. Drake.
Okay. Friends, by now you've seen the overwhelming community support for this project. The emails from the community as of the close of business yesterday were 103 in favor and 4 against. There were more emails today. The enthusiastic and broad support for this municipal improvement is stunning, but it's not surprising. It's the same response by Greenwich citizens to the professional public survey in which 84% or 2,189 residents support flipping the locations of the rink and the ball field. Among the 103 emails, here's one that's representative. I strongly support the funding of major rebuild to the Hamel Rink. I was a coach and hockey parent for many years in Greenwich, where my son played about 15 years of hockey at Hamel. We have great memories of the competition, community, and spirit of the Hamel, but the facility has been way below the quality of any Capitals other rink that we played in. We played in about 100 regional rinks over those 15 years. Greenwich youth and the whole community need and deserve a long overdue rink upgrade. You know, commission members, you're in a real dilemma, but frankly, and I sympathize, but it's of your own making and you can get out of it. Your chairman asked yesterday, what is the role of the commission here? Are we rink designers? Or are we here to designate this project a municipal improvement? The commission and our rink committee and everyone in town, like Mr. Peter just said, wants to resolve the difference of opinion between the vast majority of our town and the small minority who remain opposed to the flip. But frankly, making peace between these two groups, as we all wish to do, is a political task, not a zoning task. It's the responsibility of selectmen, the RTM, the BET, the Departments of Parks and Rec, and Public Works. Personally, I sympathize with your dilemma, but it is not your responsibility to solve this difference of opinion. It's your goodwill and your generosity and your desire to please. You're putting this dilemma on your own shoulders, which you needn't. Please leave the design and the programming to others. There is no practical alternative proposed by the very small recalcitrant minority, those 4 voters or those who stand with them. And if it's turned down.
Okay, Mr. Drake, your time is up.
Thank you. If this is turned down, what is the message to the 103 people who supported it? Is the commission saying, we're sorry, but the 4 votes are more important than your 103? That can't possibly be the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Just for clarification, we do have a design role in all of this, which is we have green space requirements, we have landscape requirements, we have zoning requirements, we have lighting regulations, and we have parking regulations. We have to make sure that the use of the site fits the available parking. So as such, we end up having to resolve some design and some usage. Mr. Spang, if you would go ahead again, 3 minutes, and if you would cover different ground.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, when Parks and Rec was asked last summer to defend the heightened usage at the rink, I was I was waiting for them to explain how women's hockey has grown. I'm glad that came up tonight. Hopefully some of the data you have from them demonstrates that growth. And, I heard about balancing two things tonight, population and green space. And I think I would ask you to consider adding a third thing to the balance. You can balance, and that would be women's athletics. That can also be considered. It wasn't that long ago, the early 1990s, that we added space and playing fields at Greenwich High School just for that reason, because women's hockey, women's sports had grown so much. We needed separate locker rooms, showers, and things like that. But my point tonight is our town has always enjoyed skating in the winter. And Dorothy Hamill, undoubtedly one of the greatest female Olympians of all time, began her journey on none other than Binney Park's pond. And that took her all the way to Innsbruck, Austria. And the parade we had to honor her after that was chronicled in the New York Times. But I think that would tell us today that if we're going to embark on a new era of naming our buildings after citizens who contribute, the Wallace Senior Center or the Cohen Civic Center, then we have a promise, implied or otherwise, to reasonably maintain their legacies, especially Dorothy's. So please support the Dorothy Hamill Rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spang. Mr. Lowe, you're all set, and Mr. Lowe will be followed by Ann Christoph. When you come in, Ms. Christoph, you'll need to spell your name out.
Just checking to see if you can hear me, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Rick Lowe. I am a member of the Board of Parks and Recreation. I'm a member of the current Selectmen's Rink Advisory Committee, and I've been on a number of committees working on this, working to where we are today over the last 20 years or so. With the help of some other people, here we are. I had some prepared statements, but a lot of them were addressed in the comments that have been made by Luigi and Joe Siciliano. So I'll try to cut to the chase here. We looked at a lot of different alternatives, including other sites in town for a new rink. We were unable to come up with another location. Believe me, we would love to do something more grand, bigger, some utopian kind of thing, but we can't do that. So we have minimalized what we are proposing. What will be in the new rink is the bare minimum that you need to run a proper facility in this day and age. So I just want to make that clear. We've done 2 feasibility studies. Both of them said that whether we renovate in place or build new in place where we are today, or build the new rink across the field in the other location, we're going to spend the same amount of money. The new rink is going to be much more efficient. It's going to be more able to take advantage of the sun. It's just not going to be comparison. By proposing switching the location of the athletic field and the rink, we're not suggesting something that hasn't been done and done before. New Leb School was built on adjacent land while the students stayed in their school until the new building was finished. And I think you also basically approved the same plan for the new Central Middle School. It's going to be built on their athletic fields in the new school, and the new athletic fields will be where the old school is today. It's a common sense approach to what we have here. It's been done many other places. It's the solution when you're essentially out of land in a town like we are. 50 years has passed since this rink was built. I don't think any of us would suggest building a rink where the current rink is today. The access is through hilly residential streets. Any suggestion to make the park even more attractive to outside visitors other than the neighborhood just adds to the problem. So we all understand that nobody likes change coming to their neighborhood. Um, it's just, nobody likes it.
Okey doke, Mr. Lowe. Thank you.
Can I finish up with a couple more sentences, please?
Mr. Hook?
Um,
Okay, the hook says, I think the hook said, okay, 2 sentences.
shouldn't that change? If we're going to make change, the field is going to change anyway. It's going to have to change. It's going to be a new field. So whatever anybody sees there as a park, the way it's landscaped now, it's going to change, even if the rink stays in the same place, because the field is going to have to be the construction staging area. So there's going to be a new field there, a new Sal Straza field. But if we call that a park, it's all going to be different going forward. And the POC, one last thing, the POCD says in Article 6, providing the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. The POCD is telling us to build a new rink. They're telling us to do this right. And I guess I'll finish up with that.
Okay, yes, Mr. Lowe, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Christoph, you are next. Would you kindly spell your name for the court reporter? Because I don't think it's on the screen. I'm doing it now. I'm from memory.
Okay, Christoph, Kristoff, and I'm here with my father, Mike Christoph. We are 2 votes against, so you can add us to that tally if we're not on it already. That Drake or whatever his name was brought up. So first of all, I want to say, when you guys talk about being out of land in Greenwich, you're out of land in Byram. So that's what, as a community, we are really concerned with the quote unquote green space. And I'm not talking about green space as it appears like on numbers on a piece of paper and like taking out your measuring stick. When you stand in the Memorial Grove, that is the dedicated to the veterans of Byram, and you look out, you just see green, you see the field. The skating rink is there and it's big, but it's hidden because it's like the position of it. So that's what we were saying, like, just put it back where it is, where it's unobtrusive and it's still big and it can still serve the rest of the community. But when you have people from other parts of town, you know, not talking about the traffic, what are we going to do when we have Sherman Avenue and Byram Road blocked and Western Junior Highway, and forget about what's happening on Mill Street with what Portchester is doing? You're going to have like 3 main ways to get into the neighborhood of Byram affected by differing you know, traffic situations. So, you know, my uncle, when my father's brother, wrote something really beautiful that was in the Greenwich Free Press today, and he's speaking about the importance of preserving the current peaceful state of the memorial that's in the park, you know, to honor the veterans. And if you flip-flop the rink, you take that away because the building is disproportionate, is gargantuan, not to mention what it's going to do to the people who are living in McKinley Terrace and the neighborhood. Like, the lights are going to be in their face the whole time. They're going to look out their windows and see a giant warehouse building. There's some things that we just sort of don't understand, and I don't know if this is the forum to even say it, but the property behind Byram School was never supposed to be developed. It was supposed to be some kind of protected thing, and now all of a sudden it's going to be Vinci Gardens. Just like this park was never supposed to be like built on or developed, and it's like that's going to change now. So we don't understand, like, there's a lot of people who have fought throughout the years, and I'm talking in the 70s and 80s, which a lot of people may not remember, these people who did a lot for the town and were on the RTM and started the Southwest Greenwich Association and really went up against, you know, the town officials, you know, during that time to protect a lot of these green spaces in Byram and to bring services to Byram and things like that. And how come Byram can't be honored with the same protections that other areas of town enjoy? And that's been an ongoing problem, that Byram has always been seen differently and treated differently, whether or not people want to admit it. Byram is overpopulated. It has very little green space. This park, and I know, you know, whatever you guys want to call it, but it is technically a park, right? It's one of the few open green spaces that we have, and there's no, like, you don't need a beach card to get in, the whole 9. Like, if you want to go to Byram Shore during the summer and you don't have a beach card, you can't get in. So we just think that flip-flopping the design is going to destroy the peaceful nature of the park, whether or not the numbers on paper add up to more or less green space. When you are sitting there, if you literally go to like where the swing set used to be, when we all went to school at Barham School, and you look out, it's just peaceful and quiet and green and open, and it's just so beautiful. And that is going to be destroyed with this flip-flop. And that's what our objection is. It's nothing about not wanting change. We would love to see a nicer skating rink, but the skating rink as it was built when a lot of you guys were kids and it was open, it wasn't built for this. It's municipal, it's for taxpayers, it's small. Yes, you need a new type of skating rink, but it can't be there. It can't be flip-flopped and take away our open field.
Thank you, Ms. Christoph. Kate Dechevitz is next, followed by Lucy von Brockel.
Hi, thanks, Margarita. My name is Kate Dechevitz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. At previous meetings, I've expressed my great concern regarding the number of mature, healthy trees being removed for this project, including several beautiful and large native trees that took decades to reach their current size. I'd like to revisit those concerns in light of the results of the public opinion survey released by the Rink Committee. What I haven't noticed anyone bring up so far yet tonight is that the results of this survey indicate that 66% of respondents would use a temporary rink while construction is underway. To me, this indicates that there still would be a high degree of usage for a temporary ice rink, which would eliminate the need to flip the position of the rink as it is currently planned. This would alleviate most, if not all, of the most pressing community concerns, including the need for some of the many tree removals that are currently planned. This would also keep construction further away from the important Veterans Memorial Grove and not significantly change any of those sight lines currently enjoyed by the neighbors. If the hope is to keep continuous ice skating during construction, it seems that the community could be quite satisfied with a temporary structure built in this park or elsewhere. This could save the 13 trees that would be removed to accommodate the flip as well. While we appreciate the years of work that are behind this current design, we do think that this is an important moment to take all community wishes into account, including the many Greenwich residents that value the park for reason other than sports. Building a new rink in the footprint of the old would result in less disruptions and major changes to the neighborhood and require fewer tree removals, and could perhaps maybe even sway some of those still disapproving residents. We do hope this option is still under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lucy von Brockel, followed by Tom Feda, and after that, Don Sylvester.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I serve on the RTM representing Byram, but my comments are my own. I live a couple of blocks from the rink. To start, I want to say that I have always supported building a new rink. I say that every time, with quality amenities competitive with other municipal rinks in our area. My objections are specific to the plan before you. Most importantly, the argument in favor of bulldozing an entire park rather than building on the existing footprint has been to avoid inconveniencing a subset of skaters for a season or two. Other arguments have been tacked on over time, but the loss of ice time has been presented as a non-negotiable since the beginning. I'm going to repeat that for emphasis. The impetus for bulldozing an entire neighborhood park in a residential area is to mitigate the short-term inconvenience of some users of a municipal skating rink. So as you consider how aligned this project is with the objectives of the POCD, I urge you to keep that in mind. And I also urge you not to dismiss the opinions of Byram residents based on leading questions and surveys presented to you without full context. It is because of the investment of money and labor by neighbors, veterans, and the baseball community that this park even exists. It was private citizens, not the town, that planted that grove of trees. It was private citizens, not the town, that cast and placed the markers for those trees and fought to have the park protected from development. After the town closed Byram School and leased it to the Housing Authority, the town neglected the field. It was volunteers running the Babe Ruth League and locals, not the town, that rehabilitated it in the 90s. They raised the money for everything from the grass to the dugouts. What the press described as a poorly manicured infield with bad hops, rickety old bleachers, and no dugouts is now one of the nicest fields to play on thanks to the investments of private citizens. Byram is investing. Sorry, Byram is invested in this property, both literally and figuratively, and our voices, whether they disagree or agree, should not be dismissed. The voices of the 189 RTM members that voted against appropriating more funds for this project in 2023 should also not be dismissed. The Budget Overview Committee made the motion to cut $900,000 from the capital budget and reported that the reasons were the expanding scope, the lack of a comprehensive estimate, the potential cost, the negative impact on neighbors at McKinney Terrace and Putnam Green, the impartiality of the survey questions, and more. You've had a lot of questions and concerns yourselves, the community has, the RTM has, and very little has been changed. No one wants to drag this out any longer, but you can't set the POCD aside just to move this project along. Nor should you let the intractability of the proponents sway you into believing that there is no way that the needs of other stakeholders, including taxpayers and the people that are hosting this rink in a residential neighborhood, should be accommodated. I want to leave you with my gratitude for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much, Ms. von Brockel, followed by Tom Feda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I've been a coach and player at Greenwich High School. And I just want to say that when we traveled to other rinks, they had showers, which was really nice. And when other teams came, it was embarrassing to see them in the bathroom or see them just in the hallway say, "Oh, you guys don't have showers." So it's kind of embarrassing like that. And I would ask the commission, have you guys been to every other rink in Fairfield County and actually looked at their ice rink and locker rooms? They all have 4 locker rooms, and some of the high schools have locker rooms for themselves. So you guys maybe should go see the ice rinks. And I would say to the other people that are disagreeing, if we built it on another piece of land, other people will disagree. So they will get us nowhere and it will take longer. So we need to find a way to agree on this project. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Don Sylvester is next. If you would unmute Mr. Sylvester, and he is followed by David Wald. Mr. Sylvester, just unmute. You're all set. There you go. I think I can know. Mr. Sylvester, if you would unmute. If not, we'll give you time to do it. And there you go. You're
Okay.
all set. Good for you, Mr. Sylvester. Okay.
Thank you. Don Sylvester of the 9th District Veterans Association. So how do we determine the location of a 40,000 square foot building here in Greenwich? In 1959, when a rink location was being sought at Byram Park, but after a careful evaluation, they determined a building of that size, no matter where it was placed, would take away from the scenic quality of the park. During a P&Z meeting back on May 23rd, during a discussion of a project application, Ms. Albin made mention of 2 words that this committee need consider in rendering this decision: environmental value. Does a project embrace it or destroy it? Does it diminish the quality of an area? What effect on its surrounding area? Does it change the area? Does it take away from the vision originally sought for the area? Environmental value. Can any board member here tonight explain what value they see in plopping a Walmart-sized building on this property?
We won't answer you, okay? As we can't yet. So just keep going if you have more points to add. Mr. Sylvester? Oh. Mr. Sylvester, you okay?
Yeah, he actually fell.
Okay,
So
I'm
we will have
sorry.
to come back on that, Margarita.
Okay, just raise your hand, get yourself back up. I will leave you in the meeting, and when you're ready, just raise your hand again and I will call on you again, okay? Don't worry.
Are you okay?
Don?
Don? Okay, hey, could somebody, Bianca,
It
could you
sounds
jump
like
off
it
the,
sounds like Mr. Wald is with him. So if
Mr. Wald, are you with Mr. Sylvester?
I don't think he can unmute now that you took him out of the.
No. Mr. Wald is here.
No, but I think he's helping Mr. Sylvester. I think
Okay.
they're
Let's just,
physically in
we're
the
gonna
same
go,
room.
you know what, Bianca, can I ask you a favor? Can you look up the phone number for, look up the phone number for them and see if they're okay and see if they need 911? Ms. Taylor. And so Bianca, we're just gonna let you jump out for a sec. Laureen Taylor is next. We're just gonna go by, okay, time's up. Somebody's gonna have to, all right. All right, Madam Taylor, I'm gonna just go ahead and let you speak. Yes, you're all set, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Laureen Taylor here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I own multi-generational real estate in Barham. I'm also a veteran of the U.S. military and have filed my DD 214 discharge record at the Town of Greenwich Clerk's Office. It notes my home of record for active duty service is 302 Delavan Avenue in Barham. I have 3 issues. First, I vote no to the proposed flip due to the impact on the Barham Veteran Memorial Space. Regarding Don Sylvester, I hope everything's okay with him. I just heard him speak and I share everyone's concern that he's okay. I did want to make a comment about material that was in the scanned document packet for public comment, a total of 480 pages. This evening, when I looked earlier, there were 478 pages. So I assume there were 2 pages added later this afternoon, and most likely a contact us form submission that was signed by Mike Christoph. But regarding Don Sylvester and what he contributed, I saw on scan doc pages 13 to 16, he had a 3-page handwritten letter that had a received stamp from the Planning and Zoning Commission, in which he described the Memorial Park, and I just was really moved by what he expressed in that letter. But unfortunately, I don't recall seeing that he identified his affiliation with a veteran civic group in Greenwich or himself as a veteran of the military in that letter. This evening earlier, he mentioned he's part of the 9th District Veterans Association. Now, as far as the other document packet, it was a total of 84 pages. Included in that was a memorandum from the Greenwich Law Department, and it was dated November 5th, 2024, from Assistant Town Attorney Laura McGeechee. And it was Dorothy Himmel Skating Rink and Eugene Morlow Memorial Park. I'd like to say I'm disappointed that no qualified veteran program resource, to my knowledge, undertook a process to obtain a separate legal opinion to counter potentially what Attorney McGeechee concluded in that memorandum. I feel that would have added value and consolidated opinions and representations for veteran interests to be handled in accordance with veteran protocols. At this point in time, I'm uncertain if that's happening.
Okay, ma'am, if we have time at the end, we'll let you speak again, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Kantorski. And
Can you hear me?
yes, sir, we can. And I believe that someone's calling 911 for Don Sylvester, so hopefully everything's okay.
Oh, so do I. I
Mr.
hope it's okay.
Kantorski, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe Kantorski here, the chairman of the Byram Neighborhood Association. Well, there they go again. You know, Byram's against this, or they don't like that. And take the new Hamel skating rink, for instance. They're probably against that too. Actually, it's not true. From the get-go, we've supported replacing the rink with a new one. We've been on record these last 3 years saying just that. We'd love a new rink, period. So an advisory committee dubbed the Rink User Design Committee was formed with the task of designing a new rink for rink users. A representative of the Byram Neighborhood Association was invited to join that committee as a voting member. Over time, though, it became clear that the committee had more in mind than rethinking the rink. And somehow that idea ballooned into redesigning the entire 13+ acre Eugene Morlow Memorial Park, which is under your consideration today. The B&A has been dedicated to serving the Byram community for the last 42 years. And that means making it clear to the town what our community thinks. So we set about creating a number of surveys that would reflect those thoughts about the rink. And majority of our survey respondents have come to the same conclusion. Don't flip the rink, replace it where it is, and keep the park as is. That said a lot then and now about the possibility of losing green space. We do appreciate the town's response to our concerns, but what's at issue here, I think, is that rink designers have taken it upon themselves to redesign the entire park. That added issue upon issue that required more community input and has brought us to this point. The letter we have sent to the commission about this proposal touches on all of those issues. I urge all of you to read that letter. Know that we're always willing to continue that conversation in the letter's context. How much green space, for instance, will be added in the proposal comes to mind. So yes, we've always wanted a rink, but it also has to continue to be sensitive to our community's character, our rich history, and our strong sense of neighborhood. So we oppose the current proposal. And again, we've submitted a letter to the commission with all of our concerns detailed. I thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kantorsky. Margaret Comboy is next.
Hi.
Hello.
I live on Henry Street. My neighbors and I were right behind where in the townhouses behind the rink. And, you know, we support a new rink. We moved in with a rink there, so we're not against that, but we still are very concerned about the traffic and how it's going to impact an already, you know, dangerous area there with the curve on Western Junior High, Henry Street, and Sherman. So our main concern, you know, is really just how the flow of traffic is going to work with this.
Yes, we have asked that same question. Is there something specific about the flow of traffic that is concerning? We've asked about peak hour traffic for them to give us more detail on what's going to happen with peak hour. It's one of the things we're going to raise. Is there anything else you'd like to know about, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, that whole intersection with Western Junior High and Henry Street, I mean, they should have some sort of, I don't know if they can have a stop sign, or you've got kids now, a lot of kids in the neighborhood who are, you know, on their bikes, on skateboards, and you have people flying down the hill there, and then, you know, they'll go down Sherman, and that's a huge hill. So I don't know, whatever they could do to kind of alleviate all that, you know, the danger and the, you know, the risks of more traffic is what we would like to see.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Comboy, and thank you for all the good things you do for town.
No, thank you.
Our next speaker is Claire Kilgallen.
Good evening,
Madam.
Madam
And I'm just, before you start, Ms. Kilgallen, because I got behind, Rosalind Nicastro, you're going to be next, okay? And then Liz Eckert. Go ahead, Ms. Kilgallen. My apologies.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the members of the commission. My name is Claire Kilgallen, for the record, Kilgallen. I'm a Byram resident and a Byram Neighborhood Association member. And just to give a piece of information, I received the B&A survey on just this last Friday. So I don't know if there's been time for fulsome participation in the survey. I think that there's an opportunity to really recirculate that and make sure all the that there's full, you know, as much participation as possible. just on the comment about the Western Junior, as you proceed southerly to Henry, that's a curved blind section and it also goes down a little bit. So any improvement that could be made there, I know it's only adjacent to the property and not part of the project, but being a town issue could be addressed. I think we can get to resolution on a lot of the issues I'm hearing. You know, this is the first time an indoor rink will be truly planned that is up to current code, which is driving the footprint and the square footage increase. We've seen that in New Lebanon. We've seen that in Central. When you make something new and you've waited 50 or 70 years, time requires more space because of code. And I want to thank Joe Siciliano and the Board of Selectmen for protecting the Memorial Grove back in November of 2021 as protected in perpetuity. I think that's super important for the 13 boys who served by and were from Byram School. And I appreciate that a lot of things have changed since we first saw this application, just in terms of regulations of the commission. You know, we have a noise ordinance. We have now robust landscaping regulations from January of 23, which is going to mitigate and buffer those senior residents and buffer the neighboring adjacent residents. There are more stringent lighting regulations. I'm just saying this so that other people can hear it because you all know this, but I don't know that people realize that there's been significant development in regulation, including a dark skies initiative. When Western was reviewed, the lighting for Western was understood to be, and for Central, that the cast of lights is much more precise than it used to be, and it doesn't escape or bleed out as much as older devices. So I think there's an opportunity there to get that information out. I think that the concerns about the operating hours and lighting is something that certainly can be addressed as it gets to final. And just being practical, I think it might be helpful to provide a graphic that shows a massing of the building, this 40,000 square foot building, as opposed to a true warehouse. Like a Walmart warehouse is 140,000 square feet, not 40,000, 140,000 square feet. That's a massive difference, literally. With all the changes the project's gone through over the years, I wonder how many residents understand the application as it currently stands. I know that's not your job, but perhaps Parks and Rec can create a fact sheet to give an overview for the RTM and the general public. And lastly, I think it would be helpful to have the project presentation shared with the membership voting organizations such as the Neighborhood Association, the Byram Vets, the 9th District Veterans, and the PTAs of the neighboring schools. Get that done in short order before the application is submitted as a final so that the members, you hear from the members in addition to the leadership. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kilgallen. We have Rosalind Nicastro is next, followed by Al Shahadi, followed by Liz Eckert. Ms. Nicastro, if you would unmute. Al, while Mr. Shahadi, while Ms. Nicastro is unmuting, why don't you go ahead?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Al Shahadi. I am a longtime Byram resident. I am the treasurer of the BNA and chair of the BNA's Land Use Committee. I am here along with other BNA leadership to request the commission deny the proposed MI and site plan. I'm going to focus my remark on the rink comparables used by the town to justify the size and scope of the proposed rink. In August, the commission asked the town to provide more information on comparables. Their question number 3 in Patrick's email was comparison of this facility to other public rinks. Let me repeat that, public rinks in the area. The town responded, providing a list of 8 supposedly comparable skating rinks in Fairfield County. I would describe that information more as cherry-picked information to support the town's position that left out important information that I think is relevant to the commission. So first, contrary to Mr. Romano's statement this evening, it is not a complete list of rinks in Fairfield County. I Googled really quickly last night, where are the rinks in New Canaan and Westport? They have outdoor municipal rinks. I'm not arguing for an outdoor rink. I'm just saying that the commission asked for what else exists in Fairfield County, and they did not get a full picture of the range of rinks. 2, the request was for public rinks. 6 of the 8 rinks that were in the town list are privately owned. It's not just Chelsea Piers. Twin Rinks, Darien Ice House, Winter Garden, Danbury Ice Arena, and Sono Ice House are privately owned rinks. Only Terry Connors in Stanford and Bridgeport Wonderland are municipal rinks owned by their local communities. The town is building a municipal rink. I think the town should flag for the commission what of its comparables are really municipal and which are privately owned and have different missions and different goals than a municipal rink. Third, I would like to point out the location. For those who received the BNA's letter, I'll refer the commissioners to the exhibits in our letter. I included Google Earth photos of each comparable rink in the town's response. 6 of 8 are in densely developed commercial or industrial areas. For example, the Danbury rink is across the road from the Metro North Danbury train terminus and next to a 550 space garage. The Darien rink is next to the Goodwives Shopping Center, I-95, and a medical office building. I could go on. Only 2 are in parks, and they are much larger parks. Terry Connors, for example, is part of the 83-acre Cove Island Park. That is much closer to the size of Todd's Point than the Byram location we're talking about. Last, size. There's no information provided on the overall facility size in the town's list. I could find the size for several online. Chelsea Piers, we all know, is massive. It's 400,000 square feet. It's a large entertainment complex. The Danbury Ice House is 96,000 square feet with 3,000. I don't think that's comparable. Sono Ice House is 100,000 square feet. Most of the private rinks on that list are part of larger regional facilities, not modest neighborhood parks. I have to ask the uncomfortable question. Why was this information left out of the town presentation? Was it to disguise the fact that none of the comparables provided the town are really comparables for a municipally owned rink in a modest neighborhood park? What's presented is apples to apples, and I would argue it's really apples to watermelons. The conclusion, I think the town is proposing to replace a neighborhood rink with a regional sports facility. I would ask the commission to not deny the proposed MI and come back with something that meets the needs of the community as well as the needs of the town for an updated rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahade. Ms. Nicastro, I see you've unmuted. Would you go ahead? Ms. Nicastro? Ms. Nicastro, can you try making sure your mic is on? I'm going to go to Liz Eckert while you're working on the tech, okay? Ms. Eckert, if you would go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Eckert. I am the Vice Chair of the Byram Neighborhood Association. I'm on the District 4 RTM. I am the Vice Chair of Parks and Rec for the RTM committee. And I'm asking that we please don't pass this at this point. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit shaken up. I did get through to David, and Don Sylvester collapsed and is unresponsive. And I told David to call 911. So the ambulance is on the way. So I'm sorry, I'm a little shaken up. I agree with everyone else that has spoken from the leadership of the BNA that this rink in its current proposed location, it's just not the right thing. I agree with Mr. Levy that I think we can go back and make this plan better. I completely agree that we need a skating rink, but you know, as Tom Vettis said, you know, these rinks that are being discussed and the kids that are saying you don't have a shower, all of those rinks are in completely different type areas. I have been in every one of them. My son started playing for the Greenwich Blues, went to Mid-Fairfield Travel Hockey, and wound up at Fairfield Prep playing at Wonderland of Ice. I have been in every one of these rinks, and there's just no comparison to the location. You know, going back to the Memorial Grove, as you guys all know, my brother-in-law, Donald Rapace, has tree number 13. He was killed in action at age 20. He's the last tree placed in the park. The park has very significant meaning. I'm sorry, I'm crying because of Don, to me and my family, and obviously to other veterans in this community. And I think that looking out at that grove and looking into a 40,000 square foot building is a smack in the face to these veterans and a smack in the face to the families of these veterans. One thing that has not been mentioned are the disabled and senior citizens that live at McKinney. And the new building that's going back for seniors behind, I believe it's 52 units.
Yes, ma'am.
they're gonna have these lights, this noise, this traffic until 6 to 11 PM every day. It just seems a little bit crazy to me, this whole plan. I do appreciate everybody's time though, and everybody involved in this, I consider a friend, Joe, Luigi, Fred, and they're all coming down on me like, you've got to support us. And it's not that I don't support you. I just don't support the location for this giant rink. I will support it somewhere else, I promise you, but just not here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nicastro, have you had any luck?
Have I?
Yeah,
Can you
you're
hear me?
great. Perfect.
Yay!
Okay, you go for it.
I have to admit, I've had a very rough year and I haven't had anything to do with the rink at all since probably January, February. But I did see this meeting, and to show you what my year's been like, when your meeting started, I was at the veterinarian for an emergency visit. So I'm kind of talking from the dark, but I do want to say that, as most of you may or may not know, I live across the street. I know it's the Byram Rink, but I live right across the street in not Putnam Green, but Greenwich Place. And we have hundreds of people living here. We are already faced with the fact of the senior housing that's going to run almost from the Post Road down to, I believe, where the rink is going to start. And then we're going to have the rink right in front of us. My suggestion is, and I can go around if I'm well enough, and try to collect signatures. My neighbors all feel that we don't want the building there. And if you're making it smaller, and I don't know the new design, could you please leave it where it is? There were plans for that. They were dismissed. It looked very nice off on the side. Leave us the daylight, the open field. And I also want to ask, because we've asked, those of us that listened to all those meetings for 2.5 years, could the location that they're planning for the rink be marked out on the ground, and have all of you on your commission come and really looked and seen what an impact it would have? Okay, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nicastro. Since we have a minute left, I believe all of us have been at the site and have walked it with the site plans. I know
Okay.
some people were actually there this afternoon.
Okay.
Before the meeting started. So people, the commission has been looking at the siting of the buildings, has been walking it, has been looking at the existing rink. We've been looking at it. We have been on site. Absolutely.
Alan Manelli and I worked very closely for years. I've been on the Public Works Committee of the RTM. And I talked to him literally. I was planning to see him, but he was walking out the office. We talked on the phone as he was leaving. And my final question to him was, Alan, where do you think the rink will end up? And his answer, without a moment's hesitation, was where it is now. So with his wisdom, I just throw that out to you too. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nicastro. Does anybody else wish? We got 2 more hands up. It is a phone number. Please identify yourself. The last digits are 8100. If you would just say your name and spell it. Peter Quigley.
It's your
Hello,
friend
Mr.
Peter.
Quigley.
Listen, we've been here for 2 hours. We've heard the support of the rink as we have for 2 years. I have one gentleman, Sal Pecora, who is a group of District 3, Chickahominy. Ever heard of Chickahominy? We're right on the border there on the rink. Here's Harold. He's been here for 2 hours waiting to make a comment. Go, Harold. And I have a comment too.
I'm sorry. Wait. Hello. Because
Okay.
this is a public hearing, every person who speaks has to say and spell their name. Sorry to bother you guys. So if whoever's going to speak next, please say your name.
Name is Harold Scudderud, spelled Scudderud.
I'm a resident of District 4A.
Okay.
I'm disturbed to hear about the dismantling of the Straza rink. It's a baseball field that really is a gem. And it was really proposed by Mr. Morlott. I think he would be memorialized better by the baseball field rather than the flagpole. My opinion is you should go ahead with the rink with its current location and save the expense and the aggravation and the time to move the rink to another location. In terms of a temporary location, I'd suggest looking at things like the Playland rink where the high school team used to play years ago and the New York Rangers practiced there. I hope the rink comes about. We do believe we should have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, Mr. Quigley, were you done?
And I'm not, no, but I'm going to be quick. Thank you. I've known Bill Drake since Budget Overview Committee in 2008, and I've brought this topic up at least 2 years with him. He knows that, Bill. Thank you. I'll bring it up again. It's the location, location, location. I'm opposed to this proposal, basically not on its merits, but on the location of where it is. There has not been, from what I can see, appropriate soil testing. All I have is Osprey done in 2020. And honestly, when you look at the information, it keeps talking about the Hamilton project. So I don't even know if it's been identified as what the rink is. But I don't know or think there's anything that's updated on soil testing. Soil testing for contamination. You are right next door to one of the most contaminated projects costing the taxpayers in this town, in that case, 10 million, and the high school about 40 million. Okay, so I'm talking about the location and doing proper soil testing, not only for environmental, but for drainage. It's the town, we believe, a group of us, many of us think the town does not have the capacity for the buildup that's going on. There's a conflict here with the MS4 permits of commingling sewage lines with stormwater, and or there's a, they're diametrically opposed, by the way. So anything being approved for 830G, if you don't have the town capacity to take the sewage with the water, stormwater away, which they don't, you've got a $90 million cost now at the facility, Grass Island, $5 million at pumping stations. The town is being overflooded, overrun by sewage and stormwater. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you. I think the location's got to be somewhere else. The timing is terrible. You have Da Vinci Gardens being developed right down the road there. Drainage and town capability at that site until, by the way, you've got Weston Middle School completed, which may be longer than you think. They're still working on it. And to my knowledge, we don't even know when they're going to be done, to be honest. Joe's there. I won't let him respond. My 3 minutes is probably coming up. And I guess
You have a minute
sort of
to
leave it.
go, Mr. Quigley. You have a minute to go. Go ahead.
You're very kind. Thank you very much. And to Mr. Levy and I think Ms. Jenkins, you're right on. This is a community issue. I don't know where those surveys are going. I live in a place called Chickahominy now, and I never got any survey. I don't skate, although my grandkids do. But I'll leave this. You got to be careful about the users, and what you're getting is feedback for the people that support this that tend to be, I believe, a smaller group of users and not the community. For instance, my colleagues in District 3, I don't think we've ever seen anyone come to District 3 in a thing called the RTM. If you don't know what the RTM is, for those on the call, it's a representative town meeting. It's the legislature that's going to approve this. You would think they would come and talk to the community through the RTM representatives. I don't know if Byron's been contacted, but I can tell you Chickahominy hasn't been. And Sal Pecora here, I can tell you, he may not be on it now, but he's opposed to this development because of its location. You need another location. You need proper soil testing. Make sure the site is clean and environmentally sound, okay? Please.
Okie dokie,
Thank you.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker, but before we go to that speaker, Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessments have been performed. 96 separate samples were taken and analyzed for various items per the Connecticut DEEP requirements and the remediation standards. There's a list of what those tests were in our material. Arsenic was the only compound found in that was higher than the direct exposure criteria recommendations. The levels observed are reflective of what is naturally occurring and is common in the area. And we will go back to Kristen Mitchell before we finish the meeting. All right, our next speaker is Jack Duffy, followed by Peter Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, thanks everybody for your time tonight. My name is Jack Duffy. I am the current boys varsity hockey coach at Greenwich High School. I've been coaching hockey in town for the past 28 years or so between the Boys and Girls Club and the Greenwich Skating Club and now the high school. And many of the stakeholders have raised many concerns about this project, and I do appreciate all the opinions. I'm also on the Rink Users Committee. I feel very confident that all the members of the committee have diligently thought about all the stakeholders and tried to represent the users of the rink in the most efficient and respectful way. I just want to give a little perspective from the hockey viewpoint. I feel like I'm a very minor player in this whole large process, but to give you the perspective from the hockey rink, people have talked about temporary solutions if we knock the building down and build it on the current site. It's going to be a 2 to 3 year process. There's simply not enough ice to go around in our area right now. Demand for ice time is tremendous, and either trying to find ice time for the programs for the high school and or the Greenwich Cardinals Youth Hockey Association will be inefficient and close to impossible. So I think we want to think about that in terms of not being offline for 2 to 3 years during construction, but with the competition that we find from other schools, other hockey programs in other towns, our programs will be offline or inefficiently run for our players, I would say, for the next 4 to 5 years as we try to gain critical mass again. And so I just want to keep that in mind, that the process for the hockey programs, both boys and girls, will be greatly affected by this, by taking the rink offline for multiple years. I appreciate everybody's time.
Mr. Duffy, before you go away,
Sure.
the question we had asked DPW after our last meeting was to give us what the facilities were and what the rinks looked like, where the high school plays. Actually, it was where our school children play, including
Yes.
the high school. We got what some speakers have said was an incomplete list.
Okay.
I can tell you what it is. The only list we have is Chelsea Piers, Terry Connors, Twin Rinks, Darien Ice House, Winter Garden, Danbury Ice Arena, Wonderland of Ice, and Sono. What can you tell me what municipal rinks, in addition, our teams use that we might want to be aware of their facilities?
That our Greenwich teams use?
Yes, sir.
Well, we have for the Greenwich High School, we are at Dorothy Hamill only. We do have one game a year at the Greenwich Skating Club. We play.
No, when you go away.
Oh, I'm sorry. When we go away.
Yeah.
Municipal rinks. I can't tell
Or
you
any, but
offhand.
where do the kids play when you go away? When you take them to an away game, where do you go?
Sure. So we have games at Bennett Rink in West Haven, the Connecticut Sports Center in Shelton. We'll play this year at Wesleyan University. That's where Xavier plays.
Okay, hold on. And what was, okay, you have the Connecticut Sports Center in Shelton. What was the next one?
We're going to play at Wesleyan University against Xavier this year. We're going to play at the new rink at Sacred Heart University. We'll play at the Wonderland of Ice. We're going to play at the rink at Pomfret School against Woodstock Academy. I could send you a list of these.
That's what we had
very
asked.
easily.
Oh, that would be just awesome.
Sure.
Do you have Patrick's email? Oh, you can send it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And your athletic director also knows, was asking
Peter.
the question. Yes.
Okay.
Peter Giorgio.
Yep.
Yeah, he knew we were asking the question today, and we had asked it, and I think something got lost in post office. So
Okay.
if you send us a complete list, because for example, one of the rinks you mentioned has 8 locker rooms. That's the kind of thing
Yes.
we want to know.
Yeah.
Offhand, I'm assuming that everybody has 200 by 85 sheets.
Yes, I mean, when rinks are built nowadays, they're built to those specs, but you know, some of the older rinks may not be. Just like, you know,
Okay.
Dorothy Hamill is not. So I think it depends on the age of the building, but
Okay.
buildings like ballparks are becoming much more aligned with those regulations.
Okay, and when you go to an away game,
Yes.
somebody gives your team their own locker room or not?
Yes, we'll have our own locker room at the rink. I think what some people are talking about as far as dedicated locker rooms, for instance, if we go to Ridgefield, the boys team has their own locker room where they're the only team that uses it. They leave their gear there. They can have meetings in there. It is
Yeah.
their room primarily. I mean, exclusively, excuse me.
Mhm.
And so, you know, it makes it extremely convenient for the players. And I think it's a little bit of a feather in their cap to have that locker room. You
And
know,
we do
as the,
always compete with them.
sure, as the high school coach, I'd love to have a dedicated room for our boys
Yeah.
and dedicated room for our girls. It would certainly be an ask, but it's not an absolute need.
No, we got that, but again, we're looking at the footprint of the building, the green space, the parking, you know, we're looking at
Sure.
the zoning and we're just considering what's the footprint of this building.
Sure.
And one of the things we have to think about is what's inside the building that's driving the footprint. So we
Sure.
need to understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Levy, did you have a question for Mr.
Yes,
Duffy?
Coach Duffy.
Yes.
I seem to remember years ago that there would be dedicated lockers in locker rooms. How can you just tell me? Is that not a good idea? Is it just is it a half measure that can work? I mean,
So you're saying you have a locker room that has physical steel lockers in it that lock, and then teams can put their gear in there, and then other teams can use it while that particular team is not there?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a partial solution. I would say that high school kids tend to get a little sloppy with their things, and maybe some of the lockers don't get locked, et cetera, but that's on them. But that's probably a step in the right direction.
Yeah, because I seem to remember when I was in school 50 years ago, that's in fact how the locker room worked. And
yeah, I think, you know, I think that when rinks are constructed and people have constraints, they kind of do the best they can. And so, like we played 2 games last year at Sacred Heart's new university, Sacred Heart University in Fairfield. It's a beautiful facility, and they have some storage areas beneath the stands where teams can leave their gear and air them out. They're not locker rooms, but they're a dedicated spot. So that helps, right? If you think about our Greenwich High School students, they go to school in the morning. They may have a 3 o'clock practice, so they have to make arrangements for their bag to get to the rink, or they, you know, maybe they have an 8 o'clock practice, so they can go home and get it, so it doesn't become a problem. But there's certainly some logistic constraints to our kids' schedules right now.
Okay, and there was public comment about the size of the lockers, but are we correct in it's pretty big hockey equipment, so the lockers, the size of the locker space is good. I mean, people have sent in, we have a ton of emails that we've received today. So some of them comment on the locker size, but they need to be big, right?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean,
Okay.
if you think about the Greenwich High School boys hockey team, for a game, we're allowed to dress 23 players. 23 high school boys in one room without a gear is pretty sizable compared to a youth hockey team that might have 15 skaters. But if they're sharing the same room during the course of a day, you'd want to have the bigger locker room to facilitate for the boys.
Okay, Mr. Yeski, do you have a question for Coach Duffy?
I do. I think we've hit a gold mine. Coach Duffy.
Yes.
I know. Welcome aboard, Mr. Duffy.
I'm glad to be here.
We had asked for information. We got a list. I said, did we ever get a list? That was pointed out. We had this couple mentioned names, but I didn't even know what to say to that. Is there a regional hockey association like Fairfield County, Westchester, Fairchester?
Yeah. So we play in the FCAC. So that's, you know,
Well,
Gary
he's-
Andrew King.
He's answering you.
Yeah. Are there individuals there that someone could contact to understand the big picture of hockey ice in this area? Because you're making the case that if the ice rink is built on the same, you have to, be out of business for 2 or 3 years. Although if there's some place you could rent some time, which is kind of where we were going, but never got there.
Yep.
That might be a feasible alternative. I know of a lot of schools that build new facilities and have to go to another facility temporarily, and they don't give up. They don't stop school for 2 years.
Yep.
So again, I'm not sure it's feasible in hockey, but it's clear that we don't have a lot of other information on rinks that are in the regional area. Let's put it that way. So if there's an individual, is it you? I mean, I'd be glad to volunteer you, but do you have people that could kind of educate all the viable other options?
Offhand, I don't know, but I know that we did a study on it a couple years ago with the Rink Users Committee. Anecdotally, I would tell you that it's very difficult to find ice, but I'll volunteer myself to get you some of that information.
Yes, we just have to. I'm sorry, Coach Duffy, just for a sec. We just have to be careful, Mr. Yeski, because we have to close this application tonight, and we will not be able to take, the preliminary has to be closed tonight. We will not be able to take any more information on it until such time as if we move it to final, until they file for the final. So you got a reprieve, Coach Duffy.
Okay,
Well,
but I will add
yeah.
this anecdotally because I just went through the process with our girls coach about splitting up our ice time for the Dorothy Hamill ice time for this year for the boys and girls program. And I wrote a note to Rich Ernie, who is our manager at the rink and who does a great job working with us. And I wrote him back and I said, is there any other ice available that we can get? And we tried to work on some dates to get more. So we're trying to get more ice at Dorothy Hamill. If we were to try to reach out to other rinks, I would find it very, very difficult. And the price that we would have to pay would be significantly higher, I do believe.
So somebody wrote that it's $800 an hour right now.
At other rinks, I could get you some quotes from other rinks.
No, I'm
but
just asking to just give it ballpark. Nope, not zoning.
yeah,
I'll shut up.
Okay,
I would say at least, and I think Chelsea Piers, you're talking about another zero.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Wells. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I didn't finish. No,
Sorry,
I hear what you say, but either way, if this preliminary goes forward, somebody needs to look at this information for the final, number one.
Yes,
Number two, if it doesn't go ahead, someone needs to look at this information for the next preliminary. So this is the information we began. We got very thin. I didn't even know what to say about it. Very incomplete. Either way, we need the information. And if we're not getting it, and here's a coach that, probably is close to the market, it would be good to get the information from him or whoever he thinks would give us some help here. So I'm not.
Yeah. So
it's
what
too
we
late
can-
for this, but regardless of where you go, we need this information.
So what we could do, Mr. Yeski, hold on a second, Coach
Yep.
Duffy, what we could
Yep.
do, Mr. Yeski, is we could ask, if we were to move it to final, we could ask in our list of items for moving it to final, we can say, provide the following information about the area. So think about what you want to know. And we have to be very specific because there were some questions that I think weren't clear enough before. So very specifically, when you move to final, it's what do you want to know about the area's offerings and how what we're scoping out here is going to work. Okay, go ahead, Coach Duffy, if you were going to add something.
I was just going to add that you can put me to work. I'm going to get a list of rinks to Mr. Leroux, and then he'll have my contact information, and then we can exchange information. But I'll do the best to get all the information I can for you.
Thank you very much, Coach. Hold on a second, because Arn Wells has a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Coach Duffy. I
Sure.
just wanted you to comment on the importance of playing hockey for your for the future of your students. The real question is, your top hockey players, do you find that gives them a leg up to get into high quality colleges, not only high quality colleges, but also access to scholarships. So I'm very interested in sort of, does it help the future of your players? And you seeing interest from college coaches in your top players?
Sure. So I'll just give you a little background. I'm the father of 4 who's lived in town here for about 30 years. I've had 2 boys go through the high school program. My oldest daughter went through the high school program, and my youngest is now a sophomore at the high school. I really believe that these years are transformational for the kids, and hockey, like any other sport, is just part of their education. One of the speakers earlier talked about the importance and the rise of women's sports now. I've seen it firsthand with my girls. I think hockey is a sport that teaches these girls to be strong, to advocate for themselves, to be competitive. And so I think that helps moving forward. As far as the Greenwich High School program is concerned, we have not put a lot of kids into the college ranks. And when I say that, I mean varsity hockey. We've had a number of players from the boys team and the girls team go on to play club hockey in college, which is becoming bigger and bigger as we speak. My oldest daughter played club hockey at Boston College, where she graduated in 2023. It was a great mix for her to get a group of friends as soon as she got to school. So it contributed tremendously to her college experience. We did have one player about 5 years ago. His name is Alex Mosian. He went on to play a PG year at Hotchkiss, and then played some junior hockey, and is now playing for Trinity College, who's a powerhouse in Division III. And he's still involved in the program. He's a tremendous representative of our Greenwich High School program. And, I think while we're not putting a ton of kids into the college ranks as far as varsity is concerned, it's a big part of their development as individuals.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, or can Mr. Duffy? Thank you very much, Coach Duffy. Really appreciate you making the time to spend with us.
I appreciate it. And thanks for all your time.
Next up is Peter Alexander, followed by Joe Pecora, and Ms. Christoph. We're going to stop at letting people only speak once. Okay, Mr. Alexander, go ahead. Mr. Alexander, go ahead.
How about that?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm Peter Alexander, lifetime resident of Greenwich, and I just realized while this meeting was going on, it was 65 years ago I played goalie for the Ranger Pee-wees without a helmet because all the sticks were flat. But have you guys considered putting a new rink at the Coscob power plant site? The transfer of the electricity would save a lot of money over time, and you have extensive potential parking there, especially so it's so close to the railroad station. Just a thought.
I can just tell you that at the time the Coscob Park was proposed in 2012, it was proposed, as Mr. Siciliano will remember, it was proposed with 2 active playing fields. And P&Z removed one of the playing fields in order to have more passive recreation opportunity at that site. That's how that decision went down. It could obviously be revisited, but that was at the time the decision of what was consistent with the POCD. The operating POCD then was the 2009. So just to answer that question. Anything else, Mr. Alexander?
Well, it's just logistically superior, and it wouldn't ruin a neighborhood. So I love hockey, don't get me wrong. And Madam Chairwoman, I have to salute you as a former EMT. Also, you did the right thing on that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Pecora, you are, what is it, batting what?
Cleanup.
Cleanup. Go ahead, Mr. Pecora, bat cleanup.
I live about a block and a half away from the rink, and I'm all for the town building a new rink. In fact, I'd love to see a twin rink. And as you know, I've recommended multiple locations other than where it is to Patrick and yourself and others. But no matter what location you pick, it's still not going to solve the problem of traffic. And I can't imagine that the new rink is not going to increase traffic from the existing rink, no matter what location you put it at. And with reduced parking, I hope you look at this project in the same manner that you look at every other project when it comes to traffic. If they're going to increase traffic or increase the need for parking, you would think that they would need to increase the amount of parking, not decrease it. And as it relates to traffic during peak times, I've had multiple times where I've had to have cars towed because they block our driveway getting into our house. Not recently, but years past, when Greenwich High would have a big game, and the amount of people that come visit would inundate the neighborhood. And again, I'm all for a new rink anywhere, but I think it would be best served in a more centrally located place in town, where all of the traffic is not just coming right into a very tight neighborhood. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point we raised with the parking. It's actually comes out of the traffic analysis that got done, and Beta asked, our traffic consultant asked the same question. If you have events at this space, you've got to make sure you can get those cars in and parked and circulated, or you're going to congest the neighborhood worse than any neighborhood worse. And there you go.
They're also building the rink to have more usage, I would
absolutely
assume.
Yeah,
so you are absolutely bringing more traffic into the neighborhood, and you should drive down Henry Street where Margaret Convoy lives. You should drive onto Smith and Henry and Highland, where you can't even get a fire truck down the roads. So it's interesting. And as it relates to the senior housing, you may want to go up and stand outside their door.
Did that. I've done that, and I think a couple of people have. I know.
And envision both buildings being built. It's going to be quite a change.
I know that. I went and walked up behind and where Vinci's going to go, and I think a few other commissioners have done the same thing because the public had suggested to it.
And remember that the surveys that are going out are giving you one choice or two choices: the existing location or the proposed location. It's not asking, would you like it more centrally located in town?
Right. Yes, I understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pecora. All right, he was batting cleanup. And we are done with that. Mr. Romano, if you want to come back. All right, so Mr. Romano, and you were listening, so we're that list that we had asked you, where do our teams play? And what are the facilities where our teams play? And we got back that we were really interested in, because for the MI, we're looking for it for the MI. We are looking to the consistency with our POCD and the goals of the POCD. And so one of the things is, are we making a municipal facility in consistency with Objective 6, with Guiding Principle 6 of the POCD? So that was, let me just go through. So the parking, you've heard us say over and over again. I'm gonna just beta on the traffic. You've got outstanding drainage comments from DPW engineering. You're gonna address those. Fire department, they've asked about access. You've got sewer to address. Towns, and this is, we're closing it. I don't know, that's all we're required. I don't know what our action will be, but I'm just telling you, if we were to move forward, these are the things that you would be hearing from us. Lighting regulations, I saw you had some pole lights. Again, you got to look at the lighting regulations that have gone in place. I'm not sure. You've got a couple of pole lights that are 25 feet in height, and I'm not sure that meets, and you seem to have some spillage onto adjacent properties. People have asked you to provide a description of the upgrades that are proposed to meet building code and the square footage associated with that. You're going to get all this in writing, so just holler if you hate something. Trees, it seems to work pretty well. You've also got trees in the parking lot, which is great. We were, I think, to a one, pleased to see you're using natural turf for the baseball. The energy narrative had support from EMAC. If we were to move you forward, we would suggest that you go to ARC before you come in for final. And we have a bunch of comments on the phasing plan. One of the things that we would be looking for without an increase in cost would be, if possible, would be, can you preserve the park for usage? As can you phase the construction in a way that there's still reasonable passive access? And how are you going to control traffic and deliveries, and of course, tree protection? I have a little peeve that parents have been stopping me and telling me they want to be able to buy hot chocolate. So I got to make the lobby for why a concession stand. I know Joseph doesn't want a concession stand, but I got to make the pitch. They told me not to say it to you yesterday. The green space confirmation. I'm not going to ask you now about environmental. I know that we just answered Mr. Quigley. I appreciate Ms. Mitchell spending the time with us, but I think you proceed with the testing. As I understand it, you basically have to get underneath the building and do the demolition before you get the full answer to if there's been any damage from leakage. It would help the commission because people were asking about it on the site plan. If you for final, that all the uses, the office uses be labeled, because it was unclear to people. For example, if Mr. Siciliano's folks that do the scheduling from town hall are going to move now to the rink, that kind of thing. Again, parking. Mr. Levy wanted you to look at, can the parking somehow be joined to the building? I, in general, and I believe other people, I'm going to lobby for, again, really assess whether, in spite of our pressure that you increase green space, the most important thing is you got enough parking, because otherwise there's going to be cars all over the place. I think I hit the list. It's kind of long. One thing that several people raised is that did you consider a temporary rink? And since this is a public hearing, I'm going to ask you guys, I know that, Mr. Siciliano, don't make that face at me, but since it's a public hearing, just say, again, for the record, you considered the temporary location, and as it was a feasible site able to be identified, and what happened with that? Because the public has asked the question. If I'm not going to let Mr. Siciliano do that because I saw his face. Mr. Romano, you go, just for the record.
Happy to, Madam Chair.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough. We'll answer the question.
So we've explored a variety of different locations within town for both, the temporary to go. And at the end of the day, it really came down to having the capacity and a proper location to accommodate all the necessary features that come with their rink use. It's several acres of land that are needed in order to accommodate parking, the facility, and everything that comes with it. And we were unable to find an adequate location in town that was superior to the one where it is today.
Okay. Or comparable.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions remaining on the commission? Mr. Romano or Mr. Siciliano, did you want to add any? Oh, Mr. Levy does. Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Yes, and I do think that some attention should be made to creating a better consensus about this project. So whatever kind of outreach and other conversations can go on, I think that would be advisable. I think that the people are very concerned, and I don't think the concern should be dismissed. I feel that it's been mischaracterized, and I would hope that we can bring everybody along with a successful project, because otherwise, I think we're missing an opportunity, and which means that there's more listening to do, and there's more consideration to more considerations to be made, as been suggested by Madam Chair, to better this project, so that everybody is very excited about it.
Actually, before we go, Ms. Jenkins, if you were sort of closing, Patrick, there were a couple of traffic things that I had omitted, and we were going to talk about remediation as well. I think the testing is far advanced. What did you want to add?
Well, actually, I was going to respond to a public comment about relocation to the Coscott Park. I think remediation is the major issue there for creating.
No, of course, because it's capped. You can't break
Right.
the concrete.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr.
You
Siciliano,
spoke to the
just
decision making, but that was it didn't include that part of it, which
totally forgot. We can't break the
Restricted
concrete.
site now, yeah.
Yeah, we can't break the concrete in the Coscott Park. It is totally capped, and below it is very bad contamination. One of the heartbreaks with Coscott Park is that's why we don't have water access, because of the capping. Because if we had done full-on remediation, we would have had water access there, although it's shallow during low tide. Now, Mr. Leroux, you wanted to talk about, as I remember, there was a crosswalk question.
and I don't know. Sorry, Mr. Romano, I don't know if you mentioned that, but there is a new connection to Western Junior in the revisions that you proposed today. There's a mid-block crosswalk. I understand that DPW has looked at that and is okay with that, or is desirous of that, to connect the park to the sidewalk in Western Junior. I think, I don't know what's going on with the existing walkway from the corner by Western Middle School, but if there can be some effort to be made to make that more accessible, the slope being gentler and not a array of steps or something like that, because most people have to drive into the site now anyways, and to use it, if there's a way to connect the neighborhood that is approachable, I think that would be a worthwhile investigation. But I know the topography is tough there, so I just wanted to put that in the list of to-dos if the commission feels it's necessary.
Okay. Mr. Levy, did you want to speak again? No. Okay.
I'll just say that I want to thank the public for the public comments. Everybody spoke quite eloquently, and really appreciate everybody coming out and showing their concern
Patrick and I were in a meeting in town hall.
and their agreement.
Patrick and I were in a meeting in town hall last week when we said, like, you have so many brilliant people who are so articulate in town. It's amazing. Okay, folks. Actually, does the applicant, Mr. Romano or Ms. Mitchell or Mr. Siciliano, does anybody want to add anything? Okay, in that case, I'm just going to pull you guys out and just quickly talk to the commission for a few. You'll still be able to hear. Okay, so the way we stand right now is, as you know, this has to be closed by tomorrow night. And I guess unless you want to meet tomorrow, we should close it today. We do not have to decide a site plan tonight. We could decide it at our meeting on the 19th. We could decide it at our meeting on the 26th. But we don't have to. The MI expires on the 25th, so we would have to decide it or extend it at our next meeting on the 19th. Those are the doors in front of you. Seated on this application are Levy, Jenkins, Yeski, Lowe, and Self. I guess the first question is, do people want to vote on the site plan tonight on whether to move it to final, or do you want to just close it? I guess I should have closed it first, right? It doesn't matter, I'm here. Or do you want to wait till another meeting and have time to chew? Your call.
I don't mind waiting, but what does everybody else want to do?
Just tell us the preference. Does anybody have an issue with voting tonight? Does anybody much prefer to wait?
Sir, are we talking site plan or MI?
We're talking on this, on really both. We would not normally act on the preliminary. I mean, we could, so the other option is we could extend the MI indefinitely, not indefinitely, but we can say we're not ready to vote it. And we could postpone, we could wait to vote the MI until we have the final site plan and we approve the final site plan. Here's the snag with that. Not our realm, but it's not clear to, if that happens, the applicant can't get the money to potentially, and Mr. Romano has his hand up, the applicant may not be able to get the money to get to final site plan. So they will have to go to the BET because the money they've spent so far was only to get them to the combination of municipal improvement and preliminary site plan. Without the municipal improvement, they can't go to final. So asking them to wait till we're doing the final site plan for the MI means that we're going to put them through hoops. Mr. Romano, did you want to, I'm going to let you talk, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you hit the nail on the head right there. I just wanted to echo that sentiment. So where we're at, the funding that's been appropriated thus far was for the purpose of coming up with a preliminary site layout for the purpose of maintaining municipal improvement status so that we could go to the next stage of design and achieve final site plan and all the later design.
We really would need to act on the MI as well.
Yes, without municipal improvement, we cannot seek additional design funds.
I'm gonna officially close the application now, so you won't be able to talk anymore. And Mr. Wells, talk quick because
I'm done.
Okay, so there you go, you guys. We really have to do both. And it's the 5 people seated. And this application, the site plan is now closed because we're at the deadline. So we are now closing the site plan. Does anybody, Mr. Lowe, do you want to wait and chew? Does anybody?
I think we should wait.
Okay. All right.
I think this meeting has been instructive and fruitful, but my small brain can't kind of take it all in and turn on a dime. And I would appreciate the time to reflect. And not sure that any additional information can be introduced during the interim. I don't believe it can, right? So, but it still would offer an opportunity for all of us, not just the 5 voting on it, but all of us to reflect a little further. But I'm open to a counter argument.
Anybody have a counter argument? our practice is to defer to anyone who would rather wait. The tentative for the next agenda has Greenwich American on it. It has 257 Sound Beach, 9 Glenville, Nightingale Veterinary, and 2 discussion items. I would suggest that we put it on the beginning of our 19th meeting for a decision. And we would then not need to extend the MI at this time, because I would suggest that we go ahead and vote the MI as well. What I read, Mr. Romano, at the end was some of the conditions I had written down for a move to final. And if you would, consider what you would add to what conditions you would want in the final site plan application when it comes in, what do you want to see? And that's one of the reasons I favor postponing to next week is what else do you want to see to be comfortable? Green space, all the issues that have been raised tonight, sort them out and see what do you want to see in the final. Okay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I propose a dinner break?
Here.
And how about we come back at like 7:30? Is that 7:31? Whatever.
7:35.
7:35. She says okay. 7:35. She's very hungry. We'll come back at 7:35. Bianca, don't let me forget. I am going to pause the recording. Do not let my full stomach I got to turn it back on. Mr. Basili, enjoy your dinner. We'll be back. We hope. Okay, remember to start the recording. Hold on, Mary. We don't have everybody here yet. Hold on, Mr. Hegney. I always wait till you're in before I announce your applications.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So hold on, Mary, as soon as I announce it. We're waiting for Peter Lowe, who may or may not be chewing. The Peters are out. So, okay, it's 7:35. Okay, I just broke my desk. That was odd, wasn't it, when Mr. Sylvester paused tonight? On a second. Our next application is Mason Street Partners LLC for final site plan and special permit to develop properties on both the east and west side of Mason Street to build a mixed-use commercial and assisted housing development per section 830G of the Connecticut State Statute. The proposed action would construct 2 buildings where the first floor is retail and the upper floors would be 75 residential units, where 24 units, 12 in each building, 32% of the total unit count would be below market, deed restricted for a minimum period of 40 years. I guess I should read the addresses. The west side parcel is located at 405 Greenwich Avenue, 290 to 94 Mason Street. Is 13,330 square foot in total area and within the CGBR, CGB, and CGIO zones. The east side parcel is located at 275 through 289 and 309 through 321 Mason Street. It is 53,885 square feet in total area and within the CGB and CGIO zones. This is a modification of a previous application. It is being filed per the Connecticut State Statutes 830G sections subsection H. And with that, I believe, Mr. Lowe, are you there? Gosh. There he is. Okay. I don't see him, but he's there. Okay. And so with that, Mr. Hegney, we can begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney. I keep doing this. Madam Jenkins has an announcement, has to make a statement. before you start.
Yes, it's probably the only time I've gotten to token before Mr. Hegney, but this is an unusual circumstance. Let me introduce myself for purposes of members of the public. My name is Mary Jenkins, and I'm an alternate member of Planning and Zoning. But I'm also one of the co-chairs of the Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust Board. And because of that position, I am recused on this application, and I will not participate in the deliberations or vote. I have a statement to make for the record on behalf of the Affordable Housing Trust Board. This statement was prepared, discussed, and approved by the board at its November 6th meeting, at which time the board had not been advised of the applicant's October 16th withdrawal of the applicant's 92-unit proposal. The trust board had issued a conditional loan commitment letter with respect to that proposal. I am deeply disappointed personally that the applicant made no effort to notify the trust board of such withdrawal prior to the meeting on November 6th, or in fact at any time since. The trust board takes its responsibility to promote affordable housing in Greenwich seriously and is entitled to be treated seriously and with respect. To avoid confusion as I read this statement that was prepared on November 6th into the record, I will delete any references to the 92-unit proposal, even though in fact it was discussed during the trust board's deliberation on November 6th. This statement is made on behalf of the Affordable Housing Trust Board to the Planning and Zoning Commission with respect to application PLPZ 2024-00148 Mason Street Partners LLC as developer. In the application resubmitted to the Commission in October 2024, the developer proposed a project configuration that differs from the two proposals previously presented to and approved for a loan by the trust board. The loan availability is necessary for the project to qualify as assisted housing under Connecticut General Statute 830G. To review the statute briefly, projects qualifying for 830G may ignore certain local zoning restrictions applicable to other residential developments. If the 830G project is a set-aside development, 30% of its units must be affordable for 40 years, 15% based upon 80% of annual state median income, this is eligibility, and 15% at 60% of state median income. State median income is currently $122,300 per year. Alternatively, upon receipt of financial assistance from a governmental program or a governmental entity like the Affordable Housing Trust, a project is considered assisted housing under 830G. The developer obtains the same freedom from certain provisions of local zoning, but the statute does not require a minimum percentage of affordable units, and rents are based upon 80% of area median income, currently $180,500 per year. Obviously, assisted housing projects experience a smaller reduction in rental income for affordable units than in a set-aside project, and can expand housing opportunities to a group generally referred to as the missing middle, those who earn more than the state median income and might include employees of the town, such as police, fire, and teaching staff, and those with a profession like nurses and engineers. With less of a restriction on rental income, assisted housing projects can be negotiated to be smaller and or have an increase in the number of affordable units above the statutory minimum. In this case, the trust board succeeded in reducing the size of the east building from 7 stories to 6, and encourage the developer to have restrictions remain in place in perpetuity rather than the statutorily required 40 years. On 2 prior occasions, the trust board issued alternative conditional commitment letters to the developer, each in the amount of $100,000. The buildings in each case were the size as currently proposed, included retail on the first floor, and used area median income for eligibility. These terms continue to apply to the new proposal. To review, the project subject to the trust board's first commitment letter dated November 8, 2023, had 94 total units with 56 Margaret condominiums on the east side and 38 rental units on the west side, all of which were to be affordable for a period of 40 years. The overall affordability percentage was 40%. The second commitment letter, dated May 15, 2024, related to the 92-unit proposal, which has been withdrawn by the applicant. At a trust meeting held on October 9, 2024, the new alternative, which I'm going to call Proposal C, was presented by the developer. It contains 75 condominium residential units and no rental units, and 24 of the total number of units, 32% of the total project, would be affordable. And such income limitations would be applicable to those 24 units in perpetuity. 12 of the 55 units in the east building and 12 of the 20 units in the west building will be affordable 2- and 3-bedroom units. At that meeting, this is October 9, 2024 Affordable Trust Board meeting, the trust board approved the issuance of a new conditional commitment letter covering Proposal C, the 75 units, by a vote of 6-1. Members of the trust board expressed support for providing ownership opportunities to lower and middle income families, and noted that any future sales of affordable condominiums would be subject to price restrictions based on the area median income to keep the ownership option available in perpetuity. The dissenting board member expressed dissatisfaction with the elimination of rental opportunities and expressed some skepticism about the true economic eligibility of those who might acquire an ownership interest using the affordability criteria. It was noted, however, that the new proposal maintains all of the affordability provisions in perpetuity and sets the number of affordable units to be equally represented in both proposed buildings. In closing, the trust board recognizes the unconventional appearance of having multiple outstanding conditional commitment letters. Nevertheless, it is the only apparent way to qualify each of the now 2 proposed project alternatives as assisted housing under 830G. Accordingly, the 2 commitment letters will remain outstanding for Proposal A and Proposal C, the original proposal and now the 75-unit proposal, although only 1 commitment will be executed if the commission approves that alternative. That's the end of my statement, Madam Chair.
You're not.
Sorry, I got it. Does anybody have any questions for Madam Jenkins? Okay, and then as everybody knows, she said she was going to be recusing, and we will now finally, I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney, you now proceed. For members of the public who are listening, once the attorney has finished his presentation and the commission has asked their questions, we will then turn to public comment. So if you want to have your hand up, that's fine, but we won't call on you until such time that we're ready for public comment. Mr. Hegney, unless Catherine Grace is with you, Mr. Hegney.
No, Madam Chair.
All righty. Okay, so Mr. Hegney, if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Higney on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to say that our lack of notifying the Housing Trust Fund Board of our choice of proceeding with the 75 unit plan is by no means a sign of disrespect. The letter we received from the Trust Fund Board dated October 16th. And the last line says, once a final decision is made by the Planning and Zoning Commission with regard to your application, please advise us so we may issue a formal conditional commitment letter for one of the alternative development plans described above. When we filed this with you, we had not yet heard from the, had not yet presented the 75 unit plan to the Housing Trust Fund Board. And that's why we were submitting it at the same time. If the Trust Fund Board had said, we're not satisfied with the 75 unit plan, then we would have proceeded and withdrawn that and then proceeded with the 92 unit plan. We're also not proceeding with the 94 unit plan that had all the rental units in the West Side building and sale units in the East Side building. Having gone through this with a number of hearings with you and having the denial of the 92 unit plan as part of the decision in September, we revised our application as part of this resubmission process, attempting to address the points that the commission had raised in its September decision. And that's why we didn't want to be in a position where we wouldn't be able to proceed with one or the other. That's why I filed both the 92 and 75 unit plans at the same time. Once we had the letter from the Trust Fund Board, we were then prepared to proceed with the resubmission on the 75 units because we thought that this was responding to the comments and the whereas clauses that were in the decision letter from September. So that's how we got where we are and why we proceeded this way. I apologize if we did not notify the Housing Trust Fund Board properly, but based on the language in the letter, I thought we could proceed with any one of the three that was listed as development plan A, B, or C in their October 16th letter. But certainly we want to retain a good relationship with the Housing Trust Fund Board members moving forward on, if not this, on another application for this site. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask if we could bring in the other members of our group, Josh Caspi, our principal, Andy Fox, who's the owner's representative.
Mr. Caspi, if you would kindly accept the promotion. Okay, and then I don't know if we can let Andy Fox in.
Who's Andy Fox?
He used to be able to appear on Hollywood Squares.
Actually, you know, he left before Hollywood Squares. I'm not seeing him in the meeting. Andy, if you've got a different name. Oh, he's Catherine Grace. Could he be Catherine Grace? No. Okay, who was your next person after
I haven't had him use that moniker.
Yeah. Okay, who is your next person after Andy?
Tim Hollister from Hinckley Allen, who's our co-counsel in the matter.
There he is.
Mr. DeAndrea is joining by phone because he is currently at his wife's birthday party. And we have David Stewart, our architect from EDI.
When you outnumber us, you have to stop, okay?
Or I'll stop with one more then.
Okay.
And then Jamie Barr of
Mr. Stewart, hold on a second. Mr. Stewart, if you would accept the promotion. Mr. Stewart. I'm not sure he's there. He's not accepting. And Mr. Hollister declined. Jamie Barr, let me shoot for him.
Yep, he appears to be
I got him.
on the screen now.
All right.
And Mr. Barr is our licensed environmental professional.
Oh, good. Okay. And so let me try Mr. Stewart. Did you get Mr. Stewart?
I did not, and I don't
trying
know
again.
if Mr. DeAndrea is in the room, Mr. Hegney, so
Okay.
if he's available. He'll have to.
Mr. Stewart, if you are listening to the meeting, kindly accept the promotion to panelist. All right, so we're missing Mr. DeAndrea. Andy Fox. That is not Andy-like. Nope. Okay. Well,
we'll proceed with
the cast you've got, and then we'll go ahead. I mean, when they come in, and we'll get them in. Okay. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
This is a resubmission of the plan that we filed with you earlier this year, and that was denied in September. It is a continuation of the application and bears the same PLPD number as the initial application was. We listened to what you had to say at the decision meeting. We submitted a list of responses to each of 53 whereas clauses. And so that has been submitted as part of this resubmission. And we revised the plans. So rather than having rental on one side of the street and sales on the other, it was an all sales project with 75 units, 12 affordable on one side, or assisted units, 12 assisted units on the other side, and representing 32% of the total units, and making them in perpetuity rather than for the 40-year minimum that is required under the statute. I explained why we submitted the 92 plan as well, since we've now received, and you have, it's part of your records, we submitted the October 16th letter from the Housing Trust Fund indicating their support of the 75 unit plan as well. The other revisions that we submitted were for the traffic and engineering. Mr. DeAndrea put a plan together that addressed a 100-year storm. He revised the intersection between Mason Street and Bruce Park Avenue to reflect the recommendations of our traffic engineer. We also submitted a report from our traffic consultant, Bernie Adler, that there were no, that warrants for a traffic light addition were not met, and therefore it was not necessary to provide a traffic light there. Mainly it was to provide better pedestrian access so that we would have a traffic island in Bruce Park Avenue so that people could have a place to stop and if there was traffic coming in the other direction. And we bumped out the curbs on Mason Street so that similarly to what has been happening on Greenwich Avenue, that there's a shorter distance between the curbs for pedestrians to get from one side of the street to the other. We also included a beacon on a mid-block crosswalk, which was one of the other requirements that was requested by the town traffic engineer. One of the things we didn't do was put bump outs in the middle of the block. And that's after consulting with Mr. Adler and Mr. DeAndrea, that they would ultimately cause more difficulty as bump outs in a block where people wouldn't be expecting them and driving through than providing any greater safety. than the beacon with a flashing light would be for pedestrians. We also provided to the town traffic engineer a plan showing additional spaces on the east side of Mason that would be provided for the residents on the west side building. That was another one of their requests, and that they being located near the crosswalk, which also has been accomplished. The plan also eliminated the penthouse on the west side building. The amenities that were that were included on the plan were now added to the first floor of that building. And the retail portion that we had included on the west side was reduced, so there would be no more than 0.3 FAR, or 3,999 square feet from the lot size. I did want to, because you did spend a fair amount of time on it, and the staff report did as well, go through with you how we determined the setbacks and how we are reviewing the square footages that are appropriate. We reduced the west side to the 0.3 FAR, notwithstanding that currently there's 15,360 square feet on the west side property. What is not evident from looking at it is that there is a lower level to that property that is not parking and storage. It is an active area for car repair and detailing, and those are actually service bays.
Below ground?
Below ground, yeah. When we went through the Acura application that you approved a few years ago, I did have the opportunity to go down there.
I had forgotten. If you told us at the time, I had completely forgotten.
It was not someplace that people probably were willing to work, but they did. And it is included as part of the floor area, because although it is underground, it is not used for parking and storage. It is, or mechanicals. It is being used as active space as part of that dealership.
Okay, hold on just a second, Mr. Hegney. Patrick, did you want to ask a question?
Mr. Hegney, was that ever disclosed in this part of this application?
I don't know if we did.
I mean, I don't remember it from this one.
Thank you. No, I just want to make sure that if it was in the record, it is now.
Okay.
We did have it as part of the Acura application. We had existing floor plans, which showed an existing.
But not the redevelopment for mixed use.
But we didn't submit it as part of this, although it was part of how we determined how many square feet we were looking for there. And particularly since we had reduced the square footage of the retail as part of submitting this, we didn't think it was necessary, but I will certainly include those as part of the material that we're sending over to you, with a chart that mimics what was on the first page of the staff report, so that you have all that included as part of the record. The building on the west side is currently 2 stories because of its lower level being active a commercial space. We have a building on the east, 2 buildings on the east side that are a single story, and they are actually more than the square footage we're proposing for retail on the east side. There's currently 8,815 square feet on the east side, and we're proposing 7,025, which is slightly less, about 500 square feet less than what we shared with you on the application for the 92 unit project. So the floor area ratios are reduced on both from a floor area ratio on the west side of 1.15 to 0.3, and on the east side from 0.16 to 0.13. The coverages likewise are substantial on both. The west side, the lot coverage is 100%, and we're proposing it to remain as 100%, even though 30% is part of the regulation.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Hegney. Patrick?
Mr. Hegney, this is the material we got this afternoon we're going through, right?
It's what I sent you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so just to
just,
clarify, Mr.
ahead.
Hegney, I saw it come in. I believe you sent it after 4 o'clock. I'm not sure, but we were already in the hearing. So I had
certainly-
trouble with the format as well. And we've been asking for that because we're trying to get our minds around what the existing nonconformities are and what you're saying. The 2017 statutory change would allow you to keep. Go ahead, Mr.
Oh,
Patrick.
can't speak for others. I didn't read it.
Yeah, no, it came in after we started, and I mean, it
that
was,
may have been my delivery of it because it came in between 3
Oh,
and 4.
but even so,
yeah. Okay, so
That's why I'm going through it as part of the presentation.
Yeah,
right
but,
there, and we'll
okay.
provide it as in a format so that everyone will have.
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah, Ms. Hegney,
The formatting came through weird, by the way. I opened it quickly. Mr. LaRoe, go ahead.
Yeah, and I did catch that too, Madam Chair, and some numbers were transposed or whatever, and
Yeah.
Mr. Hegney did fix some of those. I'm looking at the numbers now, Mr. Hegney, and I guess if you could clarify for the record or revise it again, the coverage numbers that you're representing, is it based on, for the west side I'm talking about, is it based on the 15,000 round number, or is it based on the 13,000 round number, was my one question since you were at that point. Sorry to interrupt again.
I'm basing it on the 13,330 square feet of the west side.
You're only operating in the CGB portion of the site, and you're gonna not use the CGBR zone parcel for the zone.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure those numbers go around and around in the reporting, and I just want to make sure I know what the denominator is basically.
So this chart that you sent this afternoon, it includes all the setbacks. It includes the coverage change, both building and lot. And you're discussing height as well?
No, because the height is part of the 8-30G application, which is not subject to the height limitations in the zoning regulations.
So that, I think that is, do we want to jump into this right now, or do you want to keep talking? Because that's a matter of question, and I would love to hear. Obviously, we have sought advice, but there is a concept out there. 65 Marsh Hill was the case, as I recall, that, and we discussed it yesterday, that if you have commercial, your entire building needs to be conforming. It's no longer an 830G, and Berger's sentence in Marsh Hill is, I can pull it up, but it says something, and again, Holiday Inn here, but it says something like if 830G had been meant to apply to places that included commercial uses, woe be to us, a kind of thing. It's a very strong sentence. So, but since we have not had the opportunity to review all this, I think we shouldn't talk about it because we don't have all the numbers. And so we're arguing theoretically where maybe we could reach some sort of basis that works. But again, that's the only case that has been cited to us in regard to this.
A couple of points, Madam Chair.
Let me just check because I think I might have one other one. Go ahead, sir.
By providing you with this chart that explains that we do meet the current zoning regulations, we're by no means admitting that or believe that 8-30G does not apply appropriately here. We have a building that has retail on the first floor. which is a good thing to have in your central Greenwich business zone, and is a mere 4% of the total square footage of the buildings as proposed. We think that this is a positive aspect of the plan. We have looked to have the retail portion of the space meet the zoning regulations for both coverage, floor area, and setbacks. And that's what the chart shows. We've added a separate line, not just for existing, but also for retail aspects in terms of setback coverage and floor area. We think that either you can accept it one way or accept it the other way, but we think that this is not only an appropriate inclusion in the plan, but that is appropriate either under our zoning regulations or under an 8-30G.
So the other case I have is West Hartford Interfaith Coalition versus Town Council. And again, it makes a similar finding. So that's the question. And I believe in the material submitted, and I mentioned this yesterday to the commission when we were doing the briefing. In the material you submitted, the point you made is 830G is basically silent on commercial. And the sentence you have in your submission this time is, it does not prohibit. So a commercial is not prohibited. We got that. The question is, what is the impact once you have commercial? Is it still an 830G? And well, I mean, at this point, I have to rely on my counsel and on your providing us your opinions, which I'm sure you all have. But those are the two cases, 65 Marsh Hill. And then there's a more recent one, 131 Beach Road. And what Judge Berger said was a mixed-use development in which both 830G dwellings and commercial uses would be contained within the same buildings is not by its very terms an affordable housing development. So if you guys could come back to us on that, because we raised this with you the first time around. Mr. Caspi, you were okay with not having the commercial then, or that's what we have on the record? We're open to the argument, just tell us, but we've got this legal debate as to how this works.
If that's how it was heard or stated.
We're gonna need to dig it out of the transcript. We meant to do that earlier because you weren't sure that Mr. Caspi had said that, and we do have the transcript. So I believe it was at the second time we heard the previous application. So if you want to see what the conversation was, it was between me and Mr. Caspi, and maybe I thought I said something and I heard him wrong. So I'll get the transcript.
I think I could clear it up.
Yes, sir.
In discussion, the only concept that I was really thinking of was the sizing on the west side, which was the original size. We went down to 39.99. That was my intention. So anyway,
all right. I'll pull the transcript and you'll see why I came away with a different understanding, or maybe you won't. Go ahead, Mr. Hegney. We'll let's move on from this topic.
Well, I just have one other thing. I did have another plan submitted today from Mr. DeAndrea that shows how we determine the setbacks on the west side. It's based on 6-129 of the regulations, which allows us to average setbacks, and his plan shows that the setback based on that is 3 feet, and that's why the retail is shown as 3 feet from the west side of Mason. But to continue this discussion, I think I was going to ask Tim to get into that later, but I think it's probably good to address it now because this was a significant issue both for the commission and staff, and we do want to.
Yeah, my take is we got two. If it might take, from the questions I heard at the briefing, what's in the material, we got a couple of elephants in the room, and then we've got basically cleanup that we were asking you guys to do prior to the close of the last application that just hadn't, they were just items that you could have handled, that you're now progressing towards handling. And so there's, I think there's two buckets. Before we, I think you were saying Mr. Hollister might want to speak now, but Mr. Yeski has his hand up, as does Mr. LaRose. So before we move on to legal denseness, I'm sorry, Mr. Hollister, maybe we could let them ask their questions. Mr. Yeski?
I'd be glad to wait. My questions went all the way back to 830G, not legally. Well, maybe everything seems to go back to legal, but
yeah, I think it does.
Well, for example, when we first started this with the 94 unit, we said we didn't like the two buildings.
The
and,
separation.
Yep. And we also got into a discussion at that time, I remember it, about the compatibility of the buildings, you know, the fit and finish. That's still an issue, I think. I'd love to hear what they're planning, because they've moved on now.
So there's a confusing comment that I mentioned it to you. So Patrick reached out, and he can clarify. Patrick and Tracy reached out to the DOH, and the DOH sent a memo in response.
I read that.
And it's a little confusing because Mr. Santoro says set aside, and we need to get him to clarify how he views assisted. We're not clear. We gather that. So that's the first thing. Go ahead.
Well, I understand that, but I'd still like to hear the applicant's response to the compatibility, because maybe they have a different view. And we'll clarify with Mr. Santoro, but I would love to hear their understanding of what compatible means, because now they've moved on, and we should give them credit. They're now back to 30% plus 32%, both buildings for sale, which is another question.
Yeah.
I have no experience for sale affordable. That's got, I don't know if the state, maybe you've dug up some in the state, but that sounds like a really tricky area. And I'm not just talking about, yeah, that whole area, you're mixing affordable with luxury units and you're selling them all, and they're supposed to be compatible. So I'd love to know their experience in that kind, or what their concept is and what they see that. I mean, those are, I can wait.
So yeah, no, but before you go, so this is a good thing, because I know you missed that you had to leave early from the briefing. So on the topic of sale, and we mentioned this the last time, one of the things with sale is that every time you go to one of these task forces or people working on affordable housing, the fact that most of the affordable housing is rental means that the lower income people don't ever build equity. So the opportunity to have an ownership is a fantastic opportunity that people have not been able to figure out. And it's a question that the commissioner asked, the commissioner of housing asked, is how do we further the ownership so that people get an opportunity to build equity? I mean, in this market, for example, so if you can make it work, it's a splendid opportunity. And that's what I kept hearing in all the, I'm a seminar addict. So
and I would agree. And I would agree with that. That's why I'm interested in the applicant's view of how to make this work, because it's novel. We're cutting new ground here.
Before Mr. Hegney answers you, I would like to echo Mr. Hegney. Very pleased, very happy that the buildings don't have disproportionate, and that you have an equal treatment in the buildings.
Not pro rata. Let's be clear. It's not proportional, but it is equal.
At least it is something that it behaves inclusively. And I was very happy to see that, because I think it's a good message. Patrick, did you want to ask a question? We'll let Mr. Hegney talk again.
Well, yeah, my suggestion was going to be if we could go through the zoning portion before we get into the affordable.
Into the law. I'm fine with that, because those are the two big issues.
I would just echo one point that you made, Madam Chair. I think home ownership and purchasing is it is a higher, obviously, burden to get in, but if it's available and the opportunity is there, I think it does. It serves the community in the long term better. I'll just say it that way.
We hope if prices rise, you're giving people. Now, again, when they
Well,
resell.
I think owning something has tangential benefits that can't be measured with and compared to rental.
Totally.
With that said, rental, I understand, is the most approachable, accessible form of housing, and so they both work to the goals. But I think there is something to be said about for sale below market units being offered. So
Okay, on the zoning, if Mr. Hegney is going to talk about the zoning first, on the zoning, Patrick, you have a bit of an advantage over us because you've had a chance to look. at
yeah,
it.
I have. Sorry.
So-
Well, while we were talking about other things, I was able to read through stuff.
Okay,
So
so.
not that I'm
like
brown
3
nosed,
hours of the rink,
but-
yeah.
not
so-
the brown, but I was listening to everything. I just was
I know
also
you were,
caught up,
but so you're gonna have to help us out a little bit on what the chart is. Okay, Mr. Hegney, back to you.
yeah, I think Mr. Hegney, if I could go on I think you were just talking about the west side. So if I could just go through the list on the west side issues. So for clarity purposes, I think the discussion, we should note again what the square footage is as the denominator that we're using for the percentages. So whatever the coverage numbers and the floor area numbers you're representing, I think there needs to be maybe it's another asterisk that says this is based on 330 square feet in the CGB zone versus the total lot area, including the 405 Greenwich Ave component. So that would help clarify things, I think, going forward. Just as a point, because I'm sure the commission caught it, but I just want to say it again for the record. The setbacks that you're discussing about as being established vested rights is because the lower level of the current building at 290 is a active use and not storage or parking, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll provide those existing floor plans to you, which were part of the Acura application a few years ago.
And the setback from Bruce Park Avenue is 3 feet existing. Is that?
No, it's actually existing is basically the building is on the property line, is on the street line.
Okay, so that is an area where you're increasing the setback possibly.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going from existing proposed there, sorry.
And again, the building on the north side at 290 is also at 0 setback.
And the increase in building coverage, you are expressing that as what? How is that compliant?
That is because it's associated with the residential, not with the retail portion of the project.
I don't know if you were going to get into that, but the integration of the building at 409, I kept saying 405. I'm sorry. It's 409, correct?
405.
It is 405. Okay. It's wrong on this sheet then. 405. Is there some illustration or some discussion that you can give us so that because I personally cannot figure out where that building ends and the new building begins. So is that something you'll be able to talk about tonight, or will you just?
I have had our architects prepare a plan, and that I didn't get to you today.
Okay.
But
if you're not prepared to talk about it, that's fine. I just think that is an area where there's I think for great confusion from the integration there. So otherwise I think I understand the rest of it. I think everything else. So I'll just add for the record. So the 3 foot 3.2, I think it is, from Mason Street, that is based on 6129 and the average setback.
Yes, yeah, because I had Mr. DeAndrea confirm that. He'd given me the number, but he actually hadn't done the plan showing how the math works to establish that under 6129. So that was part of what I had sent over to you late this afternoon.
And again, that was not provided in the prior application either, correct, with the prior materials?
No, this was to clarify just how the setback was, because that was not only is it an issue now, but it was an issue then as well. So we wanted to be able to clarify that.
I don't think I have anything else. If you're not going to talk about the 405 building, So if we can go to the east side, I'm prepared to do that unless someone has other questions about this side.
I'm numberless, so and I'm also a little stuck on the concept. So go ahead, talk about the east side.
Well, I guess, Tom, do you want to jump to any specific point? Because I think I only have one or two on that side.
So we have existing condition for the front buildings on the front property line for the east side. It's essentially 0.1 feet off. It's almost on the property. On the street side, it's a great distance. It's 85 feet. Whereas our regulations for street side for commercial buildings in the commercial zone is 10 feet. We do provide that. That was indicated as a requirement, and we do meet that. And the side is 0.9 feet, and we're at 10 feet as well. For the, and this again is for the retail portion of the building. Our setback off of the north property line is over 100 feet, and for the rear is 51 feet. So we believe we meet all of the zoning setbacks for that retail space as part of the east side.
And then the I'll call it the east side property line, which I believe is going to be your rear. That is a 25-foot because you're abutting a residential zone, and you're saying it's 51 feet.
Correct, to the retail portion. Actually, between the rear property line on the east side and the retail space is where, when the fire marshal asked, "Where's the generator?" That's where the generator is for the 6-story building.
Okay, I think, and Madam Chair already alluded to that. I think we need some help in, I hate to say the word negotiation, but I think there needs to be some common understanding about where the conforming zoning aspect and the affordable housing project begins. And I would just say that my preferable outcome would be that it's measured in a way that is consistent with the way we measure everything else in the zone. So that 51 feet that you just mentioned is a little confusing for me, and perhaps the plans will better illustrate it, but I'm not sure how we can, how you're disassociating the foundation or the first floor of this building from the upper floors.
Yep.
And I think there just needs to be some common understanding about where that line is being drawn.
Yeah, and that's really because the rest of the building, other than that 7,000 square feet of retail, is all residential, and it's submitted under the 8-30G statute.
Well, I just add the parking in both sides of this building is shared, right? And you're not dedicating all the parking to the affordable housing project, right? There is going to be retail parking involved with this project.
That's correct.
So I think that use included has to be acknowledged, and also, for lack of a better word, corralled or measured correctly, in a way that's not correctly, but just consistent. Because again, I fully appreciate the affordable housing part of it and our obligation, but this is your obligation part, because this is conformance with our local zoning, and I think it just needs to be consistent and spelled out and clear. So that
I hadn't measured that distance of the parking to the rear property line, but I believe that it would meet the minimum of the 25 feet, but we can certainly provide that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a part of the application that has been missing, so to speak, is just where the descriptions you're providing are matching up with the proposal as submitted, right? That without any distinction, it's very hard to ingratiate ourselves to what your analysis is. So
Sure, certainly.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, and we can certainly provide that to you.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything else
okay.
on this, so if anyone else has questions about this.
Mr. McRae has his hand up. Mr. McRae is having some trouble with his video, so.
I think actually,
Go ahead.
Mr. LaRose, inquiries actually answered it. As where those dimensions are taken from. It seems the back property line to the back wall of the retail portion. So I think he's kind of answered the question I did have. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I thought
Yes, sir.
rather than going through a couple of the more minor items, I would have Mr. Hollister walk you through the 8-30G regulation, how this process is handled as a resubmission.
I just want to know if we get credit for our ongoing training. No, just kidding. Mr. Hollister, because I'm going to, no, I'm going to the Desegregate Connecticut one. But all of us have our hours anyway. I'm just joking. Okay, so Mr. Hollister is going to walk us through 830G. Okay, I got it open. I'm ready to go.
All right, well, thank you. And can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, town staff, ladies and gentlemen. I guess my role tonight is various 830G matters, and with your indulgence, if I could spend less than 60 seconds on an important part of the resubmission procedure, which has not been mentioned and may be important to put it on the record. A resubmission is considered a continuation of the previous proceeding, including the public hearing. So everything that was in the record as of September 17th, when you took your action, is already in the record for this proceeding and does not need to be repeated. So especially if there are any members of the public who may not understand that, but that may save us some time, but it's important to have put that on the
doesn't
record.
usually, sir. Usually we do remind the public not to repeat what's already on the record, but people sometimes got to say what they got to say. So we'll do our best. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right. So let me turn to non-residential / commercial / retail uses in 830G developments. As you alluded to, Madam Chair, the 830G statute defines affordable housing as a residential use, but it does not address and certainly does not prohibit non-residential space. And I will get back to what Judge Berger said in my analysis. But let me talk about some of the, as an aside, Madam Chair, do you have a memo from Department of Housing? If so, we haven't seen that.
It's in the public record.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hold on just a second.
I can find it, Madam Chair.
No, I got it. I got it open right now. I just scrolled by it. I had a feeling. So, but it is in the public record. Wait.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll take a look at it.
But it is a little unclear for me. Oh, now I can't find it. Basically, he says that units have to be comparable, but then he says that.
And it's side.
Okay. As we discussed, in accordance with a plethora of case law under the Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals, in order to qualify as a set-aside development, the affordable units must be comparable to the market rate units. This includes square footage, bedroom distribution, amenities, distribution within the property, and quality of materials. Your municipality's legal counsel should be able to pull specific examples. Now, in just full disclosure, he says set aside. So the next set of questions is he's saying set aside. Is he distinguishing set aside from assisted? And in previous conversations we have had, well, I took a seminar from him on affordable housing, and we asked the question. We asked some of these questions, the people taking the class.
I was on that seminar with you.
Okay, so you remember he makes the statement that an assisted has to be more than a token amount of money. He says that in the seminar. But in fact, sir, that is not in the 830G statute. So I see his point, and as soon as we get more money into the trust, we wouldn't be doing that. We understand that it should be an important amount of help. But so what he cited was not in the statute. And I didn't want to argue with him. He's the guy who knows the most. Well, maybe there's a few other people around who know a lot about 830G, including, I think you were involved in the Blue Ribbon Commission with Mr. Hagney. Were you on that? No. Okay. So those were the questions. And then it's how he's seeing assisted versus set aside because of the law is silent on it. Now, to your point, where it's silent, you can't assume, and I'm taking your point here, that it's excluding something, right? It's not forbidding you to create an assisted with a token amount of money because it doesn't say anything. So we're trying to enable housing by doing AMI. We're trying to do that. That is our plan. So I guess I'm getting off the point a little bit, but I know that he's not, the way he writes this, he says set aside, and yet to us, this is an assisted.
Okay. I was asking if you had a memo from DA, Department of Housing on
this is Santoro.
Yes, but I was asking about the subject matter. I understood you to say you had a memo from them on non-residential uses in 830G. You're telling me you have a memo.
I have a memo, but it is not
on comparability.
It is not on residential versus commercial. Okay. That information I have is from counsel, and I cited some of the cases for you. Okay. And that is attorney-client, as I recall. But I would need to check with counsel.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go back.
I cited the cases for you that have been given to us to look at in terms of residential versus commercial.
Okay. Let me go back to the cases. One case you all should be at least rudimentarily familiar with, Cortese versus Greenwich, where the proposal was one affordable unit was proposed above a commercial garage, and it was labeled by the court as an attempt to bootstrap a commercial use using 830G review standards and held to be invalid. The 65 Marsh Hill Road versus Orange Planning and Zoning, 2019 Judge Berger, has a very important fact. That was proposed to be 23,640 square feet, more than half an acre on a 3-acre parcel, commercial space for offices, restaurants, plural, a gym, and then 60 apartments. So a very substantial non-residential component. And I would also say that was probably a real, actual mixed-use proposal. In addition, in that case, the commercial use did not meet the underlying zone, and the whole proposal was in an industrial zone, which in most cases cannot be used for 830G, and the court addressed that issue in some length. The blanket holding in the Marsh Hill case said that allowing mixed use under 830G can lead to absurd results, such as the Cortese case. And then, as you pointed out, Madam Chair, where there's a true mixed use, the court said, quote, 830G does not apply to mixed use, unquote. But the court did not say that there can never be a non-residential component in an 830G case. And another reason I say that is there's a much earlier case in the 1990s called Town Close Associates versus New Canaan, my case, where there was a true mixed-use development in downtown New Canaan, retail apartments above retail and office. In that case, there was no concern, no discussion by the Planning and Zoning Commission or the court about a concern of 830G and mixed use. Ultimately, that development did not go forward for reasons unrelated to the mixed use, but I point out that is an important case that went to the appellate court where it was mixed use, and to use the legal phrase, no one said boo about that aspect.
Okay, may I just for a second? So in the Berger, it says the legislative history indicates that the legislature intended to accomplish the goal of encouraging and facilitating affordable housing throughout the state by creating a specific legislation that affects only affordable housing applications, not the overall zoning scheme. Therefore, applications that don't fit into the definition of an affordable housing application are not affected by 830G. And that's in the Berger. So I know we can pick it. And then I know that the Fairfield one, they wanted commercial and the builder wouldn't give it to them. So Mr. Caspi would have loved being in Fairfield because they were begging for a commercial in an 830G and the developer didn't want to do it because he didn't think it was viable. So I get that this is a mixed thing and we're just trying to figure out what the answer should be is all
Okay,
I'm saying.
all right.
Okay, so
And by the
then,
way, in the Beach Road case, the commercial component was withdrawn before the application was processed. And you also mentioned,
I was kind
Madam
of thinking
Chair,
Mr. Caspi was doing that.
okay, Madam Chair, you also
Yes, sir.
mentioned West Hartford Interfaith. I drive by the West Hartford Interfaith development about 3 times a week. That's 10 apartment units, so I'm not sure I can understand how mixed use got into that discussion. I haven't looked at that case in a long time, but I will do
Okay.
so tomorrow. Now, let
Those
me
are the
continue.
ones that are on our list. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me continue. So based on Cortese and 65 Marsh Hill Road and Town Close Associates, my advice to my clients has always been that 830G cannot be used to bootstrap a substantial non-residential use, especially where that use does not meet the underlying zone. If there is a non-residential use proposed, it must be a very small percentage, what we call in land use subsidiary or accessory, and it should be compatible with, if not complementary to, the retail, the residential use.
And what
So-
case has that
No,
conclusion?
that's Tim Hollister's conclusion based on the
Oh,
case law.
okay, so
This
you're
is what
not,
I advise my clients and what I advise my client here.
do you have a case that says that though? Just so we know?
No, this is an inference from the cases that I just read you. There's no case that says
Okay.
point blank, we wouldn't be having this discussion if there was.
Gotcha.
But I do not read Judge Berger's case as saying that Judge Berger was trying to make sure there was a firewall.
Yes.
Really, what he's trying to avoid the worst case scenario. I believe he says if you allow point blank 830G and non-residential uses, you could have the Cortese case as an absurd result. And he's trying to protect against that. But he didn't go the other way and just say you could never have a non-residential use in an 830G. So my view is the
Yes.
non-residential must be a small percentage, subsidiary, accessory, compatible with, if not complementary to, the residential use. So in
Okay,
this
so your
case,
sentence from Berger is I'm just making sure the commission hears it. Additionally, interpreting 830G to apply to mixed uses may lead to an absurd result. Okay? Now, Mr. Hollister is, I believe, saying that if you don't have an absurd result, you could read that it's okay to apply an 830G to mixed use.
I wouldn't put it that broadly. I think it's a very it's narrower than just saying
Okay.
if it's not a mixed use.
Okay.
It's got to be small, and it's got to be in the nature of an accessory use. Now, let me just finish off the topic. Why is the retail justified here as
Yes,
part
tell
of the 830G application? Number one is this application replaces a long time commercial use, most recently the Honda dealership. And I believe it's in the record that there were several other non-residential uses on this site before that. Number two, the plan proposes retail that conforms to the underlying zone in terms of square footage, as Mr. Hagney has just led you through that analysis. The retail proposed is compatible with the proposed residential use. I don't know that anybody is making that, contesting that argument. The proposed retail is about 4% of the overall development. This is a downtown location where retail is appropriate and desired. In fact, early when I was working on this matter, someone said, what's missing downtown is the housing, not the retail. So we're adding the housing. So this is, in my opinion, not a mixed use development as that phrase is traditionally understood. It is a residential use with a minor / accessory non-residential component. And there is no court case that prohibits what is proposed here, and many good planning reasons to accept what is proposed here. So let me stop there. That is my opinion that I have given to my client in this case as to why the non-residential use is allowed under the heading, under the umbrella, the rubric of 830G. Well, I'm ready to move on to comparability. But I just want to stop there and let you ask me any further questions.
So, and they have a weird thing in this case, because they say that the residential didn't fit in a commercial neighborhood, and yet, you know, everybody's trying to bring in residential and have neighborhoods be more walkable. So it is okay. So now you're going to talk about comparability in terms of size and
Correct.
bathrooms.
And,
Before you go move on.
Yes.
One of the things what you've been advising your clients is, if it is like a reasonable and accessory or subsidiary number, in your mind, it is not bootstrapping as the word in the decision. It isn't bootstrapping. Where do you draw that line? Where do you draw when commercial is okay? What percent? How does somebody figure that out, given the fact that you're already inferring from, where do you draw the line?
Well, in terms of a number, and this is an inference, then my number is 10%. It's less than 10%, at least you're starting. The other thing is very important to think about a land use term that we're all familiar with, accessory use. It can't be, the non-residential use cannot be something that is predominant or a principal use. It has to be in the nature of an accessory, a supporting use, a subservient use, whatever phrase you want to use. But in this case, so aside from the fact that there is retail that exists on the site, given the small size and the nature of what is proposed, it is not going to overwhelm the residential use. It is not going to affect the residential use. It is truly so small and so relatively insignificant as to be in the nature of an accessory. We could go through the accessory case law.
The retail it actually doesn't have retail on the site. The retail has historically been car dealership, service station.
I'm sorry, non-residential is what
non-residential. Okay, but
correct.
Technically you are changing to a much less retail is a much less noxious, that's the wrong word. We know we have contamination from the previous one. That's a good way to put it. But okay, so you actually have not had retail, unless you consider a car dealership retail, which we don't. So, okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, car dealerships and car repairs have a retail component. You can buy your antifreeze there.
The use isn't classified by most towns as a retail use. Okay, go ahead.
Let me move to comparability, which, by the way, the word is comparability, not compatibility. And I fall into that trap all the time. So comparability of affordable and market rate units. The proposed affordable units meet the comparability requirement of 830G in this case for the following reasons. First is, note that the word comparable is not found in the 830G statute. This is a criterion that was added by the courts and has been explained as essentially a fair housing requirement. If we're going to use the power of the 830G statute to force towns, if you want to use that verb, to accept affordable units and override in some ways local zoning, the deal is the affordable units have to be comparable. They cannot be inferior. What one court called, there cannot be substandard conditions, quote unquote, for the affordable units. But it has never been stated by any court that comparable means exactly equal or identical. Now, in the case of Riverbend Associates versus Simsbury, 2004, Connecticut Supreme Court, the court said, and this is if any lawyers are listening, 271 Connecticut at pages 36 and 37, the Supreme Court said that comparability is generally going to be a matter of opinion and not a basis to deny an 830G application. Let me read that again. A matter of opinion and not a basis to deny an 830G application. What the court meant by that is that the last component of 830G is reasonable changes. And the court was basically saying this is a matter that always should be resolved under the reasonable changes rubric, where if there's a difference of opinion, somebody moves a wall or reconfigures the unit. So
I'm sorry, sir. Riverbend versus there were 2004. It's versus wetlands. It's a wetlands case.
No, there's a wetlands case and there's a sewer case and there's a zoning case. This is
Okay.
Riverbend Associates versus Simsbury Zoning Commission, 271 Connecticut, starting at page 1. And the quote I read you is from pages 36 and 37.
Okay, and the judge is not Satter. Okay,
Supreme
all
Court,
right.
so you had
Not,
5.
it's not coming up. I just got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
question,
So other,
Yes, go
other,
ahead.
other
question.
cases.
Go ahead, Mr. Lowe. And then as long as we're doing it, Mr. LaRoe, you have a
I am
question.
trying to follow this, and
We need it in writing.
are you suggesting that that the difference between providing a 3-bedroom apartment with 3 bathrooms and a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 bathrooms is a matter of subjectivity and opinion as to whether there is a material difference and standard being applied?
Subjectivity, yes, in the matter, the court called that situation of a matter of opinion. Now I'm going to get to the Dowdy case in about 30 seconds, if you indulge me on the bathroom question, which was brought up by Department of Housing. I understand where you're going. So if I may, the next case is Wisnowski versus Berlin, where the applicant proposed to not finish the second floor in the affordable units, and the court held that that was impermissible. Now, in the case of Dowdy, DAUTI versus Newtown Planning and Zoning Commission, 2010 in the appellate court, my case, the builder proposed what I will charitably call a very modest 26-unit development, 30% affordable. The 2-bedroom market rate units had 2 bathrooms on the second floor, and the affordable units had 1 bathroom and a walk-in closet on the second floor. The commission didn't like that, said there was a lack of comparability, and gave that as one of their denial reasons. At the hearing, this came up, and my client, the builder, agreed that it was a relatively easy fix. He just had to move a wall and extend the plumbing, and that became part of the record. So when it became an issue on appeal, the court ordered the builder to modify the second floor to install the second bathroom, which he did. So what I want to impress upon you is we should not confuse a remedy that was ordered by a court and accepted by the builder with a holding, because the case does not hold. And this is where I believe Department of Housing is a little bit off the mark here. The court did not hold in that case that 830G requires in all cases an equal number of bathrooms between affordable and market rate units. No case has held that or suggested that. So again, my advice to my clients over 30 plus years has been comparable does not mean identical. In terms of size, the affordable units should be approximately, this is comparability, it's not exact science, but affordable units should be no less than 65 to 70% of the size of the smallest market rate unit. That is the ratio that I have consistently said is permissible. Very, very important. You alluded to Mr. LaRoe and the chair alluded to the difference of for sale versus rental. In a rental development, the affordable and the market rate units can change over time. So in that situation, there is a much better reason to equalize the finishes, the quality, and so forth. But in a market rate, in a for sale unit, it really doesn't matter, especially here where the units are going to be for sale and affordable in perpetuity. You have much freer reign to upgrade a market rate unit, and buyers, in fact, do that. And it's one of the attractive ways that the market rate units are sold. So the next thing you do, and this is part of my advice, is you have what we call Schedule B. And if you look in the affordable plan that's dated October 17th, originally October 7th, etc., we have a Schedule B, and Schedule B is where we specify the minimum appliances, materials, quality of the building materials, amenities, features. And that is how you achieve equality, if you will, comparability across affordable and market rate units. In addition, you disperse them within the building and you distribute them among the unit types, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. So here, The comparability is established by the following features of this application. These are for sale units with the restriction being in perpetuity. We have in the affordability plan a highly detailed Schedule B, which will make sure that the affordable units are high quality in a way that reflects what is proposed in the smallest of the market rate units. The affordable units are dispersed throughout the building equally among floors and bedroom types. An issue that I believe came up yesterday and was commented on by your housing specialist, condo fees are capped for the affordable units by the affordability plan. If you look at the affordability plan, step 5, with affordability plan spells out maximum sale price. Step 5 is what we call the maximum monthly housing payment, a dollar figure that's derived in a formula that starts with, in this case, area median income. The total of utility allowances, property taxes, insurance, and condominium fees cannot exceed the total number. So it is often the case in for sale units under 830G that the condominium fees have to be proportionally lowered to fit within the cap. So I believe there was a question about, well, we've had trouble enforcing condominium fees. If some development is raising condominium fees above the maximum monthly housing payment, they are not compliant with the general way that affordable housing is administered.
Also, Mr. Hollister, I think that there was something, and I haven't been able to find it. I remember seeing a bill in the last legislative session that had something in it about the common fees, and I cannot find it. I just remember the line in a bill and going, thank the Lord, somebody finally did it. Now I can't find it. Now
it was in the rental rights bill.
In the Fair Rent Commission one?
Which would.
Yeah, we've got one. Okay. So in
yes.
your Schedule B, you've only got the affordable part. There's no market part in there. The market rate part.
The schedule, this whole plan only applies to the affordable units. The purchaser of a market rate unit can upgrade to their heart's content. Because they're buying it, there are no restrictions. All right. Now,
do you mind if you get asked 2 questions? You got 2 hands up.
All right, I do about 3 more lines if I could just finish this section.
All right, okay.
Please. All right, so the affordable, my recommendation is that there be a comparability of size on the order of 65 to 70%. In this plan, there is no unit that is 65% or every affordable is at least 65% of the market rate unit, but on average, the range is 70 to 78%. Every affordable unit has equal access to all the amenities and all the parking. The sales price, roughly speaking, is going to be 30 to 35% of the median home price or condominium price in Greenwich. And I believe it was Mr. Yeski that asked this. Do I consider a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit to be inferior? And the answer is no. I think if you think about looking in the MLS on a regular basis, you see 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That's a very common configuration. The point is a 3 baths in a 3-bedroom unit is a market rate upgrade, a luxury item, if you will. But it does not mean that in this building, given everything else that I've told you, that having a 3-bedroom unit with 2 baths is not comparable or is not permissible. So I'll stop there. That is my summary.
Okay, Mr. Yeski and then Mr. LaRoe.
Thank you, Mr. Hollister. Let me take you back to the 94 unit because we brought up an issue that you're not hitting on, and maybe you've got a view. Let's say you build these buildings, the sizes are fine, whatever. I agree with you. They're more than 65%. The number of bedrooms is the same. Everything's the same, except you walk in one unit, has marble floors, gold plumbing, beautiful walls that add a lot of high tech into the unit, and it sells for $4 to $5 million. And you walk next door with wood floors, and it sells for $500,000, which I don't know what the market prices are going to be, but I'm just making that up, a tenth. You use the word inferior. It should not be inferior. Don't you think the public would look at that one unit the $500,000 unit as an inferior unit, has the same size, but the fit and finish inside the unit is anything but. So I don't know. I would think the market perception would be this is an inferior unit in a building. And maybe that's something they want because they can afford it and they can build equity, and that's wonderful. But isn't that inferior? And wouldn't that be substandard to the building?
Not inferior in the sense that it's a choice of the builder who's proposing the building. And that's what I think what you're not accounting. As I just said, in an 830G development, sale units, the purchaser of a for sale unit can upgrade as much as they want. They're not bound by the affordability plan. They can put in gold plating and all the other things that you just listed, and they can make it a $5 million unit. Let's assume for the moment that the square footages are comparable. But yes, I mean, the market perception would be that that's inferior, but that doesn't mean it's not comparable under 830G.
Well,
It's
I'm
lesser.
asking that because that's exactly where I was going. I've been involved in a lot of sale of apartments, and there were buildings, houses. The developer always starts with a base package, and I'm sure you've done the same thing. And they go to the buyer, and yeah, they can upgrade. Some of these units start at $500,000, end up being $3 million. If that's how you're going to suggest that this development gets played out, and I'd like to understand that. I still don't understand that at the end of the day, the developer is going to be installing what you might call inferior and substandard to the building. It's a condominium, by the way. They're not separate units in that sense. They all participate. So therefore, that seems to be the definition of inferior and substanding. Now, maybe there's a case that says something different. I don't know that. We haven't done that research. But by your own words, I really don't see the logic that you said, well, the developer can upgrade. Yeah, they can upgrade. And that makes it substandard.
The purchaser can upgrade. And the purpose of Schedule B is to make sure that there is a baseline on all the affordable units that is acceptable to the developer, to the building, and establishes a level of comparability between the affordable units and what we call the base market rate unit, the base package.
I kind of figured that's where you're going to go because I've seen it done a lot. I've bought places and upgraded them. So what you're saying is the base package is the same. Stop. You're buying a base package, but in one case, he's going to upgrade significantly and make that unit radically different. I don't know. At this point, legally, I'm not sure the argument. And Madam Chair, that would be one major consideration to take and say that this is not really compatible. But I guess we're going to have to get a whole legal discussion.
No, and we've got to go to our council.
Right.
And what we have to do with our council is what I'm hearing Mr. Hollister say is from the cases, he is inferring rules of thumb that people could follow about, if it's only 10%, if the commercial is only 10% of the whole project, he's inferring that as long as you're not bootstrapping to something, quote, absurd, that you could have something reasonable. And we're going to need advice on that. And then the second thing is on the comparability question. He's saying as long as he's inferring from the cases, he's drawing the conclusion that 65 to 70% would be okay.
Yeah, that's not it.
And that's where I'm a little like, how do you pick that number? Go ahead, Dennis. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with that. By the way, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that the nature of the units are radically different. The sizing could be the same, but the nature of that unit is going to be radically different and inferior to the other unit at this point in time. It's not that the sizing is different. You can argue the 70%, 65 or whatever. And I'm not talking about the commercial at all. I'm just saying you end up with two radically different apartments, condos. Plus, I had another question there, which I'd rather defer, but how do you do this? How do you sell these units? How do you sell a $5 million unit next to a $500,000 unit? Because it is going to be different. There's no doubt about that. The fit and finish is going to be radically different. There's no way you're going to sell a $500,000 unit with anywhere near the fit and finish that you have on that $5 million unit. I don't know. I've never seen this done.
No, and it's to some extent that's beyond. But you know what? To be honest, Mr. Kesby, I'm not sure that's even within our realm because you're the man who does that, right? You are the guy who, so Mr. Caspi's the one who's selling the apartments. And he's the one who knows the size that's going to sell. And I think, I'm not sure that we're safely within our realm by asking, how do you know someone's going to come buy it? So I'm going to just leave it for a sec. Mr. Lowe, did you have a question?
I just wanted to not address that, just quickly. Everyone gets the same HVAC, same walls, same windows, same flooring, same doors, same hardware, same kitchen, same lighting, same everything. If somebody wants to opt for an upgrade package, that is their discretion and pay for it. And this is not a question of inferiority or they're all the same.
Okay, well, we're just trying to bring in people at a different income level. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as though essentially we're arguing about semantics.
Well, that's what lawyers do, right?
Right. Okay, but I can come up.
Sorry, Mr. Hollister. Sorry, Mr. Hegney.
Perhaps differing definitions for comparability, including equivalence, likeness, parity, congruity, conformity. Now, and I can apply those to some of the features that were, in one view, would appear to be we're glossing over when comparing one unit to another unit. And I think Mr. Yeski's point about the various features in a given unit versus whether it's marble floors versus wood floors is very apt. And it just seems like it doesn't appear to pass the smell test. I mean, it seems like it flies in the face of the intent of what the 830G is all about, which is to provide affordable housing and provide an incentive to developers. But we're looking at an interpretation, and I'm not neither a lawyer nor an expert in any of this. It doesn't sound good, and I agree with the chairperson that we need to pursue this and get appropriate counsel on what's what here.
Well, we have some, so we'll need to pursue that. Mr. LaRoe, I'm really sorry. You've been waiting to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate the apology. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm going to start off with an anecdote, Mr. Hollister, because the commission, now that they're mandated, but they've also, we historically, we've been doing education on topics like affordable housing. You are aware that the Department of Housing, when they educate us, planners and members alike, that they talk about the quantity of fixtures, the location of units, and size of units when they talk about comparability. I think you've been involved with some of these continuing ed classes, but I think part of what the commission is reacting to is we've taken a lot of classes, so to speak, in the last 2 years, and when we were boarding during COVID, and the people that appear to be the experts in the execution of at least the affordable housing doctrine of the state is not saying what you're saying. So I don't necessarily think, I'm not using it as a point of contention. I hope you're aware that this is not the doctrine or the speech that we're getting when we go to continuing ed about affordable housing and decision making.
Well, and we can tell you what seminars we have. We keep a spreadsheet of all, at least in the last one, once with the law passed. But I think Patrick's right. We've been hearing a very different message.
Well, let me respond to that by, I read you a Connecticut Supreme Court case that says you can't deny the application based on a concern about comparability. But second, with due respect to my friends at the Department of Housing, Mr. Santoro and others, they're not lawyers. And they are, and I would bet you would agree with this to some degree, they're not very precise. Madam Chair, you alluded to a memo you got that was not very clear. That is unfortunately, I think, one of the problems. And if you look at the Dowdy case and say, oh, look, there was one less bathroom, obviously not comparable. Well, that's not what the case says. And they didn't pick up on that because it wasn't their case and they don't know what the rules are. So
No,
I-
actually,
I'm
no,
gonna-
Mr. Hollister, not fair to Mr. Santoro. To be honest, and when I talk to him, I say, now, Mr. Santoro, Mike, talk to me slowly, because I don't
Yes.
understand all of this. Just
Mr.
explain it to me.
Santoro and I have disagreed over the years on several things, and this
Yeah.
might be one of them, but
Mr.
I stand
LaRoe.
by.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I didn't mean to make it a counterpoint. I just for everyone's education, these are the people who are essentially giving us continuing ed credits, and these are the things that are being said. So you have to understand that we're coming from that sort of discussion, and I understand, and I think it's a very good discussion point. The versus fair housing versus the public interest, right? And that's what the Doughty case I understand to be, is that it didn't say that it's a reason for 830G, but it is a fair housing discussion. It can be easily fixed with corrections in the design. And so I think we also are understanding that as to be the equity or the comparability of the units is something that fair housing is going to consider, and we should be seeking. So I totally understand what you're saying about the fit and finish. And Mr. Cassidy saying, when someone buys these units, right, they're going to do what they want. They're going to have their own flavor and style. But isn't the size an issue, because you're starting from a disparate situation, right? If you're buying a 3-bedroom and your 3-bedroom is not the same size as the market one, isn't that not fair housing, I guess, is the question I had. So
And the answer is absolutely not. This is housing. We're provide. My client wants to provide beautiful, affordable, livable housing in a downtown location where it doesn't exist today at a price that's about 30% of the median in the town of Greenwich. And tell me that we're going to deny this because there's only 2 bathrooms in a 3-bedroom unit? Really? I mean, you think about it that way. I think talk about not meeting the smell test.
But are you
Mr.
making that
Hollister?
distinction? Sorry, Madam Chair, you're making that
go ahead.
distinction for sale units versus rental, because I think you did say in the beginning rental because of just the unique nature of the tenants having to move around within the occupancy of the building, that there has to be, for lack of a better word, a more rigorous consistency in the size of things. So you're that's part of your discussion too. There's a distinct.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say.
I have one
We
anecdotal.
are trying, forget that first, just for 1 second. We are trying to follow the law, and that is our focus. So we're not saying, oh, you've only got 3 bathrooms. Well, we think we should deny you. We are trying to follow the law. And what I'm struggling with is that lawyers can take a case and say, because I only do zoning, right? Can take a case and say, well, I can infer this. Okay, let me I got to pause for 1 second. For the members of the public who are getting impatient because they are waiting for an opportunity to speak, please hang tight. This for us is a very intricate discussion, and we have to finish it, and we have to understand what the attorneys are telling us. So please don't tell the town planners that you're getting impatient. Just hang tight, please, because we got to understand this, because we've got to be able to make a decision. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just three small things. The common charge discussion, I have to admit, I was looking for it in the document and I didn't see it. So if I can get a location for that, that would be great, because it is a concern for my experience is with our local moderate income units that are for sale, and it's becoming an issue as of late. So I appreciate that it's in there, and if I missed it, I apologize, but I'd love to have that location.
Okay, in our draft affordability plan dated October 17th, page 5, it starts on page 5, it's section Roman numeral 11A, and step 5 is divide item 4 by item 12. Let me start over. Item 4, step 4 is to determine the adjusted household income. You divide that by 12 months and you get the maximum monthly housing expense. In the example here, $3,249 a month. Into that number, you have to fit real estate taxes, utility allowance, property insurance, and association fee. Generally, your first three numbers are going to be fixed by others, but the association fee is fixed by the association, and the total number has to fit into the maximum monthly housing expense. And you subtract that, and that's what you have left for the mortgage. So if you have an association fee that is just blowing through the cap, then you're not following the affordability rules. And this is not just for sale. That's really for any kind of a sale or rental unit under 830G set aside also.
Thank you. And then I believe Mr. Hegney at one point, I don't know if it's with the trust discussion or with the commission, that the units for sale would be offered in perpetuity. And is that in the language as well?
It's in the plan.
It's in the
That's
plan.
in the plan. It's in the plan.
Okay, so it's not the 40-year term. I just wanted to clarify. Mr. Yeski, I think this is just of interest. We have done for sale units in other scenarios, the 6110s. The danger, I would say, or the risk that home property owners take when they improve their unit significantly is that the sale is capped. So there's not a return on, if you go all granite, for lack of a better word. That's a risk that you take, because at the time that you sell it, it's going to be capped on your purchase price and not on the market price. So that sort of, when people are aware of that, which sometimes they're not, but when they are aware of it, that sort of monitors the spending and on the investment of the unit, right? That people make the choices based on what works and what, not going too overboard with them, but it doesn't preclude that. So, but that is part of the, I hate to say downside, but that is part of the nature of these type of for sale units, is that the sale after the purchase is capped. So any equity that you build is limited, and that's just the reality.
And Patrick, I understand that, and I agree with the chair. We're getting into an area, but we've done this before in retail on the Avenue, worried about other retailers, but it is their risk that they can't sell these, or they can sell them. Something else might happen, but it's really putting radically different units in the same building, and on the one hand, I love it. I commended them that we're getting our 32%, which when we were on the 94, we weren't, or not in the same build, or the two buildings. So there's a lot of pluses here. There's a lot of pluses, and we're going in the right direction. What we rejected didn't have any of that. It had a token units. So there's a real big plus here, without a doubt. And as the chair said, we're working to try and understand legally what's possible, but also we want the affordable housing units. I mean, let's be real, we really want those, and we're bending over to try to make this work. It's just a very unique, and maybe it has to be unique, because Greenwich is an expensive place to build. And if we expect to get these units in any sizable numbers, we may have to do hybrid solutions that have never been heard before. I don't know.
This is why we've been arguing about the trust. Because we know that for a developer, it is very difficult to make an 830G work in Greenwich, and that they are a solution for us, because the housing authority can only build so much at a time. If the housing authority had the capacity to do all the projects it needs to do right now, the rebuild of Corey Knoll, I don't need to go through the list, but we want to have 830G projects that work and come in. And we were very clear from when we did the Affordable Housing Task Force that we needed to come up with a solution to make those more economically viable. We knew that. So that's what we're trying to do. And in fact, the attorney who wrote the legal response to Don Poland's memo, which I do hope you all saw. Okay.
Can I just close a loop on the comparability?
Yes, sir.
It's important. Being the person that's designing this place, all the flooring is the same. Everyone's getting wood cabinets. Everyone's getting stone countertops. Everyone's getting tile in the bathrooms. The only upgrade package that's really available is a kitchen upgrade and a bathroom upgrade. But generally speaking, and also on the sizing, there's actually some market rate units that are the same size as the affordables, even a touch smaller. So there's real comparability. It can be demonstrated.
Well, and again, I'm reminded that Maryland, at the same time that we were just starting to do 830G, your lights went out, Mr. Kesby. It's all strange. Oh, I don't know what happens. He's dark. Okay. In Maryland, there was inclusionary zoning before we had 830G. The state had inclusionary zoning, or the county did.
Montgomery County.
Montgomery County. Those units were allowed to be very, very small relative to the market rate. So the model is out there, but the state, as Patrick says, every time we take a class, they are talking to us about fit, finish, and size and amenities, and you can't refuse the cable, goes on and on. So that's what we're hearing. So we're trying to get our brains around this.
I can tell you they're going to
okay.
be the nicest affordable units in the state of Connecticut.
Well, listen, when Mary said tonight that area median income is up to $185,000 a year, yeah, I hope, it's not as, this is why we want the housing authority to build stuff, right? Because we want to get to the more deeply affordable. We have a need for deeply affordable as well, which you're not able to meet, and that's fine. We have both needs. Okay. Can we go back to talking about the application generally? I think these two legal issues remain wide open. Is there a way that we get it in writing in what you've said? Obviously we can send the transcript to our counsel, and our counsel will give us an opinion.
I can put it in a memo for you, just thinking.
And then the other thing is this question of the nonconformities. I think if we've got the table and we again know where you're going with it, and we will again discuss that with other counsel and come back to you. But I did start to agree with Mr. Yeski that in the opinion that we have from Mike Ziska in response to Don Poland's comments, Mike Ziska says it's very expensive in Fairfield County. You got to find a way of making affordability and different prices work because the land's expensive. And we know that, but he puts that in the memo. Okay, Mr. Hegney, the rest of it is the application's got a bunch of open items. You know what they are.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on those a bit, Madam Chair.
Y'all can do them and take care of them. We've got the big guys out. Is there anything with the open items, what you've heard from the departments and from staff, that gives you guys pause?
No. We submitted revised plans to the town traffic engineer responding to comments from a couple of weeks ago. And we think we've addressed those. Tony has reached out to the traffic department, and of course, Juan Paredes is not back until next week anyway.
I didn't realize he was out. Okay.
So we're working with them, dealing with the questions that they have. Sewer, Mr. DeAndrew was out in the middle of Bruce Park Avenue pulling up manhole covers with the sewer department, and has determined which of the many manholes in Bruce Park Avenue we're going to tie into. So that one, as was an issue, has been put to bed. Comments we've gotten from engineering are that we are handling the water quantity and quality to their satisfaction.
Yeah, I'm glad they're happy, because with that description of the water coming over the retaining walls, and I was okay. That's gonna be like a water feature. Okay, so engineering's happy.
The fire marshal wants us to make sure we had a generator.
The generator for the 75-foot building.
We showed a mechanical room. We now show a generator in that mechanical room because that was one of the pieces of equipment that we need.
Okay, so the generator for the fire access, I think on the environmental, I think the missing pieces of paper are satisfied. Everybody seems to be in agreement. You're taking all the good steps. Mr. Caspi, I work for an oil company. Contamination is a topic that I've known too much about and makes me very nervous when you haven't fully defined it. And I'm sorry if I am Mr. Hollister or somebody wrote in then one of those memos that we had bad faith in being concerned. It is not bad faith. Environmental contamination is a very scary thing to me because we had real serious problems in a very large oil company. Mr. Yeski would like to say something.
Yeah, I just had one last question.
Yes, sir.
Are we nearing the end or what? I wanted to.
I'm working through my list of
Well,
just all the stuff
one
that
of
needs
the
to
other
be
things
cleaned up.
we asked for was to build the west building first. I assume that's not necessary because now we're co-mixing the units.
No, they've switched it. They're going to
Right,
build the
right.
other building first. And Nick had a concern yesterday that you didn't get to hear, which is the phasing plan is a little tricky because while you've got one vacant lot, you can store everything on that lot. Once you've completed one building and you're building the other, how do you do this vehicle storage and all of that? So that's just one of the things we'll ask. I don't think Mr. Hollister would and Mr. Hegney would probably say, oh, that's not a life safety issue, but it could be, and we just need to
Madam
have
Chair?
the information. Yes, sir.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
McRae was waiting for you.
It's the phasing of the project across the street,
Yes.
to me, creates a safety issue because it seems that actually there's a lot of construction work going on down there, a lot of traffic that has to pass through that. The construction phasing made a lot of assumptions, particularly like in parking. Oh, we'll park here and we'll park there, but it really defined it. Do you have approval to do that? The plans themselves seem to be, yeah, we can park here, or I have a crane, all these kind of things. It seemed very loose, and to me actually created a situation where this could actually be a very serious safety issue for anybody passing through or even driving through this area. And I think we've had a lot of experience with just local projects where they've shut down streets for hours on end because of deliveries to a high-rise building. And I think that there's got to be a lot more thought into that. And if there's assumptions about where crew parking is going to be, we have to be assured that actually that crew parking that's being talked about is actually can be achieved. And if there's agreements needed, securing those agreements. Because if you're just saying, oh, I can park here and don't have an agreement, then it all falls apart and we're back to where we were. It's not working. It's not safe.
Okay.
Yeah, just picking up, I heard that I was going to ask him a very little question, which was, I've lived through a lot of construction in New York City. I assume Mr. Casper has too. They don't shut down the street. They shut down part of it, and they have cops, and they keep the traffic moving. And I didn't know whether they were planning that or they were going to try an off-site somewhere and bring this stuff in. Unfortunately, that's a very dense area down there, as we all know. So it doesn't sound like they have got all that through, right? Is that what you're saying?
We're totally prepared to make that a condition of approval, similar to Benedict Place, which is a taller building and bigger than ours. And we're happy to make that a condition of approval to satisfy a logistics plan that.
We asked that at Benedict Place too. Same thing, logistics question, because it is a big construction project, and that has Elm Street that is very sensitive. Although
they gave it, you were at a disadvantage. I mean, they gave it to us prior to close, as I remember. They gave us a full.
Yeah.
Actually, we took their
good
phasing plan and
Good.
augmented it.
Good.
We think it's more advanced than what was
awesome.
Approval
Great.
Going to
We're prepared to have that as a condition.
Okay. All right. So we've got the big questions.
Sign off before we go to the building.
Okay. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am concerned about contamination, and I would like a much broader discussion of what happens if, such as if there is contamination, and
there is.
In fact, it's not suitable for residential. What then? What other
they can
plans they have?
remediate. Well, so they can remediate it to. I'm going to answer that for you. Okay. They can remediate it to residential standards no matter how bad it is. The snag, as you remember from Coscob Park, and why we did not remediate that and ended up not being able to put housing on it, is that the cost, and for example, can be prohibitive. Mr. Caspi believes, and he has continued to say to us, that he knows the extent of the contamination. He has a good sense of it, and he has done this before. On the record, he has said, I've done this before, I know how to do this. And they sent us another 5,000 pages, was it, of material, which fortunately we had a 3-day weekend, and they are taking all the right steps. It should be remediable.
We actually we retained a company that does all of the state highways to analyze it and give us a budget and determine everything that's needed to be done. We're more than comfortable with the steps necessary.
And the other point we wanted to make was you have to have a licensed environmental professional who is working with the DEP and is responsible to the DEP versus being responsible to the owner to make sure that the remediation plan is being followed and is being satisfactorily completed. And that's what Jamie Barr had provided. And that's also what the consultant that the commission brought in, Fussin O'Neill, said. So
one thing I was wondering about that was, does anybody ever bond? Like, what would happen if you decided you were bailing out? I mean, I'm just curious, because oil companies, big oil companies, they just get it done, right? Because they got those pockets. What happens to an individual guy if he decides to walk away? I'm looking at Mr. Caspi.
Well, the Transfer Act lives with the individual.
Yeah.
So they jail you.
I'm actually personally signed on that Transfer Act.
Okay, so we'll bring you food wherever you are. Okay.
You got it.
Okay, Mr. McRae, you have your hand up.
Well,
Yes,
I
Mr.
think I
Hagney.
I'll wait for.
Right, Mr. Hagney, you said that, it can be remediated according to plan, but there is no plan yet. Is that correct?
Right, that's part of what needs to be submitted to the DEP. Part of
But there is no plan yet.
Not a full plan.
There's
Okay.
a pretty deep budget and testing, and we have pricing from 2 of the top state companies that understand this, and we do have quite a pretty detailed plan.
You have a plan? Or you do not have a plan? I don't understand.
We don't have shop drawings. We don't have supportive excavation drawings. That's during permitting phase.
Okay, I think that's the thing that I'm looking for, is that you have a
that's
DEP plan, because it seems to me, yes, you can do this. Everybody says you can do this, but unless somebody like the DEP says that your plan is good to go, that's the real proof in the pudding, isn't it?
No.
You guys want me to chime in here?
I think it's best if Jamie Barr responds to this.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
Jamie Barr, I forgot you were here.
I was hiding. Good evening, everybody. So Jamie Barr, Langen Engineering, Principal, Environmental Group, on behalf of the applicant. So
you also
essentially,
helped Central Middle School. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So I'm the LEP responsible for shepherding it through the Transfer Act. The state relinquishes control to LEPs on sites that it deems appropriate. This being one of those properties, where the LEP is responsible for drafting the remedial action plan, all fully in accordance with the state regulation. So it's my license on the line to draft a plan that is that follows all the state regulations, and that the project is executed appropriately. The state does not approve that plan. So saying that, we need a state approval. In this instance, for this project, the state doesn't approve it. An LEP writes it. It goes through a public comment period. It gets submitted to the state, but they do not come back with a formal approval. So it is my job to make sure that that plan is done in accordance with, all state and federal regulations.
So there's no check or balance on your work? Is that right?
Oh, there is. It happens at the end of the project when it's all said and done. And I have to submit a report called a verification report that certifies that everything was completed in accordance with the Connecticut state and federal rule.
Yeah, and to whom do you submit that?
That goes to DEP.
Yeah, no, we know who they are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so back to the, no, who didn't get to finish? Mr. Levy, you needed to finish.
Thank you. Also, we've heard some opinions about the zoning, but we have to come to terms with the regulations. And I think that the thing that we need, one of the things we need to understand, which was mentioned before, is mixed use. And in this situation, I think that it's a bit of a complication. So I have to get my head around that and understand how
Not easy.
It really can apply to this situation, because I appreciate the thinking that the applicant has presented, but it's the opinions are not based on the regulations. So we have to we have to do our own research on that.
We will. Well, we're going to talk to council. Okay, so we did fire. We've just talked about environmental drainage. You're going to do 100-year, which is what they've been looking for in a lot of places. The affordability plan, there were some comments from the from Crystal that need to be addressed. Zoning, elephant in the room, on which everybody's going to work as a big issue. Traffic, you're addressing. Parking, you've readjusted the parking. There is a loss still of spaces, but you've reduced the loss.
Actually, Madam Chair, we're adding a space because we removed one of the curb cuts that we had as part of the previous.
Got it.
So there's only one curb cut. Now, I gotta say, when I hear from engineering that they want to have the sight lines for all driveways with parallel parking on streets, all I can think of is we're pulling out of my office driveway where I can't see anything. And they would have to eliminate most of the parallel parking on East Elm Street if they wanted to provide the kind of setbacks and sight lines that they were talking about.
It's just like,
is that really what we want to do in our downtown area?
It's just, everybody gets to keep their non-conformity, but engineering doesn't want it. DPW traffic doesn't want you to make new non-conformities. I mean,
We had
I'm
an
sorry.
active car dealership with 3 driveways on the east side of Mason Street. And we're looking to be able to add to the parking rather than remove it. So I hope that we can come to some understanding with them on this that makes some sense.
Are sightlines that hard to do?
If you pay attention when you're pulling out as to where the cars are that are blocking your sightlines are a hard thing to do.
Sightline is just a
everyone
question of a
pulls out
laser
in a
thing.
certain
You
way.
just do a laser. Don't you just do it with a laser and you just figure out if you have a line of sight? I mean, how hard is it for you guys to give the sight? I mean, it's like.
Then sometimes it's a smaller car, sometimes it's a bigger car, sometimes it's a truck. And it could very easily block your view all the way down Mason
I don't
Street.
know. Okay, Mr.
So,
Leroux.
I don't think we want to use this as an example of how we're going to make sightlines work and reduce our parking downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Hegney, your concern is that doing it from the curb line is going to reduce on-street parking when most people are going to
Want on-street parking. Okay, I didn't understand that. Good, thank you.
No, I'm asking for clarification. Sorry,
I didn't understand what he was saying.
The sight line from.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's not an objection to taking a sight line. It's the point from where it's being.
And if you look at our regulations or what
DPW
highway manual applies,
yes,
it's 10 feet back from the curb line. And
okay.
Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not. And if you're in a position where that doesn't work, you adjust where your vehicle is so that you can see if anyone is coming. That's just in a practical way how we all handle these kinds of situations when we're driving. It doesn't necessarily meet the highway manual.
Okay. Yeah, but when we do new construction, we make every effort to meet the highway manual guidelines.
But Mr.
I just-
Demetriou and I have.
Is there a problem? Are you trying to say there's a
interesting
problem?
meeting with the, well, for one thing, whether there's on-street parking or not on-street parking is not a health and safety issue. We want to be able to provide as much parking in the area as possible, and we want to talk to the town
Okay.
traffic engineer so that we can work that out.
All right. I mean, I just don't know how we help with that or what we say to that.
Well, I am not saying that there is a health and safety, but I do think the ability to get in and out of any site safely is one. And I understand your point that you don't think that there will be one of issue, but as a general comment, Tom, I don't think that's that's a.
No, my comment is whether you have on-street parking or not is not a health and safety issue. So,
but if you
okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were
engineering
saying.
says we want a 400-foot sight line in both directions on Mason Street. And it means that all the parking that's been there for decades on the street is gone. So be it. But it's not a health and safety issue.
Tim, I think there's also some case law in Old Greenwich on that anyway.
Excuse me.
Okay, well, I feel like you guys need to talk to the traffic people.
We have made a request to have that
Okay.
conversation.
All right. And we've always found the traffic engineer to be a very reasonable guy.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
When he's available.
Well, one of the problems is everybody's short-staffed right now. Okay. May I ask, I'm going to go back to lead counsel here. Mr. Hagney, you are lead counsel at this point, right? Would it be all right? I think I got through the laundry list. We've got two big pending. We've got the elephants in the room. We know what they are. We're going to address the zoning and the comparability question. Y'all are going to give us whatever material you think will help us think it through. We, of course, would need that in fairly short order. Mr. Hollister sent us the memo on the timelines, and of course we had them, but it was helpful to have it in the record. But whatever you can do to clarify things for us, and would it be okay now if I turn to public comment?
Certainly, Madam Chair.
All righty, time for public comment. Folks, thank you for waiting patiently. The first person is Deneen Forrest. Please unmute and go ahead. I can't tell. We've only got a handful of people, so ma'am, just try to keep your comments relatively brief. We'll start the clock at 3 minutes, and if you need a little more time, we'll give it to you.
Wonderful. I feel like some of the points that have not been addressed on this
Yes,
meeting
ma'am.
so far is the overall safety to the residents that are in the neighborhood, having
Yes, ma'am.
barely survived the Havemeyer Mason Street, Havemeyer Millbank Avenue construction where sidewalks were shut down. The town nor the construction company paid mine to the residents in the neighborhood. So I'd like that addressed. In addition to the fire safety that will be supplied if this building gets approved to the residents on Ridge Street. Third question that I have is traffic control.
So
How do you
everybody's
control
aware there
that?
was a huge fire on Ridge Street,
Yeah,
right?
but that
Okay.
has not been addressed in this meeting as to if this building gets approved, how does fire safety get it's supplied and supported for the neighborhood around? Because if this big building was there, this Ridge Street fire would have been worse. Traffic control has not been addressed, and I think the town lacks their support of noise ordinance of controlling buildings of what are going on. So I'd like those 4 topics addressed, and that's the end of my comments. So
Okay, so before you go away, Ms. Forrest.
Joshua.
Okay, before you go away, we did touch on the fire safety issue. The fire marshal had signed off the last time we heard this application. The only open item, as I remember, I may be wrong, maybe did he still have questions the last time?
There were questions last time that he didn't either were open or didn't get responded to.
Okay.
Currently, we have only one outstanding issue, which I believe might be addressed tonight with the revisions, but it was the,
So the fire marshal has written us and said they only have one issue, which is they need access to the building that is 75 feet high and that they need to have a generator at the top of that building.
emergency
And
backup. That's not,
it emerges. And so that, as to the traffic, most of the issues from our traffic engineers have been addressed. The only thing that Mr. Hegney just talked about is that they require a what's called line of sight coming out of the driveway. And Mr. Hegney was saying that he hoped that the standards were reasonable. So when they come back, they're going to talk to us about that. What were the next two, Ms. Forrest?
So with traffic, that goes with speeding down Havemeyer Place.
Yes.
The lack of sight on Ridge, has that been addressed in addition to what's going on Mason Street? So those are follow-up questions as it goes to safety. The fire safety, what does a generator on the roof have to do to support the residents on Ridge? And then the last one was noise ordinance, that the town does not support any control of the noise ordinance for the residents with all this ridiculous building in this neighborhood.
Okay. Patrick, did you want to answer that question?
So the emergency generator is a requirement so that there is adequate fire suppression if there is an event of a fire. So it is an additional safety mechanism that is not required for most buildings. And so that's why we bring it up, not to suggest that it's the panacea for events, but it is an excessive or an extra requirement that other buildings don't have. And because it's so tall, that's why the fire marshal is asking for it. Regarding the noise ordinance, unfortunately, this commission is not involved with that. That is under the purview of the first selectman's office. So we certainly can forward the concern about existing issues, and if there are ones that happen as a result of any construction in the area, that's where those discussions need to be had. Unfortunately, we're not able to help in the process, so to speak, when it comes to the execution of the ordinance. So that's just education.
Okay. So we're going to hear this again soon. So you'll see it noticed. So come back and we'll address the issues more clearly. Okay. Our next speaker is Ken, and when you come in, you will have to give us your last name and spell it, please, because this is for the public record. And that person will be followed by Ivana S. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Ken Wheeler,
Ken Wheeler.
W-H-E-E-L-E-R. Hi, Madam Chair. And I'm speaking in my capacity as a town resident. On September 17th, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission denied an earlier version of this application because they found issues which remained outstanding in the application that constituted public interests in health and safety, which clearly outweighed the need for affordable housing. I would like to touch on only a few of the issues that I feel the applicant still has not demonstrated adequate measures to satisfy the board's concerns, specifically in zoning nonconformities and unit comparability, and especially in traffic safety and construction phasing. I believe the current application protects neither the future inhabitants of their buildings nor the area residents and pedestrians in the town. Residents of the West Building who may be elderly, partially handicapped, or a young parent walking to their vehicle with children across the street must still cross a very busy Mason Street via an extended crosswalk somewhere down the road, not very safe. How about during inclement weather? Even less safe. This application proposes the installation of traffic islands and curb extensions on Bruce Park Avenue. This is certainly a safety concern for the Ridge Street and Havemeyer Place residents. As I have stated at a previous public comment, I would like to let the commission know that there is already a traffic bottleneck at Bruce Park Avenue and Mason Street intersection now. Drivers already use Ridge Street as a cut-through that resembles an expressway during the morning and afternoon rush hours. So I believe adding a raised center curb or a sidewalk curb extension will only provide more bottlenecking, more cut-through traffic, and more danger on Ridge Street, Havemeyer Place, and other surrounding streets. This is also certainly a safety issue. And while on the subject of altering the town's roads and sidewalks with raised traffic islands and curb and crosswalk extensions, which lately do not seem to be very desirable by or popular with many town residents, I would like to ask the commission if these proposed changes to the town's roads and sidewalks would fall under an MI category and therefore require RTM review and approval. And if so, when does RTM approval occur? I would hope prior to any decision on this application, and who would pay for them. I believe the curb extensions on Greenwich Avenue were required to receive RTM approval in this fashion. I'm also concerned with the construction phasing and parking during a lengthy construction process. Also, a healthy and safety concerns to the neighbors nearby. The area residents have been living through a large amount of construction projects in the area for a few years now, with parking during the day being a major inconvenience, especially with the town's parking regulations simply not being followed. With the Railroad Avenue project getting underway and then these two extremely large buildings being constructed, there's likely to be upwards of 100 construction workers with a numerous amount of trucks, vans, and material deliveries. This can cause parking and traffic nightmares and road closures and street crossing alterations and detours that the area residents will have to live through for several more years. Simply telling us the workers will park at Island Beach Ferry Lot or at the Steamboat Road, or that they will be arriving via mass transit is simply not reliable, nor is it realistic. Another reason for the Commission's previous denial that applicant failed to provide evidence of zoning compliance for structures containing retail uses. While the residential portions of the buildings are not required to comply with setback regulations, the commercial portion of the buildings are, and commercial spaces in these proposed buildings do not. A precedent has been set. Similar proposed buildings on Hamilton Avenue with both affordable units and non-zoning compliant commercial space have been heard and denied by the Commission. And finally, although the applicant has now mixed the affordable units with the regular units as requested by the Commission, whereas in the prior submittal they were separated, the units lack comparability, which is an intent of the 830G statute and something the Commission has also required in mixed-use applications before. Although not included in tonight's comment due to time, and I and my neighbors are concerned with protection from environmental, fire, and flooding hazards also, and hope that the applicant is urged and required to sufficiently provide evidence and plans to guarantee these protections prior to any approvals. The 830G statute does require all health and safety to residents in order for approval. Thank you for hearing our concerns, and as always, thank you to the Commission members, Mr. Laveau, Mrs. Kulikowski, and the entire land use staff for your tireless efforts and service to our town. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler, did you send that in to us?
I have not sent it in. I could email it to you though.
Would you email it for the record, because you went through a good list, and I think the Commission would like to have it handy.
Sure.
That was very helpful. Just to answer quickly on your question, there are two answers on the avenue. The ADA bump outs were not an MI because they were being done to comply with the law, with federal law, and they weren't. What was an MI was the the bump outs to make to make complete streets kind of thing, which were not a necessary mandate, if you will. Patrick, do you want to add to that for Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, I think also the net sum of the work was essentially a reorganization of the intersection, moving a road, so to speak, and so those are sort of the bridges that you cross over between municipal improvements for right of ways versus what is just standard work for the DPW in their execution. So I'm not seeing the work here, Mr. Wheeler, as being an MI necessarily, because there's not a significant change from the intersection. The road is staying as is, and this is DPW is essentially requesting this to make things work. But we can certainly go over the nits and gnats of it and just double check that we're
so we'd like to have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Wheeler, and I'm sorry we took so long, but
thank you.
Our next speaker is Ivana S. And if you would also kindly spell your name for us,
Sure.
your last name. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. It's Ivana Sabar, Sabar.
Okay.
Okay. So
go ahead.
Sure. As I've already mentioned, I'm a supporter of affordable housing. My concern with the Mason Street project is purely due to size and its adverse impact on pedestrian and driver safety, which still seems to exist with this revised proposal. The T intersection of Bruce Park and Mason sits essentially mid-hill, where there are blind spots and where each lane is playing who's going first. As a result, taking a turn on this corner in any direction is distracting on its own. Any interruption in traffic flow there, including the minimal amount of pedestrian traffic that exists today, significantly increases the chances of a collision. Just today, there was a truck parked the wrong way directly at the corner of Bruce Park and Mason, completely blocking the lane. And it looked like a pallet of some sort was being dropped off to the former Honda building, across the street. And there were a few close calls, including me. If just one truck causes this, what will larger disruptions from both the build and increased foot and car traffic from 75 units cause, as well as narrowing of lanes, which I'm not sure will be or will not be the case. As for the proposed median and bump outs, it's hard to see how they'll address the issue of pedestrian safety. The danger to the pedestrians at a T intersection under the conditions I mentioned still exists with the bump outs. With respect to the median, the plan is missing some details, but it looks like the median takes out an entire lane of Bruce Park going up the hill.
I gotta look at it.
If yes, that is,
Okay.
just for a lack of a better word, just a wild thing to consider. I won't take the committee's time commenting on why, since I'm not clear if this is the case. Finally, this is out of the scope of this discussion, but I feel worth mentioning because of the press coverage this topic attracts. In my neighborhood, there was just as much opposition against the 30 to 40 unit, I believe, luxury development on Millbank and Halfmeyer as there is to the 75 unit Mason Street development. Objections to the Mason Street project are not about affordable housing, and it's okay for residents to ask that the neighborhood they live in be safe for their families. Thank you to the committee for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zabar. I'm looking at it. I see why you're raising the question about the Bruce Park median. Patrick will help us resolve it. But thank you for asking that. And thank you for telling us about where you had. So when you had the problem with visibility at an intersection, where were you exactly?
So I was going down I was on Bruce Park Avenue going towards Mason Street. And
Got it.
as I was taking a right onto Mason Street.
Got it. So you were coming, if you will, from Bruce Park.
Exactly, from Davis Avenue, if that makes
From
it more
Davis,
clear. Yeah.
Okay, and you were going to take a right, and when you made that right-hand turn, that was where you lacked the visibility. Okay, there will be that lane, as you saw from the design, is going to be an exclusive right. I mean, it's going to be a protected lane. Okay, so we need to look at that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking it out with us.
Thank you.
Diana Dowling, you are next, followed by Craig and Tammy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. So a couple of comments, and I won't repeat what some of my.
Thank you, because I forgot to tell people that.
Yeah, I know, but I look, I've been on since 4, so I've kind of got the gist of it now. But I will start by saying that personally, if there had been no access to put out the fire next to me on Ridge Street, my house would be gone, as would the house on the other side of the fire site. And I only know that because the fire marshal has told me that. He was living in my house basically the day everything was going down. So the fact that there is no access back there, it's not only a hazard of safety for myself and the others on this Ridge Street section, but also I would say the back of the units themselves, the apartment units. The second thing I would say is we've talked about safety in terms of traffic, and my biggest concern though is the amplified congestion in that area. The new rental unit that went up, the Charleston on Havemeyer, has 30 units, as has been mentioned. There are 90 parking spaces available for those 30 units. In addition, there are an additional outside 16 parking spaces for the visitors. That is what the market is saying is necessary for a building of that size. This unit has a fraction of that. There is not enough place for people to park. There is no visitor parking. There are not enough units per apartment, which will lead to general congestion, cars circling, delivery people circling, people living there or guests circling, trying to find a place to park, creating so much more congestion around this tiny little section that's already very, very dense. So I see that as a huge risk and definitely troublesome in terms of safety and too many cars in one small place. The last thing I would mention is regarding the remediation. I feel like there's a lot we don't know about that yet. But what I did see was there was discussion or some thinking that remediation and development could happen simultaneously. And I would certainly need to see a lot more about that. This is not a big piece of property. There's a lot of residential people living nearby. I don't see how remediation and development and construction could go on simultaneously. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Just so you know, two things. In a building like this, we would only require under our regulations 1 parking space for every apartment. That's all we would require. And the applicant is actually giving us more than that. So just so you know, they can override us, even though that's what we were, what we would require for their building would only be 1 parking space per apartment. They could actually ignore that requirement if they wanted, the way the state law works, but they are giving us more, we're getting more parking than they would be obliged to give us.
I still see that as a safety hazard.
I get it.
There is so much density.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Dowling. Stay tuned. We'll work on your questions. And Craig and Tammy are next, and you'll need to give your last names to the court reporter and spell them.
That's fine. My name is Craig Amundson, A-M-U-N-D-S-O-N. I'm a 5-term member of the RTM for District 12 and 5-term member of the Public Works Committee of the RTM. I'm going to be real brief here, but I became aware of this project, and I guess my problem with it is that with 5- and 6-story buildings, these are going to be of the tallest buildings in the downtown area. I think they are totally out of character for what our downtown has been and hopefully will continue to be. I also find that these islands that they're looking to put in the middle of Bruce Park Avenue are a ridiculous problem waiting to happen. I plan on going further with my research here because the whole concept of bump outs is something that truthfully raises my blood pressure quite a bit.
Don't let that happen. We had somebody get sick at the meeting earlier
Yeah,
tonight. Do not let your blood pressure go up.
While there is a lot of justification out of DPW for doing the bump outs, everything that I have researched myself indicates that while the ADA does have very specific guidelines for doing things like cutouts so that mobility challenged people with wheelchairs can have easier access to the crosswalks. It was very interesting to me that none of the photographs of intersections that DPW used to demonstrate and encourage us to go along with the bump outs actually included bump outs. They included cutouts. Bump outs, to my understanding, and I will pursue this further, appear to me to only be required under ADA for projects that receive federal funding, which I do not believe we do. I think that I fully understand our need for additional affordable housing in order to try and comply with the 830G mandate, which unfortunately I think is one of those things that under the current scenario is an unachievable thing. It's a moving target. We're doing the best we can, but I'm not sure we can ever really truly achieve it. We would have to add thousands of units to get there. And bump outs that are causing a problem to our downtown should be, I think, reviewed again. And with that, I'm going to sign off.
Okay,
Thank you
before
for
you
all your
leave,
time.
before you leave, Mr. Amundson,
Yes.
when you research bump outs, the technical term that Public Works folks use is sidewalk extensions.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
That's
so just leave
because
it that.
that's because bump outs has such a negative connotation and causes us blood pressure increase.
No, it's just that is the correct
Oh,
term.
I
to say.
understand.
Okay,
I've read it.
then the next thing, and your moderator has it, there is a memo on the ADA, on the legal, all the legal issue on the ADA, and if you reach out to her, she'll give it to you. That was
Thank
done
you. I
by.
appreciate that.
Okay, thank you
Good
very
night,
much.
all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Patrick, I think given the comments we got, we should get DPW to enhance what they are saying about the Bruce Park median, because that came out of DPW traffic and it is raising concerns in the public. So let's make sure that we've got public support and what the support is for that, because I hear their point and they're very concerned having had a mixed experience with the sidewalk extensions. So let's talk to DPW about that. Or when I say let's.
Yeah, happy
you
to.
would. Okay, so we'll explore that. Mr. Hagney, you heard there was a sightline issue, so you might want to check out your sightline issue there.
Actually, Madam Chair, we have included as part of the plan, removing the rock that is on Bruce Park Avenue.
And
right now, if you drive down,
yes,
you don't have a sight line to Mason Street until you get to where that telephone pole is.
I did wonder how close she was to the corner, because I went and looked at the site the other day and I came from my part of town and I did the exact same thing. And I was wondering, so, but when you do your sight lines.
It's a real problem right there. And by removing
yeah.
the rock, the sight line is almost from Ridge as
But
you
you know,
come
yeah.
down, Bruce Park going west.
Okay, Mr. McRae?
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that you're clear. Going west to east on Bruce, there's a dedicated left-hand turn lane. Going east to west on Bruce Park, there is no dedicated right-hand turn. It's one lane.
I'm looking at a diagram that has a big arrow on it,
and there's not a dedicated right-hand turn. It's just that's the
it's
lane.
Just okay, gotcha.
That goes down Bruce
I
Park
gotcha.
to Mason to Greenwich Avenue.
Understood, Mr. McRae. I got you.
We had shown one, and engineering wanted us to just have a single lane.
Yeah, but I was
just
looking
down.
at the new one. I was looking at that single lane. Nick's right. Okay. So those were useful, very useful comments. All right. Anything else? I think the ball's kind of in your court right now to give us in writing things that we can wrap our brains around and to
The
finish.
two main issues would be the issue on compatibility and appropriateness.
Don't say compatibility, because Mr. Hollister is going to teach you how to pronounce it. Okay.
It's comparability to begin with.
He didn't even laugh. Okay.
And
so
I will go over the zoning aspects of it with staff, and we'll tighten up the rest of the items and come back to you.
yeah, and okay. And also, okay, you guys are going to get back on that. You're going to tighten up everything else. And so based on that, this application will be continued until we meet again. And we're good. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much.
I see everybody next Monday.
Oh, madam, we have a schedule to vote on, if you don't
Or
mind.
the ARC schedule. Do we
We
have
we,
to?
we could table it for another meeting if you want to go. on.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to share the screen?
Bianca, can you get that?
Sure, give me one. You had told us we would have done it. at
Did
the beginning of the night.
ARC look at their own schedule?
Yeah, they did. Yes.
Are they okay with their own schedule?
Well, they said they were.
Yes, I'm going to just say they said they were.
Wait.
Okay.
Mr.
I was
Hagney,
at the meeting. They said they were fine. I was listening.
So we just okay their own schedule.
Well, I mean,
Well,
they're
We
your
always okay their
review.
schedule.
Yeah.
But we have the opportunity to futz with it, right?
You do. Yes, if you want to start like at 9 a.m., that's fine
Okay.
too. Mr.
While
Beck.
we're talking about ARC, They had someone else say that they were leaving ARC. They became very short-handed. Peter Bolt has advised them that he was leaving ARC at the end of the year because he just can't balance the demands on his time. But Mr. Hine has reached out to a couple of viable candidates, and we're hoping that we will have some fresh blood soon. Okay, is somebody gonna, what?
So ominous, fresh blood.
Fresh blood, like a
Carnivores.
vampire. Okay, visit the deadline dates.
They all look good to me.
Yeah, they all look good to me. Oh, wait, we got to look at the rest of the year. Go ahead.
Even read it.
I can read it. You need new glasses, Lo.
Rest of the year looks even better.
We are also trying to figure out a way to organize this calendar in a way that isn't so cumbersome. So
okay.
Keep
I
it
mean,
up.
I'm welcome for any suggestions, but it's staff finds it frustrating too. So
Does that include us meeting with ARC?
No, we don't have a planned joint work session, but we certainly can schedule those if you.
That's a really kind of splendid idea, though. We could sneak one in now that they voted on it. You could just stick one in like in
That's right.
June or August or something.
Oh, we already had one like 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, but next year we do another one.
Sure, in a year.
Yeah, in a year. Hey, there's a thought. Think about it, you guys. Anything else from anybody? Everybody looks kind of fried.
I can't imagine why.
It was only a 5-hour meeting, 5.5 hours. Oh, no, 6. Everybody ready to go?
Yeah.
Well, did we get a vote?
Did we vote?
Oh, could I take a motion? I hereby move that we approve the ARC calendar
Second.
for.
Third.
Okay,
Aye.
let's do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, that's all good. All right, so on the 19th, just be ready to know what you're gonna do with the rank.
There's a some sort of event or seminar tomorrow? No?
That's at 1 o'clock on middle housing or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
For an hour and a half.
You know what? Because Tracy is out of the office, any notice now that I get on training sessions, I send to you guys. So feel free to blow it off or not, but I send you every training notice I get now.
well, if you don't give a rat's rear end about it, then please don't send it to the rest of us.
No, because
post
like,
about it.
for example, Ann Knoll has not finished her hours yet.
I haven't. All right.
You have to do 4 before the end of this year.
4
maybe?
in toto, 4 in toto, I think.
That was
Yeah.
next year, wasn't it, Madam Chair? Is it this year?
I don't know
Yes.
I don't know. You have to wait till Tracy comes back to find out if you've met your
I've
requirement.
done
but-
1 hour. One had to be affordable housing and a total of 4 hours. And I think I am there, but because I am still learning a lot, I am making an effort to go to those that I can squeeze in the 2 other things.
Yeah.
So
So
there's
if
also
you don't
one
wanna-
on another one next Thursday as well. And there's the 95 meeting next Wednesday
Yeah,
night.
the 95 Pell open house could be interesting. So I'm just sending you stuff if
Yeah,
you feel
you
like
can
going.
that online now. That presentation is available.
The Pell's presentation.
Pell, yeah, they're gonna go over the study for this noise that they just released it, so they're gonna have a big powwow.
You know, the problem is they do the quiet pavement and the cars that have races on Saturday night, those of us who live near 95, Peter Lowe, we hear them even louder.
Well,
I will-
clearly you're not drinking enough.
On my way.
Now that this is not a futile exercise though, because between exit 6 and 7 and 8 in Stanford, they're getting sound walls because of this same study. So it's not, there is hope that there will be some additional sound attenuation if the numbers show up right. So
That would be great, because then that sound wall would go right through my front yard.
No,
I literally could chip a golf ball from my front door into the first lane.
there are reports that these sound waves go against this wall and up and over.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter because
Which is
25
really
feet out my,
nice and-
They come right in people's bedroom.
25
So
feet
if I
behind me
stab
from
a
where I'm
golf ball-
sitting is the first rail of Metro North. So no matter what, short of nothing moving, I hear something.
Okay,
And
so
that's-
if
I
you were
think
gonna
that-
go to a meeting, Pell might be the most interesting meeting next week. If you're desperate for affordable housing credits that nobody else needs at the moment, then, you know, I'm just sending you stuff. There's also a storm. I don't think I sent you the stormwater one.
Oh.
Although I'm seeing that Mr.
Mr.
Wells
Basili,
is
you,
very
you
interested.
can go. We didn't say the.
Oh,
metric.
Mr. Basili, we didn't let you go.
Oh.
He's having way too much fun.
No, you didn't. I'm gonna be late for my padel game, so.
Bravo, Mr. Basili.
Uh-oh.
Bravo.
I like the recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ta-ta.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay.
It's even spelled differently, but
Yeah.
it was in the notice, it said paddle.
Well,
Isn't
I
there
had to look
usually
that
a
up
little red dot telling us that we're being recorded on here? Where is that?
Oh,
Still
hold
recording.
on.
Still re-
Oh, because we're still in a public meeting. We're still in a publicly noticed meeting.
Good
All
night.
right. Yeah, everybody's keeping us from cocktails.
Good night.
What is
10 o'clock at night.
Mondays? What is the schedule on Monday? What's the agenda?
1 o'clock is the briefing.
Yeah, briefing. We're having an additional meeting next week, so regular
Right.
schedule. Monday at 1, meeting at 4 on Tuesday.
No, but is
I-
there a particular agenda item that we've decided to add that
Well, it was this agenda that forced the one that we're having on Tuesday, so we
Okay, that's what it
moved
was. Okay,
everything
I'm
else
sorry.
off to that one.
Got it.
I
Okay.
never could have done that Hollister discussion if we had had 12 items.
No, no,
So
it,
Pat,
it-
No.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the PDFs for the public comment letters were this Adobe, it said you need Adobe X, which I Googled. I couldn't open them without downloading some other thing. It wasn't a regular Adobe file.
and you're using an Apple or a Windows device?
I'm on an Apple. I was doing that on my town iPad.
Okay. I will.
But I tried it from my phone and I tried it from the laptop too. And it looked like it was Adobe X. I took a screenshot. I think Mr. Pecora's letter was one, and maybe Mr. Pops was one that I had that trouble with. Now, I don't know if it's something I need to add here or if it was something in how the way they were.
If it's the format that we're putting it out there on, then we'll fix it. If it's something.
Then
not
we'll
to say
tell
it's-
you and us, but I didn't know if it was.
if it's on your end, we'll have to figure it out, but we'll troubleshoot that. Thank you
And
for
so
letting.
it's also.
I think I have an idea of what's going on with that.
Okay.
Okay.
It's how it gets, it's how it
How it gets
exported
saved?
from Outlook.
What
So if
happened? What
you-
happened?
If you export out an email from Outlook and save it as a Adobe PDF, it's saved as an Adobe X document. If you print it to an Adobe PDF, then it creates a flattened PDF. So
Okay.
I think it's how it's being exported.
So,
we can
because it
address
must
that.
have been on the OneDrive, because when I got Matt Pop's email directly, I had no problem with it.
Right, it's on the one.
Yeah,
Some of them I was fine and some of them I couldn't.
So it's something in the upload to the OneDrive, because when I got Matt Pops, it was totally good, and I've added it. Actually, he's the one who had all those comments on the lighting, on the rink.
We can take a look with Peter tomorrow.
Okay.
And what about the attachment to the Mason Street Partners email? that-
Yeah, Mr. Levy, which item couldn't you open? There was a PDF and a
Well, there was
Word.
a couple of them, but this one was the floor plan,
Yeah.
ground floor plan.
I had-
It is
and
that
I-
it's a Word document, which I don't understand, but it says revised floor plans showing generator locations. And then there was another one too. Final site plan, zoning statistics. One of them did not open up, and one did.
Okay.
But
We
I
will-
could open that one. I was able to open that one that Peter Levy said he couldn't open.
Okay.
Right.
But I
Just
appreciate,
so-
yeah. If there's ever an issue with a document on the web, let us know, because that's what the public's looking at too. So,
By the way, you guys, our heroic town attorney stayed in the office until we finished Mason. She was in the office. Because she didn't want to miss us doing it.
that's, well, thank you, Amina, but
So,
Okay.
okay,
We'll do it all again next week.
See you at
yeah.
one on Monday?
Thank you both. We know, oh, when is Tracy coming back?
I don't have a sense. I think there'll be an update next week about maybe some modified work schedule, but that's all I know.
She did send she did send an email this week.
She's trying to do
Or-
stuff, but obviously with
Right.
one hand, it's not easy. So I think if stuff doesn't come off her hand, I don't think she's going to be productive.
And she wrote to Santoro for us,
She called Mike.
or she called him. And then he emailed back.
We should get her a
So-
dictation system so that she can just sit in front of the machine and just talk. And
We've been telling her that you can do Siri to Outlook, but you know, you got to be used to doing that stuff.